Dan Devone as the Golden State Warriors barely hanging on and trying to just crawl and scratch their way into a play-in game. Forget about what is quote-unquote defined as the playoffs. As we get into things, the Warriors coming up losers last night to the Indiana Pacers as they lose by 11. Golden State on this homestand, a brief 3 games out at Chase, and they lose 2 of the 3. The only win was against Memphis, one of the worst teams in the NBA this year, as the Warriors, 6 games at Chase this year in March. They have lost 4 of the 6, and the storyline well detailed of how they've struggled at home this year, much, much better on the road. And they're going to have to be, Sterling, because that's where they are for 6 of the next 7 games, including a grueling 5-game road trip. And as we look at the standings, Sterling, my man, look at, I know you want to walk down the Lakers and Sacramento, but you better, instead of looking forward, look over your shoulder, because here come the Houston Rockets, who have won 7 straight now, just 2 back of the Warriors.
Right, so my question would be for Warrior fans coming into today. And Dan, I hope you're having a wonderful Saturday morning.
Now the hell with that. Let's just rag on the Warriors.
When I watched last night, it was the exact same thing we've seen the entire season. A team that's in a game for a half, in a game for 3 quarters, and all of a sudden, boom, 22-9 run by a young, fast-paced Pacers team. Irony included there. But a team that they just can't hang with the young teams. They can't hang with the good teams, and they can only beat the bad teams. You're 18-19 at home. You're under 500, and you're right now sitting 1.5 games ahead of the Houston Rockets. So, Warrior fans, I'm trying to find something to buy into. I'm trying to find something to believe in. Why should we still believe in this team? Okay, Stephen Curry, fine. That's great at all. We all love Steph. Why should we buy into this team? They have proven nothing this year. They've given us no reason to buy into who they are today. So why should we buy in this morning?
Here's why you buy in. And I know I'm reaching, but I'm just trying to throw a lifeline to Dub Nation. By the way, we're going to open up the phone lines early at 888-957-9570. Here's what you got to hang on to, is that, well, it was more than 2 weeks ago now. You beat Milwaukee. Well, it was about almost a month ago. I want to say more than 3 weeks ago. You beat Milwaukee by 30-plus points at home. Now, I know that it's few and far between that you beat a good team, because you're right, but that's really the only thing you can look at, and as much as that's fading in the rearview mirror, you can point a finger at and say, listen, we beat Milwaukee. We have the capability of not only beating some of the best teams in the NBA, but running them off of our gym. So we know we can do it. The issue with the Golden State Warriors, and this is true for any aging team, is that can you do this with a consistent measure over a long, extended period of time? And the answer to that, I think, unequivocally, is no. Is that the Golden State Warriors at times can pick their spots, but can Golden State in a 7-game series against a good team hold their own and shock the world at this point? It's becoming more and more doubtful. And I think a lot of it gets back to what it is that you just stated in your opening comments, and that is, while you could do it sometimes, you can't do it all the time. And the reason being is that because you're old.
Yeah.
And I think it doesn't get any further than that, Sterling.
Okay, so the whole season can be quantified in they're just old. Which, okay. Then how do I watch Jonathan Kaminga drop 20 over the past, 8 to 10 games, whatever it has been? Didn't play great last night. We watched Trace Jackson-Davis play well. I think TJD is the big man they've been looking for a long time. He really has a tremendous paint presence. Pajemski, who Kerr said, I don't care if he doesn't score. What he does for us in other areas is why he's going to start for us. Okay? Now, fans can scoff at that, this, that, and the other, whatever. That's fine. But when I watch this Warrior team, it's not just that they're old. Yes, they're old. They have a, 38-year-old Chris Paul as their backup point guard. They're old, right? It's not just that they're old, though. It's that they're just not good enough. And that's not because they're old. It's because they're inconsistent. They have horrible transition defense. The whole year, we've watched them score a bucket and then not get back and watch the opposing team answer instantly. We've watched this team go through the ebbs and flow of the game, which happened to everybody. You're hot, then you're cold. It happens. But they can't stop the opposing team's hot stretch. 22-9 last night. You gave Indiana the game where in that first half, the Warriors looked great. They were hitting shots. Steph had 15, Clay had 15,
up 12.
Pods had 11. Like, they looked really good. As soon as halftime hit and Tyrese Halliburton takes the game over, which he's an amazing player, they couldn't stop anything. Miles Turner was locking down Kaminga in the paint. Like, it was at the momentum that the Warriors thought they had in the first half was gone as soon as that second half began. And I think that's who they are. They can play a great half of basketball. When's the last time they put together 4 good, if not great quarters against a good team? Memphis is not a good team. They're really bad. They're missing like 11 players. Against a good team, the last time they put together 4 consistent quarters, I can't even think of one.
Might be Milwaukee, but to your point, yes, they are not very good right now. But I will maintain what I have said all year long is that in large part it's because they're too old. And while, yes, you're correct to point out that they have youngsters that they've now infused into the lineup and the rotation, it's feast or famine. You're either too old or you're too young. Because Jonathan Kaminga, Pajemski, Trace Jackson Davis, I'll even throw Moses Moody in there. To be realistic, they're really 2 or 3 years away. And I know that, Moody and Kaminga should be further along, but in terms of having some level of consistency where they actually know what's going on in this game has slowed down for them, that usually happens in your mid-20s. These guys were teenagers when they came into the league. So it's either you're too old, where you can do it in spurts, but you can't do it, as you mentioned, over 4 quarters, and you certainly can't do it over an extended period of time, or you're too young. And the guys that hit that sweet spot that are sort of in their mid-20s or late 20s are Andrew Wiggins,
right,
who we'll get into, because you can't do one of these shows unless you talk about Andrew Wiggins and his disappearing act. But Andrew Wiggins, who's at 29, and then the other is Kevon Looney, who's in his late 20s, who's now played his way out of the rotation. So the Warriors, again, you're either on the wrong side of 30 or you're too close to 20. And that's the problem with this Golden State Warrior team, is that if you want to call it matching windows, whatever the phraseology might be, is that Golden State right now, when you watch an Indiana team or anybody they play, they're going to be younger and they're going to be more skilled and they're going to be more energetic, and most likely they're going to be much taller than that of the Golden State Warriors.
And that's why the Pacers won last night. They're more energetic. They actually have paint presence to stop a player like Jonathan Kaminga, whereas the Grizzlies don't. Hence why Kaminga can take over that game for a certain period of it. But you say all that, and I'm saying it's not just because they're old, because they're just bad. They're just not a great team. What's to say they don't lead this road trip? A loss against Minnesota, a loss against Miami, who has had their ups and downs this season. They're an older team. Against the Magic. Like, they may not win 3 games until they get to the Hornets. And even then, because the Warriors have been so inconsistent, who's to say they even win that game? Like, they can lead this road trip being 0-4. And I go, yeah, that's who they are. Or they could beat the T-Wolves and I go, wow, great win. Then they'll lose the next 3. Because I don't know if I can put my finger on the Golden State Warriors, and that might be what makes them so dangerous come playoff time. But now we're sitting here, March 23rd, saying, are they even going to make it to the play-in? Like, you are the 10th seed, 1.5 games ahead of Houston, who is not good. Talk about being too young. They're too young.
Well, they've been good of late.
They're 9-1 in the last 10 games. How, what a collapse if you fall below the Rockets when you have Curry and Draymond and Clay. For this a sense of pride, you can't fall behind the Rockets. And there's a real chance they do. Like, if you're a Warrior fan, we can talk about, has this season been successful? No. There's no chance anyone views 10th seed as successful. No way.
The only good thing that can come out of it, if you don't even get to the play-in game and you get passed over by that of the Houston Rockets, is that now you got to blow it up. Like, I don't want to I don't want to take any calls and saying, well, should we run it back? And, I like Clay, and Clay can do some good things, and Andrew Wiggins can be good, and I still, 2 years ago, no. Got to go. If you get passed over by that of the Houston Rockets and you don't make the play-in game, I would even go as far as, because let's face it, the play-in games are relatively new. I want to say no more than 5 years ago. So throughout my entire lifetime, as well as the majority of yours, and you're only 14 years of age, is that there are only 8 teams
Yeah.
that went to the playoffs every year, only up until a couple of years ago.
Yep.
The Golden State Warriors would not be going to the playoffs, nor would the Los Angeles Lakers. So I know that we're big and we love to throw in play and that's why they, it was,
they made it.
It was ingenious on the part of Silver and company and the powers that be of the NBA, because this is a sort of enthusiasm that they wanted to create, right? They wanted also the fan interest and people still going to games because more teams have an opportunity at the postseason. But realistically, the Golden State Warriors are thinking about their offseason plans if this was, 5 years ago. So
right.
If you don't make the play-in, it's time where reality really hits everybody in the face. Because I think at that point, it's like, okay, time to make changes. We don't have to deliberate. We don't have to sit here and hopefully take calls on matching timelines and what is it that we're going to do going forward. No. You know what, Joe Lacob, even though I think you were a little bit over-emotional when you spouted off that the only guy that's not tradable, and I'm paraphrasing here, is Steph Curry, I think you're spot on. Other than, the kids I'm hanging on to, Trace Jackson Davis, Pajemski, and Kaminga aren't going anywhere. However, if somebody comes in with, because you don't have a lot of tradable assets, if somebody comes in with an offer I can't refuse and I need to throw Kaminga into that, I'd consider it. But everybody's out the door if you get passed over at this point. But we're getting ahead of ourselves because there is still enough time. There's enough meat on that bone. And I'm going to, before I just rail on the Golden State Warriors for the next 3 hours, I do want to hang on to what it is they did against Milwaukee and that there is still the experience and there is still at times the youth that can bail this team out that makes them intriguing. But you're right. Last night, when you talk about, I don't think anybody played well last night.
No.
Steph had a double-double, 25 and I think 11 rebounds. For Steph, it's for anybody else, it's a good game. For Steph, you could see it was an off night.
It's common.
But Kaminga was terrible. Kaminga reverted back to Kaminga of a year ago and the Kaminga of early on in the season. Everybody was bad for the Golden State Warriors. And that's just, Kaminga's still not there. As much as people want to say, okay, well, we found the number 2. People were anointing him as the number 2 scorer on the Golden State Warriors, something that they were in dire need of. And he was raising his hand and people were saying, that's the guy. Well, he's proven that he's not there yet. And it's a lot more challenging to deliver 20 to 25 points a game just about every night than I think a lot of people give either credit to whoever it is that could step into that number 2 spot.
Well, I even said when Curry got hurt, which was the last time we talked together about the Warriors, that Curry's out, Kaminga has to step up. And they lost to the Spurs that night. And it was like, you're losing to the Spurs without Wembanyama. I do think, while yes, we can talk about, the offseason if they fall to 11, I could argue right now, might want to blow this thing up now. And again, there's so much time to still play. What are there, 13 games left? You have about a month, 3 weeks of the season to go to prove that you're worth the 10th seed. Maybe you can get the 9th seed still. But now you're 1.5 games behind the Lakers. The time, Gary Payton said, we still have time. No, you don't. Your time is running out, and I can argue that if you lose 3 more games on this road trip, your time might be done.
It's the 9th seed or bust. You're not catching Sacramento. No. You're not making up 4 games in 13.
6, there was a poll last night on NBC Sports with Bonte and those guys, and there were 20% of the fan base that voted that believed the 6th seed was still in contention.
They're drunk.
I don't know what drugs they were on. You watch this team, and I get you want to hold on to, it's a dynasty. It's a dynasty. I get that. It's hard to let go of that. It's hard to watch the same players you've fallen in love with and say they may not have it anymore. That's tough. But that's the reality. That Curry can give you 20 a night. Great. Can anybody else give you 20 a night? I don't think so. Can these guys go a game without 15 turnovers? They had 3 in the first half last night. They had 14 overall because they gave the Pacers the ball 11 times in the second half. Horrible 3 shooting. Taking random shots that make no sense. Kaminga can't get a basket to buy his life. The Warriors right now are Stephen Curry, for as great as he is, for as clutch as he's been, and I know, Dan, you said 2 weeks ago, this team can go to the Western Conference Finals. No way. There's no way. Sure, they can beat the Lakers, fine. They can maybe beat a Dallas Mavericks team, great. As soon as you get to the big dogs in the West, they're going to put you in a chokehold and say, just tap out already. This team just doesn't have it in them, and I don't want to be doom and gloom on a wonderful Saturday in the Bay, but That's the Golden State Warriors last night. Me and Mark Grandy and Chris O'Connell sat here saying, what is wrong with this team? They stink. Like, this team at times simply stinks.
I love the way you just went after me there. It was very delicately and well done on the part of my man Sterling Bennett. It's like, Dan, do you remember a couple of weeks back when you said they can go to the Western Conference Finals? Yes, I do. Well, you were wrong. Well, thank you very much. Well, I'll tell you this, because I don't like to back off and go from week to week and day to day and go as the wind changes, as they like to say. I still think that this team can make a run towards the end of the season and in the postseason. Now, call me delusional. I get it that it doesn't look good right now, but and this again gets back to when you talk about an elderly basketball team. This is what happens: is that there are times when you don't have the sustainability to do it over an extended period of time, simply because you don't have the legs. And last night, a guy that we haven't called his number for not showing up very frequently this year because he's been huge when he's not been suspended or acting like a lunatic, and that is Draymond Green, who's been, I don't think anybody can argue, since his return, there's been a cause and effect with the Golden State Warriors playing well. But last night, he checked out. I don't know what. Was Michigan State playing?
I think he got hurt. He hurt his hand, I think.
Was that it? Okay, because that only makes sense. He did not look like he was mentally in tune with that basketball game, and he looked like he would rather be in 150 different places than on the floor at Chase. And he would do that from time to time, and that's what happens again. When you get into your mid-30s, there's some times where your mind knows what to do, but your body's just like, no, brother, we're in our mid-30s. We need to take the night off. But just getting back to what it is that I said about them getting to the Western Conference Finals, I know. It sounds as though I've been drinking my breakfast, but I still believe that this is a dangerous team. Now, do I think that they can beat Denver? No. Because I think that since the All-Star break, and I maintain this, that the West was wide open. The Western Conference was Minnesota didn't scare you, Oklahoma, really, the Clippers keep you up at night. The Warriors are going to be underdogs to all of those teams. But the one team that right now is playing like a champion like that of a year ago is Denver. Like Denver and Boston now have separated themselves from everybody else and are on a collision course for the NBA Finals. Now, when I say that they can get to the NBA Finals, I do not think that they can beat Denver in a 7-game series. Because Denver now, while the West was wide open, I now clarify those remarks by telling you that it's now Denver. But I do think and it just depends on if they see Denver in the first round, again, it's over with, so they're not going to the Western Conference Finals. But I do think some of the other teams should not scare you. And I know that sounds ridiculous, and we can get into it. It's a team that's still vertically challenged, a team that turns the ball over and still too old and or too young. Let's open up the phone lines at 888-957-9570. We kick things off. Well, this guy always comes strong. Austin, what do you got?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Happy Saturday. Dan, Sterling, just so you know, last week, Dan was day drinking, man. He was talking about the Warriors. I mean, it's okay, man. It happens to all of us, but Western Conference Finals, and can we just lose this? Nobody wants to play the Warriors, and they're dangerous. I mean, come on, man. That's 2 or 3 years ago. This team last night, I think we finally, to me last night, guys, I hate to say it as a Warriors fan, but I think we hit the turn the page time. I think you could see it on the players' faces. They knew how important that getaway game was, and the Warriors played as best as they could in the first half. I knew that when they played that good in the first half and they only were leading by 1, I said, oh, my God. I knew that Indiana was going to come back and pretty much race them. I mean, that game was over in the third quarter, if you really think about it. Indiana let the Warriors kind of stick around 9 or 10 points, but the Warriors had no chance of winning that game. So let's talk about next year, guys. I'm with Sterling more than with Dan. I think we should think about next year. And I'm not keeping – I know that, Dan, you said you're not moving the youngsters. You're not moving JK. You're not – I would say everybody is on the table. Outside of Steph Curry, I don't see enough infrastructure where I'm saying that I'm keeping all those guys. I don't think they're good enough, as Sterling has said, as a team. I think they've got some structural problems. If you listen to Tom Tolbert last night after the game, by the way, listen to Tom. Don't listen to the other guys. Tom told you the truth. Tom said, hey, they didn't get back on defense, as you guys said. There was some inexcusable lapses last night. So next year, guys, I think we're talking about a rebuild. I don't think it matters whether they get to the play-in or not. I think they've decisions have already been made by Joe Lacob. If not, they should be. That's kind of where I'm at, guys. Thanks.
Austin, I can't go back at Austin. Austin is strong, man, and I love that he kicks off the show every Saturday. And listen, I'm not trying to get anybody on board of my delusional drinking my breakfast. The Warriors could make a deep run in the Western Conference playoffs this year. I get a sense, and he's spot on about everything that he just laid out. I mean, think about it, Sterling. Mm-hmm. This is a game that they had to have, much like that of the Knicks game.
Yeah.
And
you had to beat the Spurs twice. You only beat them once.
And they look the Knicks are without just about everybody. Yep. Julius Randle's out. Mitchell Robinson's out. OG Anunoby's been huge. He's out. Ochua's out. And the Warriors are at full strength.
Yeah.
Warriors found their
Steph's
starting
back,
lineup.
ready to go.
GP2's healthy, for crying out loud.
Literally no one's hurt. Nobody.
And not only that, but they got the rotation set. Pajemski's your starter. Moody's even getting time. There are no more excuses. And you got run by the Knicks from wire to wire. And the same thing last night, a game you need to have. And it looked as though they mailed it in.
They didn't mail it in the first half. They had energy. They had 30 points to combine from the Splash Brothers in the first half. Pajemski, who hasn't had the best scoring record the past few games, had 11 points. They were getting contributions from almost everybody in that first half. Like, they looked really good. Second half hits, Pacers, who have not been a great defensive team, they turned out the energy, the ante, and their defense locked down the Warriors last night. I was watching the game with Mark and Chris back here, and the Warriors, their players, didn't matter if it was Kaminga, Steph, Clay, they could not get by any Pacer defender. They were in front of them the entire way, and give credit to Indiana. But the Warriors, maybe that's an old age thing, I don't know, I have no idea, but what the Warriors couldn't do last night was execute offensively, and you can tell when the Warriors can't score, they also don't like playing defense. So when they can't score, they don't want to get back. Their head dips, they get sad, the young guys go, they start to stumble a little bit, they hesitate, then boom, it's 22-9 run for Indiana. And if Steph's not hitting in the third quarter, and Clay's not hitting, who's going to? You got to have one of the young guys come along and say, hey, like, I know the older guys are struggling. Someone has to bridge that gap, and maybe that's Wiggins, but you still have people. Even after last night, Dublin Marge, who we love, is saying, y'all are overreacting. Opponents are game planning for the Warriors to get tired in the second half. If you're game planning for a team to get tired in the second half, maybe that team can't play 4 consistent quarters. Maybe that team doesn't have it to finish 4 quarters of basketball. You can be great in the first half. You can be great in the third quarter, in the first quarter. If you're not great in second and fourth quarters, you're not going to win. You have to close games. And over everything else, over old age, bad defense, lack of shooting, if you're bad in the fourth quarter, you're likely not going to win. The Sixers last night walked into the fourth quarter with a 2-point lead over the Lakers. What happened? Lakers closed the game. Hence, now a 1.5-point game lead over the Warriors. If you can't close, you're not going to win. The Warriors can't close.
All right, let's take a quick call. They're stacking up. 888-957-9570. That's 888-957-9570. Just give me Father time as we get to the break. Father, what's on your mind?
Hey, guys. Happy Saturday, of course. Delusional Dan Devone.
Thank you.
Delusional Warriors fans. You know what? You guys ever hear about that thing where two things sound like they're in opposition, but they're both true? We love the Warriors. You guys are the flagship station of the Warriors. I know it's hard to get real, but let's get real. This is the realest of real. They're old. They are done. They are cooked. Steph Curry will never win another championship with this team. You think the most valuable trade chip is Jonathan Kaminga? I think it's Steph Curry. Back to the reality. You know what they should have done 2 years ago? This is what I've always said this. Bill Walsh did. You got to cut bait early. You can't wait 2 years later when it's not working because now your trade assets mean nothing. The only team, I looked this up, in the last 30 years of the NBA, that has had their 3 best players, arguably their 3 best players, win a championship over the age of 34, all 3 of them, granted they had Kawhi Leonard, is the San Antonio Spurs. We don't have Kawhi Leonard, and we certainly don't have the running mates for Steph Curry. So, Warriors fans, wake up. Stop talking about the playoffs. Focus on next year. Focus on putting pressure, if you can, on the organization. They want to win. Nobody wants to win more than the owner and Steph Curry. They've got to change, and sometimes it's hard to look in the mirror. That is the Warriors. Change now or pay later.
Father Time, say hello. Wow, I like the Niner reference. Yes, Bill Walsh was get rid of a player a year early rather than a year too late, and the evidence is right there. When you think about Jerry Rice, Ronnie Lott, Roger, all those guys did not end their career, including Joe Montana at San Francisco 49ers. So you can be loyal to a fault, but I'm not moving Steph Curry.
I'm trading Steph.
You lost me there, Napa, but call back again. Connor and the rest of you, we got to get to a break. When we continue here with Warriors this week, it's Sterling Bennett, it's Dan Avone. We'll go away for a commercial. We'll be back with your calls right after this.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down.
for another bitter loss. And with each passing game, it looks like the Warriors are locked into the 9-10 spot. And if LA wins tonight, the Lakers come back and beat Philadelphia. They'll have a game-and-a-half lead. And that means the Warriors would start the play-in bracket on the road.
And that, of course, is exactly what happened. The Lakers were able to come back against the Philadelphia 76ers and now lead the Golden State Warriors by a game-and-a-half for that number 9 seed. The Warriors currently sitting at number 10 if the season were to end today. Hi again, everybody. Welcome back to Warriors This Week alongside Sterling Bennett. It's Dan Devone. Sterling, really quick, let's just take a look at this arduous road schedule that is in front of the Warriors, which is why it was so important just to get that, the old getaway game. You needed to beat Indiana before embarking on this road trip, which sees them go to Minnesota tomorrow to take on the Timberwolves, which have established themselves as one of the premier teams, not only in the Western Conference, but in all of the NBA. And as you and I have gushed over from time to time, Ant-Man, Anthony Edwards is just out of this. Just ridiculous.
His block.
Oh, my. That block. I'm telling you.
And his dunk.
We haven't talked since the dunk,
we
right?
haven't, no.
I'm telling everybody, just go watch that block, which I like blocks more than everybody can dunk a basketball, although his dunk was ridiculous. And all of them coming at important times of the contest.
He gave John Collins a concussion. It was just that crazy.
So they got the T-Wolves coming up on Sunday. Then you got to go from Minnesota all the way to Florida in a back-to-back affair with the Miami Heat and the Orlando Magic, two teams that are playing much better of late. And then you've got the Charlotte Hornets, and then you wrap things up against the San Antonio Spurs before coming home for just one game against the Dallas Mavericks before packing your bags and going on the road once again. No room for error as the Warriors right now sitting just 2 games in front of the Houston Rockets for missing the play-in tournament entirely.
And the Rockets play the Jazz today, which they can easily win that game because the Jazz also aren't very good.
So you're looking at potentially a game-and-a-half advantage for the Golden State Warriors. So as much as our focus has been, and I think there has been sort of this understanding, the ceiling is the 6th seed and the bottom is the 10 because they're pretty much assured of being a 10. That's been sort of the thought process for the last month and a half. Well, guess again.
Steiny said they were not going to fall to 11, and they may not. But what's more likely now? They're the 8th seed or they're 11? My money would be on 11. And I hate saying that. And would I bet on that happening? No. I think they're good enough to survive to get into the 10th seed. But who's to say if they get into the 10, they don't lose in the first game and the season's over anyways?
Well, they can beat the Lakers. So we'll see. And that game will have to be in L.A.
But I've also seen LeBron crush their hopes over and over and over again, like last season.
888-957-9570. Let's get out to Connor, hanging out in Dublin. Connor, what do you have for us this morning?
Hey, how are you guys this morning?
Doing good.
Awesome. So I really liked Austin's call, and the reason for that is that he's one of those rare Warrior fans like me, where I know he's 99% accepted everything, and he's realized that this Warriors team has reached a point in which it needs major rebuilding, and that we probably shouldn't be seeing the players we're seeing now on the team next season. And I totally agree with that. The one thing, that 1% that he's missing, and I believe that's Stephen Curry. Now, I'm not saying we get rid of him now, but I'm saying maybe in a season and a half or a little bit more. I think we got to be looking at him like he's still a great player, but he doesn't deliver as constantly as he used to, and that's of course because he's older. And same goes for Draymond, same goes for Clay. And and what I'm trying to say is, this Warriors team is just it's going down. I mean, I hate to say it, and it makes me sad every time I mention it to my friends and to other Warriors fans. I'm like, oh man, this team is just not gonna be able to make it super far this year. Hopefully, we can make it to the playoffs, and but if we do end up going against the Nuggets, we're pretty much screwed. But hey, thanks for taking my call. Sorry about all the bad negative stuff.
It's all right, Connor. People, relax. It sounds like you got to walk Connor down from the roof. It's okay, my man. And look, hey, thanks. Good call, Connor. And you're right. That's the overall sentiment. And Austin is strong. The way he kicks things off, and He doesn't pull any punches. He went after me, which is with good reason. But I think that the idea of blowing this up, especially if they get passed over by Houston, and even if they don't, it's not even about blowing it up. What the hell are you blowing up? It's just being logical and improving your basketball team. Don't think of it as a blow up. I want to just touch on this, and then I want to get your thoughts, Sterling. A couple of people now have talked about Steph Curry. And yes, his numbers, and you know this as well as anybody, have clearly, since the All-Star break, they've dipped. And he has not been the same player as he was early on in the season when he was having another MVP type year. But that's simply because he's old. It's because he's 36. And you just simply cannot do that over the course of 82 games, all right? Steph can't go anywhere. But what you need is to, and again, we're not telling you something we haven't said all year long or something that you don't already know. You need to offset that with another bona fide score. That, to me, as it should have been addressed during this past offseason, is what you have to go get. Not a project, not potentially Kaminga could be that guy or maybe this guy, or instead you get Chris Paul. No, you need to go out and find, and it's a lot easier said than done, go get him a star. You know why LeBron James is as good as he is and as smart as he is? Because when he was about Steph's age, 36, 37, he began to see the writing on the wall. And what did he do, Sterling? He's like, okay, I'm still one of the best in the NBA. I know that. But I need help.
Going to L.A.
I'm going to L.A., but not only that, I've got to look around. I got to go get the best player in basketball because now I'm telling everybody I need assistance.
Yeah.
So he goes and gets Anthony Davis, who was the best basketball player that was available at the time.
Yep.
And what happens? He wins a title. LeBron James told everybody, as I get older, late into my 30s, I'm still very, very good, as is Steph, but I know that I need help more than I ever did in my career.
I do think for players like LeBron, like Steph, I think they can acknowledge, and I think Steph has, that you are vulnerable when you're 36 years old, when you're 35. Like, you cannot usually carry a team. Hence why when younger players like Giannis and Anthony Edwards, amongst many others, Kevin Durant, like, they make sure they have a star next to them when on their off nights, when they're not having their best game, when they do miss time, which they all eventually do, that they can survive. They can at least make it into the playoffs, and once they get there, it's full systems go. Whereas the Warriors, I won't say foolishly bought into the idea of this, but it does feel like there was Klay's still here. It's like, no. And we all love Klay. His story is incredible. His recovery is just amazing. And Klay has, thankfully, been a phenomenal bench player for them. Klay next year as a bench player is going to be great. That is a Hall of Fame guard that can give you 20 off the bench. Every team that wants to compete needs that player, and they all don't have that player. The Warriors just don't have the starting five. Draymond is a great facilitator. He's someone that can get in the paint and can rough up Rudy Gobert, which he's done too often and maybe too much at times.
Literally and figuratively.
Yes, but then they also have guys like Wiggins, who the past couple weeks, he's giving it 8 last night, 22 against the Grizzlies, who are a bad team, 7 against the Knicks, a game you had to have, you lost, 16 against LA, 17 against the Mavericks. Those numbers sound fine when it comes to 16, 17, and 22, but you lost against the Knicks when he gave you 7. You lost against the Pacers when he gave you 8. There is no consistency in his game. He checks out all the time, and it's who he's been. And they gave him this massive contract. Wiggins, when they won a title, was awesome. He was great. You cannot tell me every Warrior fan today wouldn't trade him for a box of rocks and get the contract out of here. Like, they would. They just know he's not compatible with this roster, with these young guys to bridge that gap. He's not that kind of player. And for the rest of the team, like for the young guys, Kaminga and Moody and Pods, who they'll give you effort, they don't have enough when players like Curry and Klay are not playing up to par. Like, you would expect younger players to be able, that when the older guys, the vets, just are having an off night, the energy's low, maybe they're tired, to pick things up and bring it to the same level or the next level to, hey, let's carry you for a night. They can't do that, at least just yet. And so they do need that in-between player, the 28-year-old guy to come in. I don't know who that player is. I don't know how you're going to get him here. You have to pay Klay still. And Chris Paul could be gone, sure. That's great. You have the structure to succeed next year. You don't have the bones to succeed today. I think for Warrior fans, it's taken them some time to get there. But when you're talking about the 10th seed, like you said, Dan, 5 years ago, you weren't even in the playoffs. And let's be honest here, I look at things from a 5 years ago perspective. If the Warriors are the 10th seed 5 years ago, what's the conversation? They stink. They're a bad team. Blow it up. Rebuild. What's wrong with the Golden State Warriors? But because they're in the play-in tournament, the perspective changes to, well, they have a chance. Hey, yeah, you have a chance if they're 28-year-old guys. They're 35, 34, 36 off massive injuries like Clay. They don't have the number 2 guys. So for Warrior fans to buy in, to believe, what are they tied to? Is it history? History does not equal future. And for the Warriors, I think the future, you have to look at history and say, how can we repeat it? But also, how can we alter our future? Because right now, it doesn't look very good.
I would say the Golden State Warriors are the most one-dimensional team in all of the NBA. If Steph is out of the lineup, as was just proven recently, they got nothing. They got absolutely nothing. Klay Thompson tried to step up and fill that void. Jonathan Kaminga is too young, and that's the problem with the Warriors. It's feast or famine. They're either too old, they're on the wrong side of 30, or they're too close to the age of 20. There are no one's in that sweet spot other than Andrew Wiggins and Kevon Looney. Looney's played his way out of the rotation, and Andrew Wiggins disappears every other game. I mean, you could think about, people will say, well, what about Jokic? You could take Jokic out of Denver. You're clearly not as good of a basketball team, right? But I'll take Jamal Murray scoring. Give me Michael Porter Jr., who now has ascended as one of the premier, scoring threats in the Western Conference, especially if you've watched his game over the last month. You want to take Jason Tatum away from the Boston Celtics? Not like that of taking Steph away from the Warriors, because you still got Jaylen Brown. You still got, Kristaps Porzingis. You got guys who can fill it up. Horford, these are good basketball players. The Warriors have got Steph, and that's about it in terms of scoring the basketball. And that's been the song and dance and the scenario for going on a couple of years now. 888-957-9570. Back to the phone lines off the Pacifica, and let's say hello to Junior. Junior, good morning. Welcome to Warriors This Week.
It is a good morning in every way except Warriors basketball right this minute. It's a tough one. So I have a suggestion that you guys send up a bat signal by tweaking the name to Warriors This WEAK when things are this tough, And I love the team and everything. It's just not going very well. So first of all, with Wiggins, I heard Sterling say, why doesn't Wiggins bring some energy when everyone else is down? And you would look to someone his age to do that, but that is not our man. I would not trade him for a box of rocks, but you can't count on him for that much. And everyone's a front runner, right? Fans, players, everything. So when things aren't going well for some, they don't go well for many people. But I don't see any of our younger guys really stepping up or kind of organizing a positive little cabal that can get something done. When the big guys aren't doing well, they tend to fade too. So can that change? And then what's the big picture? 10 years ago, we had a market gap in three-pointers. People weren't using them enough, it turns out. So you have a 3-shooting coach, 2 3-shooting players, a growling dog of a man, basketball genius who comes along with them to protect them and make it all work. And here's the Warriors. Can anything like that happen again with this group? Or are we just, James Wiseman not working out and Wiggins not stepping up and we're kind of wandering in the wilderness for a few years after this? Of course the team should try to win, but I'm not optimistic for a championship run this year. And I'm not sure how the future works out. We can't throw money at people. We already spent it. And all we really got is the Bay, which is a good asset, some haters notwithstanding.
Hey, Junior, before you go, how are those waves in Pacifica today?
Kind of crumbly and ugly, kind of like the Warriors right now.
Thank you, Junior. All right, just want to get a wave update from beautiful Pacifica. But look, he touches on some good points there. And one of the things that I just wanted to continue and just sort of build upon is this idea how the Warriors really just changed the way the NBA's played.
Yeah.
10 years ago, nobody shot the three. Nobody addressed the line like they did. they changed basketball. And it's a homogenous sport, and everybody said, we got to get small like the Warriors.
Yep.
And I say this just about every show. But if you're going to be relevant, you've got to be able to change. Small ball is no longer in.
Yep.
And you could say, well...
And they tried with Wiseman.
The Knicks play small ball. I would clap back and say, no, there's a guy named Isaiah Hartenstein who had his way with the Warriors the last time they were in town. But they're Miami. Let me just clarify this. Nobody is playing small ball that's old. The Warriors look ridiculous right now.
Yeah.
They're starting a 6'6" center by the name of Draymond Green. We all love Draymond. You cannot have a front line of Kaminga, Draymond, and Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
Small ball Steve Kerr is done. You have got to move with the times. You could still play small, but you can't play small when you're 34, 35, 36 years of age, relative, or 35, 36 years of age. Like, that does not get it done. You look silly. You've got to do it another way. So the idea of blowing it up, I always give the Andy Reid example. Andy Reid, the head coach, obviously, of the Kansas City Chiefs, a future Hall of Famer. When he was in Philadelphia, a successful coach, did it one way with Donovan McNabb. He goes to Kansas City, and he throws out everything he knew about offenses and said, I'm going to tailor this around the kid out of the Big 12, whose name is Patrick Mahomes, and I'm going to throw the ball every other down, and I'm going to center my offense around this guy. The point being is that if you're a good coach, you've got to adapt, and the idea that you're still trying to squeeze this square peg into a round hole now that everybody's using a walker and living down at the Sequoias, which is a retirement home, by the way, right off of Post Street, shout out. But the idea that you're trying to do the same style of basketball, get up and down the floor and shoot threes with a bunch of old men, right now, to me, just looks silly.
It took the Warriors firing Mark Jackson to initiate that change, to bring in Steve Kerr. And I'm not saying firing Steve Kerr, but it took them to look at their identity and say, hey, this is not working. Something, whether it's a coach or the players, isn't working. They had the building blocks. They had Steph. They got Clay. They had Draymond. They had Iguodala. They had the pieces. They had to make a change at head coach. Now, Steve Kerr is going nowhere. Already got extended the next couple years. But the Warriors need to change who they are. And that's tough to do when your guys have played in the exact same system for 10 years and you've won with 4 titles. It's hard to look guys in the eye and say, hey, we have to make a change. But I do think for the betterment of the organization and the success for the future, Clay's already made a change and he's bought in. Why can't Steve Kerr do the same thing? And I get they don't have the pieces to play with a big man, and they've tried Trace Jackson-Davis, who's in his rookie season. Would it mean going and actually getting a big man to help them, which will help Draymond, help Steph, help those guys be healthier, to not have that bruiser in the paint, to help Kaminga, to actually be able to penetrate against a Miles Turner? Like, they've had their hands on some big men, and I know callers will all say this, got to go get a big man today, and they've been preaching it for four years now. But it feels like the Golden State Warriors are at this kind of tipping point in their dynasty where you either stay who you are and you eventually just die, or you evolve and become something new and breathe new life into the organization. Now, there are players like Kaminga, and there's Moody, and there's Pods, and there's TJD. Those players can help you evolve. But I do think a lot of it does have to do with Steve Kerr. And when it comes to young guys not stepping up, who's been kind of pushing them back a little bit? Steve Kerr. Not yet. I think now's the time you got to let your young guys go, and he's starting to do so with Kaminga and sometimes Moody, and he's starting Pajemski and whatnot, but you can only take so much not yet, when you're called upon to be the bridge, called upon to give you energy every single night. You're like, is it my turn? I don't know. And Kaminga's finally getting that, but he's only in year 3. He's 21 years old. Once he's 22. Once Moody's in his mid-20s. Like, there is a way and a viewpoint where you can see out of this and go, wow, there's a great potential next year in 2 years' time. But at that point, Steph's 37, 38. At that point, Clay's 36. Like, you have to act now. But right now, you're the 10th seed. And you're 1.5 games over the Rockets for the 11th seed. Like, it's not like there's much to work with now. when it comes to making that change.
Yeah, I would say that Steve Kerr, although he's been slow to the party, has embraced the youngsters, and it's just the youngsters right now are just too young. And or they're not good enough. Time will tell whether Podziemski is a bona fide star in this league, but I think he's done an admirable job. I'm with you in that it took too long to get Trace Jackson Davis. I was calling for his number, months ago, but those guys are getting run. They're all in the rotation now. So I wouldn't necessarily lean and or point a finger at Kerr not embracing the youngsters. I think that might have been applicable maybe a couple of weeks back. It's just, I think it gets back to your point that there's just not enough talent. I mean, there were, again, against the Knicks, a game that you clearly needed, even the Pacers. But the Knicks, I underline the Knicks because the Knicks came into this thing, limping in. You had your best player, but you didn't have, obviously, you're without Julius Randle, you're without OG Anunoby, you're without Mitchell Robinson, you had Jalen Brunson, but the Warriors were at full strength. They had their starting lineup and their quote-unquote identity. The rotation set, the youngsters were playing, and you still got run from wire to wire.
Josh Hart had a triple-double
and played the whole game.
Him. He was great.
Played the whole game. And that just tells me that that was the first inkling that, well, maybe you just don't have the talent because there are no more excuses with this basketball team. Maybe you're just looking down the bench and like, this is all I got.
Yeah.
And there's nothing you can do. I want to go here because maybe I'll tease this as we get to the break. Because every show, that young man, Evan's hiding from me because he knows I'm right every week when I come up with these declarations. Evan, if you're near a phone, call us. And by the way, he and Granny will follow us right after this show.
Freeman's Appliance.
Yes, doing a remote. But I would tell Evan, and 888-957-9570, Evan Giddings, stop hiding under the couch and talk to Uncle Danny. I told him, months ago, Podziemski's got to start. I told him that Trace Jackson Davis has got to get run. I was spot on all of these things. And now, you know what it's time for? Like, you cannot roll the small ball with an old team, just simply looks silly. You cannot every single night go small and get out-rebounded by everybody. Everybody in the NBA is bigger than the Golden State Warriors. Last night, Miles Turner, Siakam were all having their way. Trace Jackson Davis has got to start. He's got to replace Wiggins. Wiggins, I don't know what the hell you're doing or when it'll come back or the personal issues in your life, but get back to me when we'll get you in the rotation like Clay and it just bolster that second unit. Maybe you can go off on the second unit of other teams, but I need to get taller from the jump.
So your starting five is Curry, is it Pods?
Curry, Pods,
Kaminga.
Draymond, Kaminga, and Trace Jackson Davis. So I got youth and I'm not as vertically challenged, and I don't get beat up inside right from the outset to set the tempo.
So then your bench is Chris Paul,
Andrew Wiggins, Klay Thompson.
Is Looney as your backup five?
Oh, who the hell knows where Looney is these days? Yeah, we
You're
can
not
work
playing
Looney.
Sarge, so.
But the point is, and then you can work in Moses Moody as need be. But I can't do this with you anymore, Andrew Wiggins. Not only that, but that combined with the fact that I am so tired of seeing them just simply get not only out-rebounded, but just watching. It's almost like AAU or going back to CYO, or I coach at the Boys and Girls Club, and you walk out your starting five, and the other starting five are like 4 inches taller than you. You just hit your head going, man, this is going to be a long 2 hours. That's the Warriors every single night. Everybody's taller than Golden State. Statistically, every single team. It's time not only for Trace Jackson Davis to get into that rotation, which he did. Now it's time for the young man to start. Your thoughts, 888-957-9570. It's Sterling Bennett, Dan Avone, Warriors This Week. We continue right after this.
Hey, Dan Dibley for Safeway, and I enjoy all the amazing digital deals, including these ones. You can earn 4 times reward points.
was so surprised, and I'm like, hello,
The
I'm on
music
air.
played, the rejoin played, and you just sat there like, when are we going live?
I need for you to point. It's like television. You need to point at me.
Usually I point to like Mark or Evan because they work back here. I'm like, go ahead. But like, because it'll be an awkward start time like when the Warriors are done bridging that gap. But for Dan Devone, I figured the TV guy for decades, won plenty of awards, talked to Alex Rodriguez, Ichiro Suzuki. I have to point to Dan Devone to tell him to go. Man.
Hey, I got it. So here's an Ichiro story for you as it relates to Andrew Wiggins. So I was covering the Mariners in New York as they played the Yankees in the playoffs. This is years ago. And this is wasn't the championship series, but the Yankees, so this is the early 2000s. And so the Yankees it was the game 6, and the Yankees had a command. It was like 7-2, top of the ninth, 2 outs.
Okay.
Ichiro was the sensation of baseball that year. He was, I believe, in center field, and so they had the bleacher creatures out there. So it started with the fans out in center field, and it just became pervasive throughout the entire stadium, Yankee Stadium, 55,000 strong. They started this chant of Ichiro Sayonara. Ichiro Sayonara. I only say that to say this, is that Andrew Wiggins, for all the off and on, and God bless, I hope things work out from a personal standpoint, but just can't do it anymore, brother. And even if you turn it on in the postseason, I'm beginning to think 2 years ago was sort of like a Joe Flacco moment.
Yeah. Gets him paid. He's elite. Everyone buys into him.
Yeah, and I just like, it's like Andrew Wiggins, sayonara.
If Warrior fans started that chant at Chase Center, like that would be the greatest thing ever. Forget who wins and loses. I want to see Golden State Warrior fans do that the next home game.
That is just simply not going to happen. Just like, well, it's a New York thing, right? New York just hates on everybody and goes after everybody. It's sort of like when Andrew Wiggins just simply left the team again. And, you know, again, it's personal reasons and everybody gives him the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
If it's New York, he does not get the benefit of the doubt, and albeit it may not be right, but they're hammering that dude. I guarantee you.
For a player like Wiggins, you'd feel like a place like Minnesota would have been the perfect fit. No one cares what happens in Minnesota. Like, and even now, like, yeah, they have, Gobert, and they have Towns, and they have Anthony Edwards, but like when he was there, it was him, Jimmy Butler, and Zach LaVine. Like, if that was a team a player like Andrew Wiggins wants to play on, he didn't like it at all. He hated it.
Yeah.
And of all the places to play, and I get San Francisco is great and all, but this is a much bigger market in regards to media. Like, you're going to be under more scrutiny on a team that's won 3 championships prior to you being here. Like, the fit for Wiggins, personality-wise, you would think he might slip into the background, just play and let Steph and Clay and Dre take the spotlight, but nah. I feel like I've talked more about Wiggins than Draymond and Steph and Clay this year, or even the past 2 years. Like, he has been consistently inconsistent, and that has driven Warrior fans up the wall. They're so done with him.
Another guy that's been able, just to stay on this for a second, another guy that's been able to benefit, who's benefiting it right now, benefiting from living out on the West Coast and playing for a West Coast team, is Shohei Ohtani.
Well, maybe not now, but
I'm just telling you, everything that's going on.
Right.
If this is New York or Boston, Shohei, we need some answers, my man. What's going on, brother?
But I also think, like the Timberwolves and Wiggins, if this is happening with the Twins, no one cares.
Yeah.
No one cares.
You're right. Well, Andrew Wiggins, as we talk about this offseason for a Golden State Warrior team right now that's just trying to hang on, it's now the outlook. It's interesting. It's no longer, can we walk down the Sacramento Kings? Can we catch the Los Angeles Lakers? How about, the Pelicans or the Dallas Mavericks? You might forget about all that. And
just try beating the Rockets.
Yeah, forget about looking ahead of you. Just take a look over your right shoulder or left shoulder, or just look in that rearview mirror, because here come the Houston Rockets. How much belief do you have in Van Vliet? I mean, there's you got your man Dylan Brooks.
Well,
Van Vliet.
That's Mark Grandy's guy. Go Ducks.
And and they've been doing all this without Şengün, who's been not healthy. Jalen Green. I know you're not a believer in the Rockets, but Jalen Green's been very, very good finally. So, I mean, and again, it's a young basketball team.
Yeah.
And it's
sometimes they just don't know better, and they get hot, and they ruin either their draft lottery stance, their picks, but they come on and they knock a team like the Warriors out of the play-in. Like, do I believe in the Rockets? No, because they'll get bounced in the first round. But do I believe in the Warriors? I don't think so either. So if the question is, can the Warriors hold off Houston? Sure. Can the Rockets also knock out Golden State? Yes. Yes, they can. And for Warrior fans, take a long look in the mirror. What an embarrassment that would have to be for Steve Kerr. If you are Stephen Curry, one of the greatest players of all time, if not the best, the second best point guard ever, that changed the game, right? The past 10 years, changed the game, 15 years, changed how basketball is played. If you lose to the Houston Rockets, 2 years removed from winning an NBA Finals championship, an MVP in that finals, with a younger, not better team, but in a much different team, but a team that you could walk into this year and say, wow, they could be a 6 seed, and they finish 11th, I'd be embarrassed.
Yeah, it's not only embarrassment, but it's the first time in his coaching career with the Golden State Warriors where you begin to look at Steve Kerr and saying, I know he just had that extension, but there's now pressure on you. There's a hot seat because they don't have to honor. I'm sure there's an escape clause. Those 2 years, if they get passed over by Houston, and I don't know that I necessarily put this on Steve Kerr because, this is the hand he's dealt. And yeah, maybe he was a little bit slow to the party. So much. Yeah, in playing some of the youngsters. But this is his team. But for the first time in Kerr's coaching career, you can look at him and saying, you know what? It's getting a little hot in here, and you now are on a hot seat, and you're coaching for your NBA life here. You've got to turn things around.
You think
so? Yes. There was a moment after he lost to San Antonio and that home game that you were referring to, and it was the first time that in a post-game conference that I just looked at Steve Kerr, and it just felt like he was uncomfortable. He usually, even regardless of some of the most disappointing losses, he usually is in command and gives a level of security, even if it's BS. For whatever reason, I don't know exactly what it is he was talking about. I just had this sense of you just lost to the Spurs, and he looks like a coach that is looking for something to say and or work the room, where he usually has that in his back pocket.
Or is it he's trying to find answers in a room that just has questions?
That's clear.
There really isn't an answer to the questions that he may have or the roster might have or even Warrior fans might have. But I don't think he's coaching for his job, nor do I think he's coaching for his career, because in 2 years, they're all probably gone.
No. Well, let me rephrase that. I'm not saying he's coaching for his career or coaching for his job, but if they get passed over by Houston and they don't get into the play-in game,
okay,
I think that the idea of Coach Kerr being on a hot seat for the first time in his career now becomes very plausible. They don't have to honor the 2 years. I'm not saying that, he's fires Steve Kerr, but for the first time, you go into next year with entertaining the fact that Steve Kerr, now there's some warts on this guy, whereas prior to this upcoming season, should he not get into the postseason or get into the play-in tournament, no one ever had those sort of thoughts about Steve Kerr. This is the first time that he's having to engage, should he not get into the postseason and or the play-in tournament and get passed over by Houston. I think it's the first time that even he has to look in the mirror and entertain that, you know what, this could be the beginning of the end for me.
Warrior fans this year and really the past few years have been harping on Steve Kerr. Rotations. I do wonder if you fall to 11 and you miss the play-in. And it doesn't have to be that drastic, but let's say you're tied with the Rockets at a certain point this year and you are feeling the collapse of the season and you somehow pull it out. It does feel like that not only would Warrior fans question him more, I do wonder if people inside that room would question him a little bit. Like the young guys who really weren't there when they won 3 titles. Now, I don't think Pods would, but I'm sure a player like Kaminga, who I know has already had his spats with Steve Kerr, and yes, he's starting, yes, he's happy and whatnot, but he already has had issues with how he's been coached by Kerr. And for a team that wants Kaminga to be the 2 or the 3 top scorer on their team, I do think if there is a botched end to this season, it certainly will have young players question him. And not him maybe as a coach, but him as to where the direction the team is going.
Would you agree that this has been the most challenging, the most turbulent season that Steve Kerr has had to deal with the suspensions, even with the death of the assistant coach, Decky? Jonathan Kaminga confronts him on a couple of occasions.
Right. So that's tough because last year was different, right? Draymond in the punch, and that lingers through the entire year.
Let me finish that off by saying everything that's transpired this year, and you don't make the play-in tournament.
Right.
Would that be his most challenging to date, would you say?
I would, because even last year when they lost to the Lakers and how heartbreaking that was, you can just sense, okay, this is as far as we're going to go. You may have some fight in you, but it took everything to get past Sacramento last year. I left for vacation during that series wondering, am I going to have a job when I get back to 95-7 the game? And I was hoping and praying I did, and thank God they won. But that Lakers series was, okay, this seems like it's going to be the end of the road for this iteration of the Warriors, whereas this year it feels like every few weeks, there's another bump in the road, whether it's a rotational issue, an injury to Steph, a Draymond suspension, unfortunately, Coach Decky passing away. And feels like every couple of weeks, there's one more thing with the Warriors, whereas this may have been the most tumultuous season Kerr's had to coach under. And then if you miss the playoffs or the play-in, that's a long off season for a team. And maybe it's a good thing. I hate to say it, but that long break might revitalize the young guys and the older guys and refreshing them. But we also had the exact same conversation about Steph. Oh, he's hurt now. He misses 3 games. Once he comes back, he'll be hot. He's great against the Lakers. Since then, he's been back to Steph Curry post All-Star break.
Yeah, just getting back to wrap it up on Steve Kerr. Maybe I'll just rephrase it. Maybe not a hot seat. Maybe that's not where I needed to go. But I do think that for the first time in his career, that he's come under some serious fire where he's even had to admit that was a wrong decision to take Moses Moody out of the game against Sacramento. I think that in retrospect, maybe he would admit that it took too long for him to play Jonathan Kaminga or play him more consistently and or recognize Trace Jackson Davis, that he was a little bit tethered too much to that of the foundational pieces, that being, the core unit of the Golden State Warriors. That there have been some blatant mistakes, whereas in years past, that hasn't necessarily been the case. And I think that, compounded with the fact that if they get passed over by Houston, that puts him in a whole nother light that I don't think we've ever seen Steve Kerr in as a head coach, where he's always been associated with being a winner. And I think that if he doesn't get into the playing game with everything they've been through, everything that I just outlined, I just think that Steve Kerr, when you say the name Steve Kerr, it doesn't carry the same sort of clout as it did in years past. And really quick, just the 415 out here on the text line is saying, Dub Nation, oh no, where is it? So, still a ton of offensive rebounds last night, but don't let the facts get in the way of a great story. I think the 415 was going after me when I said that I think it's time for Trace Jackson Davis to start, because small ball with an old team looks ridiculous. I think that you're right. By the way, 415 is the Golden State Warriors are statistically one of the best rebounding teams in the NBA.
Yeah.
Now, that's statistically based. But within that, you have to keep in mind when you shoot as many threes as the Golden State Warriors, you get the unconventional long rebounds. And the Warriors, it's not so much about rebounds because, yes, they are physical and they do put bodies on people and get, they get their share of rebounds. It's countering the opposing bigs. It's about being able to match up defensively with a Miles Turner.
Yeah.
It's about when Jokic comes to town and he just gets to any spot he wants to. You give me any team in the NBA and I'll give you at least 1 or 2 bigs who, if they want, will just get down to the blocks, we'll just post somebody up, or we'll get easy baskets. So when I talk about vertically challenged or playing small and how they've got to change that, it's not about necessarily, don't just see it through the vacuum of rebounds, but it's matching up with opposing teams' bigs. Because the Warriors would love to get easy baskets. It's so strenuous. It's great when you can shoot threes and you're younger. But it's much more challenging physically, especially when you're Steph Curry and you're 36, or you're Klay Thompson and you're 34, and everybody's in their mid-30s. To shoot threes, you need a handle. You got to come off pin downs. You got to run the floor. You've got to get step-back threes. You got to work to get a three. Sometimes when you're bigger and you just get putbacks, or you just simply give me a jump hook from 6 feet away, you just give me some slop in the paint just to take some of that pressure off of relying so much on three-point baskets. So when I talk about getting bigger as a basketball team, it's not necessarily relegated to exclusively rebounds, because you're right. Statistically, the Golden State Warriors do get their share of rebounds. But it's about matching up with the other bigs in this, not only in the Western Conference, but in the league. The fact, I hope this is the last year we see the Warriors still hanging on to something that they created, which is quote-unquote small ball.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, you asked Steve Kerr after last night's game, hey, Steve, do you need to recalibrate anything you've done? You know what his answer was? I'll play it for you.
No, there's nothing I need to recalibrate. I think we know who our team is. We just have to stay with it. You know, we disappointed, obviously, in this homestand. We were hoping to get all three, and we only got one, and that's put us in a tough spot. So just got to keep plugging away.
That right there is why Warrior fans get upset. I don't need to change anything. And I don't think he means literally anything, but it's we are who we are. We are who we are. And I think for Dub Nation, and even for myself, who really isn't even a Warrior fan, but I have to watch him every single night. Like, as a non-Warrior fan, I get frustrated for Warrior fans because I see them and I'm like, if I had to watch this team for 82 games a year, knowing the potential they have, I understand may not have the perfect pieces in place to play this amazing chess match like they used to. But to hear Steve Kerr say, yeah, we're 18-19 at home, 1.5 games behind the Lakers for the 8th seed, or the 9th seed, and 1.5 above the Rockets for the 11th seed. And to hear, we're fine, just got to stick with it. What you've been sticking with has not worked all year. So what exactly do you need to stick with? How is it not I need to change something? And maybe it's too late in the season to do so, but we're fine, we're good. No, Steve, you are not fine. And Dub Nation has a right when they hear that to say, seriously? What do you mean stick with it? Stick with what? It's not working.
I think just to defend Coach Kerr for a second here, I think with Coach Kerr, first of all, when you're backed into a corner like that, there's not much more you can say because, he's not going to admit to starting Trace Jackson Davis as being the answer. I just don't know what it is that he can do. So from a PR standpoint, he just has to toe the line and saying, yes, no, I'm sticking with these guys. Because anything else, people will read into it and go absolutely nuts, especially with social media being what it is today. And that thing will just travel from city to city, and it'll make its way to ESPN in a matter of moments. Did you hear Steve Kerr said that he's got to make a change, or he's admitting he made mistakes?
They'll ask Bob Myers about it, too, on the next broadcast.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that, in retrospect, he knows he's made mistakes. But yes, he's got to dance with who brought him to the party at this juncture. You got 13 games left in the season. And I still do believe that there's a part of Steve Kerr that believes, and just hanging on like I started the show, that win over the Milwaukee Bucks was not an outlier, was an aberration, but it was, coming off of, think about how they played in the month of February, where they won 10 of 14 games, and they were on the heels of that. They take out Milwaukee after that road trip in which they won 3 of 4. They blow out the Bucks by 35 points, and there was a sense of, there were guys like me that were saying, hey, they can make a deep run in the Western Conference playoffs.
They're ascending, yep.
And then, the next night happens and they lose to Chicago. Your Chicago Bulls. So that's the issue, is that this team's, as much as we want to say that they now have an identity, I still don't know what the hell that is, because this team is so Jekyll and Hyde. And usually when a team can't consistently play well, it gets right back to being an old basketball team.
Yeah.
If you, Sterling Bennett, before we get to a break here, if you were to put this in one or two areas where the Warriors need improvement. Now, obviously, there's a lot of things that you can point at, but what would you say are the most glaring weaknesses after the loss to Indiana and the way they played over the last 2 weeks, if you were to pick one and or two things?
Transition defense has been a problem all year long. Guys not getting back. I don't know if it's an effort thing, but there's too many guys just standing there like, oh, I thought that was your guy. No, just get back. Whether it's Kaminga, it's even Curry sometimes. I think transition defense, when you're on a run and you're trying to make that comeback and you score a bucket and you make it a 2-score game, then bang, you see Halliburton down the court gliding towards the bucket because you're not playing defense. That to me is one of the most glaring needs of this team.
Could it be, again, attributed to age?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe guys are just tired. Maybe guys have little left in the tank.
Yeah, no, because I always begin and end that you're an old basketball team or you're too young. And when you're old, that's playing right into what it is that I'm laying out here, is that you just simply can't get back. You can't get back on defense. I know he lumbers for a big guy, but watch Trace Jackson Davis when he gets out on a break.
Yeah.
Right? Even if he pulls the rebound and gets an outlet, watch him run the floor. He beats Klay Thompson up the floor. Mm-hmm. He'll beat Steph Curry up the floor. He'll beat Draymond Green up the floor. He'll beat CP3 up the floor. And he's not the fastest dude in the world.
How many times have you seen Klay take a three, and it happened against, I think it was Lakers, took a three and walked towards the Warriors bench like it was going in. And I get that, have confidence in yourself, only to miss it, and Lakers are down there scoring a bucket off his guy. It happens all the time. And to me, there's a difference in, it's an age factor, it's an older player who just can't go up down the court for 1,000 times a game. I get that. This is happening in third quarters. Klay isn't the guy running up and down. He's a guy taking spot-up threes because he can't make his own shot anymore. Like, it's not always an age thing. It's an effort issue. And maybe that leans into the age because of the effort, which is fine, but I don't think it's the Warriors need to get younger. I think they need to play with more tenacity at times.
All right, we've got to get to a break. By the way, Klay Thompson, who played very well in that first half, but to your point, he cannot, for whatever reason, put it together for 4 quarters, especially in the second half of basketball games. But he did add 17 points, and he erupted in that first quarter. In fact, he carried the load, not Steph Curry. One thing, though, as we talk about Klay Thompson, as he was in that scoring mode and just lit it up, and he hit another 3, bad shimmy, bro. Really bad shimmy. He's got to work on the shimmy. He's got to go call his man Steph Curry and saying, hey, before today's game, can you just teach me how to work the shoulders so I can get the shimmy down? That was a bad shimmy on the part of Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson, 17 points, but is he too old? What's the future for Klay Thompson? What's the future for the Golden State Warriors? It's Sterling Bennett. It's Dan Devone. It's Warriors This Week. We'll be back with much more right after this.
At Target, our prices for Easter are so low, you can put all your eggs in one basket. Surprise them with Target exclusive.
Now back to Warriors This Week on 95.7 The Game.
It's Dan Avone. It's Sterling Bennett. Yes, Sterling, I know.
I had a point that time.
Mom's not calling in. I'm okay. I know we're live on the air. Text line, Dubs fans say F the LA Fakers. They'll beat them like they did last Saturday on their court on Chase. The reason I read that is because there's a sense of optimism here. Just a little energy, finally. Yeah, come on, man. Screw the Lakers. Get some good San Francisco Chase Center sort of, city vibe going here. It's a good, not everything. It's not the end of the world. You get into that play-in tournament, you take on the Los Angeles Lakers, you'll be all right. I think you can beat the Lakers.
Then
Look
what?
at Shohei's turned into a degenerate gambler, man. LA's falling apart.
I feel like people don't even really care about that in LA. I know here we do because it's Shohei and it's the Dodgers, but I don't think anybody in LA cares. You want to know why? Even if he doesn't play, they'll win 110 games. And they'll win the NL West. They'll be in the playoffs. Like, having him is almost a luxury for them, which is insane to think about.
Yeah, now that is a ridiculous team they have. I would enjoy it, though. I would laugh my ass off if I looked over at the Los Angeles Dodgers and their prize pig over there is just a dude who's betting the under on James Madison last night and then blaming it on his interpreter. And let me just tell you something. The interpreter, especially with those Japanese players, they are very close. And there's another shoe that's going to drop in all of that. Yeah. I do see that someone hanging a line. Speaking of people that gamble for a living, formerly of KPIX, let's just get out to my man, Chuck, who's hanging out in the Midwest somewhere. As I talked about, formerly of KPIX, a guy that was a sportscaster in these parts and sorely missed. Every time I walk down the street, at least twice a week, people ask me, what the hell happened to Chucky Walter? And I'm saying he got run by a bad shop called KPIX who doesn't know what the hell they're doing. Chuck Walter joins us from Chicago. Chucky, what's on your mind?
Oh, how are we, Dan? Still on the morning show. I thought after, they took a look at your 5 Emmys, they'd have you prime time. But still in the morning. Good to see you, big guy. How are we?
Doing well. So any thoughts on, before we get into, of course, the part of the world that you live in, because my man here, Sterling, lives and dies with the Chicago Bulls, but just from afar, I know you keep an eye on the Golden State Warriors. Any sort of general thoughts on where they're at right now after the most recent loss to that of the Indiana Pacers?
I got to be honest with you, Dan. Moving back to the Midwest, I'm back on the college train. I know all the listeners right now are saying, you're an idiot. College stinks. It's an NBA town. This is what we do here. We sit in 35-degree weather with our parkas inside, and we watch terrible basketball for no reason and gamble way too much on it and lose consistently. So, yeah, since I left San Francisco, I've watched maybe 4 games. You ask my wife, Kylan, she could tell you everything about the team. But I'll just be honest with you, Dan. I got nothing to add to the show from that regard.
Okay, well, I'm glad we brought you on. You want to just take us out with some Chicago Bull knowledge from my man Sterling Bennett here?
I don't have any Chicago Bull knowledge. I told you, this is the Midwest, college hoops town. All I care about right now is what's going on with the Auburn Tigers. Took them winning the national championship. They are gone. I took Tominaga making a run because I thought the Japanese Steph Curry was made for March. Instead, they got blasted by Texas A&M. I was crying along with that Dayton Flyers fan because I had Nevada making a run. I mean, my bracket's one of the worst in the country right now, Dan. And I know this is a Warriors show, so I'll let you go. I just wanted to make my presence known in the Bay Area. I'm sure it's beautiful out there. It's awful today in Chicagoland. Miss y'all. Miss the listeners. I know Ernie's out there somewhere. Zion Williamson is back, Ernie. I'm waiting for that Canes, baby.
Hey, tell me this, Chuck. Have you had to this winter? Have you had to dig out your car yet?
Oh, dude, you're gonna hate this. So apparently, in the Bay Area, it's impossible to get tickets because I did not get any tickets while I was in the Bay Area. I've already gotten 3, so my license is on life support right now. The last one that I received, it was due to a frosty back windshield. A frosty back windshield. They pulled me over. They got me. I got court on the 28th.
Man.
You kidding me?
That's wrong. That's wrong. All right, go back into your den in that sub-zero temperature and go bet on everybody out there in the East Regional. By the way, are we taking Oakland over North Carolina State today?
No, we got a 3-game parlay. This is for everyone. We got Oakland money line, we got Iowa State money line, and we are also chipping in with a What should the third money line be in there? Let's go with
Washington State.
I'm going to go with Tennessee money line. That's a 3-gamer. It'll get you plus 158 odds. Slap a saddle on it right at the county fair.
All right, so basically you brought absolutely nothing to the show today. This is great producing on your part. Sterling's telling me we got Chucky coming up today. The show is going to...
No, Dan came in the back and said, Chuck's coming on, get ready. I was like, all right, whatever Dan wants.
Oh, by the way, Chucky, you there?
I get it, guys. It's Warriors Central. Everyone loves the NBA, but you can't take 5 minutes to talk about the tournament?
No, we can't. And by the way, Chucky, this is just for you, man, because you know I love you. Play me out, Sterling. We got it?
We got it. Yeah, there it is.
Hold on. Let me get one, Dan. But he's doing again!
Charlie Walters, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, man. That's
All
great.
right, let's get back to it. So, listen, we're talking
We took a hard pause just for Chuck.
Let's just talk for a second about I got to talk about Jonathan Kaminga just for a second here. Because Jonathan Kaminga last night, I just got to give you his numbers here. And as much as we praise this guy, and he is going to be a future star in this league, I don't think there's any doubt about that. But we do have to highlight his really bad performance.
Yes,
and it was atrocious.
He was bad.
He did finish with double digits. He had 11 points, but he played in 30 minutes. And anybody who watched the game, he looked like Jonathan Kaminga of a year ago. He looked like Jonathan Kaminga of early on in the season where he would just rush.
He's forcing stuff. Yeah, exactly.
And he just seemed as though he was accelerated again.
Yeah.
He just got sped up. I don't know why, or whether that was the defense of Siakam or Turner. Steve Kerr said after the game that it was a good learning experience for Jonathan Kaminga.
I agree. Yeah.
And it was, but therein lies part of the problem here. Is that, you're relying on this guy to potentially be your number 2 scorer to offset Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
Steph Curry, excuse me.
Yeah.
And at the same time admitting that he's still learning. Like this is good experience for him. So I think it adds to sort of where we're at is this continuing conundrum of somebody who's going to be your number 2 to Steph Curry. It's not Jonathan Kaminga. For crying out loud, according to Steve Kerr, he's still gaining experience, and he is.
Right.
And he's going to be a good basketball player.
For another year or two. Like, the more you see, the more you'll learn. I do think, and I think it was Austin who brought up the San Antonio Spurs, where Kawhi got to come in and play pivotal minutes for them while their big 3 was still intact, playing championship-level basketball, whereas Kaminga comes in year 1, they win a championship. Then year 2, the whole pool situation happens, and now it's year 3. He has to be the number 2 guy. Or if he was drafted 5 years ago instead of 3 years ago, entirely different story. Like, he is the number 2 guy next to Steph. It just feels like Kaminga, he got drafted at an awkward part for the Warriors. Whereas now, fast forwarding 3 years ahead of time, we all want him to be the number 2. He looks like he can be a number 2, but like last night, and like you said, even like Steve Kerr said, Kaminga seeing Miles Turner just in the paint, like, you're not going to penetrate that. And there is some naivety to him being so young of like, I can do anything. No, you can't, kid. Like, no, you can't. I'm 6'2", 215 pounds. I'm not fighting a 6'6" guy who's 275. It's not going to happen. Like, you have to know who you are. And sometimes there is a lot of good that come from blind confidence because it can get you a lot of places. Kaminga, I think, has blind confidence in himself where after he makes a dunk or has an amazing layup, he's out there flexing, and that's all great stuff for a young player like himself. But even that confidence, that high confidence he has, where he, as young as he is, told Steve Kerr, play me or trade me. Either I'm going to play or I'm going to go elsewhere. In year 3 of a team that has Steph, Clay, and Dre, you still find games like last night where it's like, hey, take a step back. And he even said 2 nights ago that it took me getting yelled at to wake me up. I do wonder if Kerr yelled at him last night. I don't think he did, but sometimes Kaminga needs a little bit of a shaking to wake him up.
Yeah, I don't think it was one of those where you yell at him. It's not like he missed assignments.
Right.
It's just one of those where he was young and raw again. I think Jonathan Kaminga, as confident as he is, and you're right, I love that confidence where he feels he can take anybody, and he should, and he's probably right. He has to pick his moments, obviously. But what I like about Jonathan Kaminga is while he's overly confident, he's still got this infectious, boyish smile about him.
Yeah, he does.
I like the guy. I don't know. I've never met him, but that's just much like a lot of people love Moses Moody. Demeanor means everything in terms of how you relate and connect to the quote unquote unwashed masses, the fan base. And I think Jonathan Kaminga is a good dude, man. I like the way this guy's put together. But my point being in all of this is that you still need to be patient with him at the end of the day. When I see the Indiana Pacers, I know this isn't fair because it happens at every draft, and there's more than one team that missed on Halliburton. But when you think about the Golden State Warriors and what could have been, with Therese Halliburton on this basketball team right now, had the Warriors not botched that draft. And I'll go a step further. The trade deadline. Pascal Siakam was out there. Now, you may have had to give up Jonathan Kaminga, but let me just ask you, if you had those two basketball players, Therese Halliburton and Pascal Siakam on your team, I mean, what are the Warriors looking like right now? Now, maybe you're without because you would have had to give up draft picks and probably, I'm assuming, Jonathan Kaminga, but do you look at Indiana last night and say, wow, Therese Halliburton and Pascal Siakam could have been Golden State Warriors to go along with everything else we have?
I would say the Siakam one is, of those two players, the one I point to and say, wow, what could have been this year? Because the Halliburton one's tough because you could have picked him, sure, and that's fine and all, but this year, had you traded Wiggins and maybe some picks for Siakam, and who knows, if they wanted Kaminga, it's probably a deal breaker because I like you and I agree with, he can be something really special. And I would not want to part with that, but watching Siakam last night, I don't want to say tear down Golden State, but have a great game against the Warriors and be a presence in the paint and give the Pacers something you wish the Golden State Warriors had. And then you see Andrew Wiggins last night and you're like, oh my gosh, like what I would do to get that guy, and you could have had that guy. Now the price may have been high, but I think if you are Golden State, there might be some, I guess, non-buyer's remorse because you didn't pay for anybody, but I do think the Golden State Warriors wish they would have gotten Pascal Siakam. I really do.
25 and 16 last night for Pascal Siakam. Now, keep in mind that you're going to have to pay him. He's going to be an unrestricted free agent at the end of the season. Or he's just signed a deal with Indiana, I want to say.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so the Warriors would have had to pay Pascal Siakam and also risk potentially losing him at the end of the year. But I think anybody knows that if the Warriors pulled the trigger on a trade for Pascal Siakam, we're obviously talking about something that's it's not going to happen because he's now a member of the Indiana Pacers. But had he come to the Golden State Warriors, it was a conversation that the Warriors, and whether it's Dunleavy or Joe Lacob, would have had without a Pascal Siakam to make sure that he was going to re-up with Golden State before you make that trade, which is pretty much what took place out there in Indiana as he re-signed with the Indiana Pacers.
I actually think he's a...
Oh, is he? He has
this last year's deal, yeah. He's a UFA after this year, yeah.
All right. Well, it's expected that he's going back to the Indiana Pacers.
But even then, you take Chris Paul's money off the books, you take Wiggins' money off the books, like, I get you got to pay Clay, and it's all, what ifs and whatevers, but, man, like, if you are Mike Dunleavy, who I think has done a great job in his first year as a GM, like, a lot of hate going from Bob Myers to Dunleavy, trading Poole away, extending Draymond. There's a lot of conversations as to who is this guy, and there was a lot of talk of, was his demeanor as a player going to carry over into him being a GM? And I do think that Dunleavy's done a great job for Golden State. But if there is one move I think he wish he would have made this year, it's getting Pascal Siakam. Get rid of Wiggins, and maybe Andrew goes away and can figure the off-the-court stuff out.
What about Kaminga?
Again, that's the part where it's like, and
would you trade Kaminga to get Pascal Siakam?
No. And I think that's probably where the deal fell apart, because I don't think I would. And maybe that's because even with Siakam this year, let's say it's Curry and Clay and Siakam and Draymond, does that team win a title? Does that team make you a 6 seed? I don't think so.
With Therese Halliburton?
Well, then you have a different starting five, but take out Halliburton. If you just have Siakam, how much better is this team today?
Yeah, I would agree with you.
4 wins, which is 8 seed, which is great, but are you that much better?
And you have to win now.
Yeah.
Or you have to win next year. because he's, I want to say, 31 years of age. So when you do the math, Jonathan Kaminga, 4 years from now is going to be, 25? I mean, it's scary to think where Jonathan Kaminga is going to be. So Pascal Siakam, I'm not saying that they shouldn't have done it, but if you are, it's about the here and now, and it's about winning titles this year and or next year or over the next 2 or 3 years and sort of matching that window of that of Steph Curry.
What is the Warriors' window, though? Because I know we talk about, in a couple years.
It's Steph Curry.
Right, but so in a couple years, Steph is what, 37, 36?
2 years, he's going to be 38.
Okay, so like that right there, like Steph right now, you can argue for as great as he has been, for as great as he is, can Steph Curry today be your number one? I think for the most part, yes. But I don't think he can be your number one going into a playoff series. And I love Steph. He is...
Right now, you mean?
Yes. Like, right now, is Steph Curry enough to win you a title himself? No. In 2 years, Steph, like, even less will be enough to win you a title. Like, you're going to have a much deeper roster around him that is minus Wiggins, minus Chris Paul, probably younger. Like, you're going to have not just a one. You're going to have a 1, a 2, and a 3 with Clay. And again, that's not a knock on Curry. He'll be 38. What 38-year-old is number one on any team? None of them. They're all older guys that are like, I'm scoring 12 points a game. Curry probably give you 20 still, but can he be number one? I don't think so.
No, he can't. And this gets back to what it is that I said earlier when it comes to LeBron James, who when he was in his mid to late 30s, saw the writing on the wall, recognized that while I'm still a very dominant, one of the best basketball players in the NBA, I need help. I'm going to go out and get Anthony Davis, who happens to be the best basketball player available, and that's how you continue winning. And you have to be a little GM. The fact that the Golden State Warriors are so one-dimensional, and you don't even have to look 2 years from now and or even this year. Going into this season, it was an issue.
Yeah.
Remember how they ended things with the Los Angeles Lakers in Game 6 of a year ago in the playoffs?
Oh, like it was yesterday.
It was clearly, to me at least, the minute the buzzer sounded and the game was over, my immediate thought was, you need to get Steph some help.
Yep.
He carried you against Sacramento. He did all he could against the Los Angeles Lakers. There's nobody else who's an offensive threat. And it was so clear that the Los Angeles Lakers just said, man, we're just going after number 30. Let's just double team him. We'll throw 3 dudes at him the minute he crosses the timeline because there's nobody else that's a scoring threat. The Andrew Wiggins of then, a year ago, because we're talking about last year, that's just a ghost. That ain't going to hurt us.
He's a ghost now.
And just jump Steph Curry. And that's the same scenario that we're looking at right now. So Steph needs help. Steph is, and it's not about a project. It's not even Jonathan Kaminga, as good as he might be. Because just once again, quote Steve Kerr, it's still an experience for him. He's still getting experience. He's still learning on the job. They've got to go get a bona fide star. They've got to go get somebody who's giving you 25 points a game that's a perennial all-star. Who that is, I don't know. Do they have enough assets to lure that person to the Warriors? Do they have enough draft picks? Is Kaminga once again back on the table? I don't know how you get it done. But if Steph Curry continues to be part of the process going forward, which I'm assuming he is.
He needs to be.
He needs help. And it's help of somebody who's legitimately bona fide stamped as a star in this league.
And that's why I don't think you move Kaminga. Because, well, yes, he may be a project still, or at least is an up-and-coming star you hope can be a number 2. Maybe in 2 years' time, Kaminga is this amazing all-star player, which I think he's on the way there eventually by the way he plays. Like, there's too much explosiveness and spring in his step to not be one of the best penetrating forwards in basketball. Like, he's just like, and the more he plays, better he'll get, right? The more savvy he'll be when it comes to not attacking Miles Turner straight up in the paint. You're not going to win that battle. But that, I think, is why you don't trade Kaminga. That's why you let Chris Paul go. That's why I think, to a certain degree, especially this year, there may be some, should we have actually paid Draymond? Like, I know that's a whole bigger conversation as to who Draymond is as a person and whatnot, but I do think the Golden State Warriors find themselves caught in between, just like they have been the past 3 seasons. Then it was 2 timelines. Now it's, what is our timeline? Do we want to go for it all? Can we afford to go for it all? Well, now we have these young guys playing well. Okay, we don't want to move off of them. Okay, but now you, again, find yourself, we have an aging core and a bunch of young guys we hope can be something. And you don't know what side of the fence you want to sit on. Do you want to go all in on Curry and Dre and Clay? Fine. If you want to do that, you have to realize what your team is going to be. And it's who they are now. Older, aging vets that can win 39 games, 40 games a year, but don't have enough to be a 9 or 8 or 7 seed. You're with this team now, as it current stands, if they go into next year, which again is 13 games away and a playoff run away maybe, you are going to be the exact same team you were this year. The exact same team. That it just isn't good enough. And sure, you have part of the fan base on the text line saying they have a run in them still, and they might. My question is, why do you believe that? What has this team shown you they have a run left in them? I haven't seen it all year. Couple big games, a win against the Bucks, cool, great. Wow. Kenny Atkinson coaches a great win, and they look refreshed, and look what this team can be. That's not who this team is, though. This team is a team that loses to the Knicks, that are shorthanded, that is surviving and gripping on with the thinnest of ropes onto that 10th seed, hoping a young Rockets team doesn't overtake them. Like, this team now does not give me hope they can win anything.
Well, I guess if you were to look at the two teams that you just mentioned, the New York Knicks and the Indiana Pacers, the two teams that beat them this week, and sandwiched in between that, they beat Memphis, that they beat the New York Knicks, and they walloped them pretty good in New York at the Garden at the back end of a long road trip. So I think somewhere they know that they can do this. It's the same Knick team. Again, they were banged up in New York, but it wasn't even close. They got out and they boat raced the Knicks right from the jump.
Is it Chase Center then? That's the problem.
And the same thing with the Indiana Pacers at Indiana. Now, Halliburton was in a minutes restriction at the time, but they took it to the Indiana Pacers, and both were convincing victories. So I think within that, I think there's a level of confidence, and maybe it goes back to, well, I know it's a bit of a reach, but me thinking that this is a team that could make a run in the postseason. When you think about that, they've been with just about everybody in the NBA this year. And I'm talking about losses to Oklahoma, wins against Oklahoma, Minnesota, they've played them tooth and nail. The Denver Nuggets, even though they've lost every game to Denver, a lot of those are going right down to the wire. My point in all of this is that now the Denver Nuggets have sort of separated themselves from everybody else in the West, in my estimation. But the Minnesota Timberwolves, again, should not keep you. That's not the reason for you to be sleepless because of the T-Wolves or because of OKC or because of an aging Clipper team or because of the Sacramento Kings. Those teams right now are better than the Golden State Warriors, especially with the Warriors losing to Indiana. Yeah, I'm not an idiot. I get it. But the Warriors, if they find another gear, if Trace Jackson is rejecting Giannis and you get that energy and Steph turns it on for, a couple of weeks, making a run in the Western Conference this year is not beyond the realm of possibilities, as ridiculous as that might sound. Again, when you think about the teams that they lost to this week, the New York Knicks, which beat them up, and the Warriors have no excuses, we're at full strength. Meanwhile, the Knicks, they got everybody. It's like a mash unit. Everybody's hurt on that team. They took it to the Knicks in New York less than a month ago. Same thing with the Indiana Pacers. So there's just a fine line between the Warriors and that team that defeated the Milwaukee Bucks by 35 and the team that just lost 2 of 3 at home. So, that... Oh, you want to get Time Traveler before we get out? Oh, no, we're late.
We can. We're good.
You sure?
Yeah, we're good.
Time Traveler, we're on the clock here, but let's hear what you got to say. Welcome to Warriors this week.
I got a lot to say. Will you please let me come back after the break?
Oh, Tom, I love you. Let's do that. Tom, we don't want to rip you off. Tom, hang on.
Let me come back after the break.
Yeah, no doubt. Just hang right where you are. Couple of minutes, and you come back, and you come back strong. The rest of the callers, we see you're stacking up there. 888-957-9570. Time Traveler. We're teasing Time Traveler as we go to a break. Oh, you better come strong with the time. We'll be back right after this.
Research going.
Surprising. After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Warriors This Week on 95.7 The Game.
Sterling Bennett and Dan Devone, final hour in Warriors This Week. The Golden State Warriors losers to the Indiana Pacers by 11 last night. 3 games now over 500. They are a game and a half behind that of the Los Angeles Lakers for the number 9 seed. 4 games behind the Sacramento Kings, I believe, for the 8th seed. I want to say, look at it right now. Hold on here. Yeah, you are.
I think it's 8th seed. Yeah.
You're 4 games behind the Kings for the 8 seed, 4.5 behind the Suns for the 7 seed, and also 4.5 behind the Mavericks for the 6 seed. So 4.5,
which seems insurmountable, right?
With 13 left.
Yeah, 4 is darn near impossible. Like the NBA, arguably, is the toughest of the big 3 sports to come from behind in.
Yes,
and so for Golden State, while they have some space between them and Houston, that 6 seed's out of the question, and I can argue the 8 seed's out of the question. Like, can you catch up 2 games, 3 games, 4 games? No.
Game and a half behind the Los Angeles Lakers, and while
that's
we
feasible.
Continue to look ahead, they also have to look over their shoulder at the on-charging Houston Rockets, who are now just 2 games behind the Golden State Warriors. And as you talked about, the Warriors are idle today. However, the Rockets have the Utah Jazz, so that lead could be down to a game and a half as the Warriors then have to go on the road. And then they got to take on the Minnesota Timberwolves, then travel to the state of Florida. They meet the Heat and the Magic in back-to-back games, a date with the Hornets, then out to Texas with a game against the San Antonio Spurs before they return home against the Dallas Mavericks before going back on the road. So I think that this entire season, as far as a play-in, a lot will be determined. We'll know a lot more about this team when we do this show this time next week as they go on a very, very challenging road trip. All right, we teased time traveler going into the break. Time was able to hang out during the commercial. So let's get to Time Traveler, who wants to talk about the Warriors, and he has the explanation as to why they're in the position they're currently in. Time Traveler, what do you say? Welcome to Warriors This Week.
Good morning, gentlemen, and I appreciate you letting me hang on. I really do. Listen to you every week, when I can. And but let's get to the point. Look, you have to go to the top. You got to go to the top. The coach, Steve Kerr, is the main reason that the Warriors are in the position they're in now because of the decisions he made. He messed away, and I don't want to use another word because I'm an older gentleman in my mid-70s. He messed away at least 12 games this year that I really just zeroed in on. Let's just say if they had 6 of those games, he allowed them to win 6 of those games, look where they would be now. But let's go back and let's go do some specifics. Let's go to the Denver game. Denver can't beat too many teams unless if Jamal Murray is not on the floor. Kaminga was kicking him all over the floor because they didn't have nobody else to guard him. Had him with 4 fouls. And Steve Kerr looked over at Mike Malone and said, y'all can't stop Kaminga, but I'll stop him. I'm going to keep him on the bench for the last 18 minutes. What happened? They lost. Let's go to Sacramento. 4th quarter. Moody hit 11 points in a row. Curry was on the floor, and he hadn't even scored. He looks over at Mike Brown and said, y'all can't stop him, but I'll stop him. He took him out of the game. He said he didn't know what was going on. He go to New York. Let's go to New York. Moody shut this guy down. Brunson, everybody saw it. You saw it. I saw it. Shut him down. The Warriors won easily. You get back home, here come New York in town. And I had a bad feeling about 5:30 before that game. I said, well, he surely is not going to not start Moody on this game. Let him shut this guy down again. And guess what happened? No Moody in the lineup. And next thing you know, it was reversed. The way they started off in New York, that's the way New York started off here. And you say, well, what is the explanation for that? Why is he doing this stuff? You know, you keep looking at I can go back to several other games where he messed it away because he didn't know what to do. And then one of his most egregious areas, and I give him the benefit of the doubt. I said, I want to see. He said, Prudencio has got to play. He connects us. He got to play. I said, okay, let's see what he got. But when you look at that, in the history of the NBA, there's never been a small backcourt that won anything. And much less you put a 36-year-old guy and a rookie who was not a lottery player in the lineup, and say you're going to stop somebody. You can't do that. Look at what happened to Portland. Portland wasted away all those years with Lillard because they had another small backcourt, and they wouldn't trade for a bigger backcourt guy.
C.J. McCollum.
They never won anything. That's right. They never won anything. And now Lillard is left, and you got nothing. And that's what's going to happen with Kerr. But what I'm saying is, Podziemski would be much better playing against second-team players than first-team players because he can't guard one of those big guards. You got to take one of your front court guard guys like a Wiggins or Kaminga and put on his man. That screws up the defense. Then everybody's in a scramble mode, and that's why these guys keep walking down the lane and getting easy layups on the Warriors. Put a bigger guy in there. He may not be able because the only way Podziemski can stay in that lineup, he's got to give you between 20, 25, or 30 points a game to compensate for his problems on defense. He can guard off the ball, by running and getting charges, but he can't guard on the ball because he ain't strong enough and his feet are too slow. He needs to go in the off season. He needs to go and get with some young girls who know how to do that double dutch so they can make his feet quicker. And he needs to get in the weight room and get stronger so when you get up on a guy, he can't push him off and get around him because he can't block his shot. He has to be able to stay in front of a guy. So he need to take Podziemski out of the starting lineup and put him back on the bench where he'd be more successful and more helpful to the Warriors. Now you got Clay, Podziemski, and the old guy, CP3, coming off the bench. That's a better situation for the Warriors than if they would have. But Steve Kerr said, no, he connects us. He's got to stay in the lineup. Well, what did he connect you to? 10th, you headed for 11th place? I'm being honest with you. I don't believe they can get to this. I don't believe they can hang on to this 10th spot.
Well, hold on.
I just don't.
Who would you want to start in place of Podziemski? Because I think your answer may get us to what the Warriors' biggest issue is.
He said Clay.
Clay? Okay.
No, not Clay. Clay has to stay back on the bench because you took Clay out of the lineup for the very look. When the Warriors was winning, what did they have? They had Kerr and Clay. But why did that work? Clay was a knockdown shooter, but he was an all-world defender.
Yep.
That's why that worked. That's why they got rid of what's his name? They traded to Milwaukee for the guy. What's the guy?
Monte?
That had yes. That's why they traded away him because he was too small. You couldn't have a too small backcourt.
Okay.
So
who starts in place of Podziemski then?
You have to take the only person on this team would work since he shut that guy down in New York. You see what he get. Moses Moody. You say he got a little potential there. What if he'd have started him against the Knicks here at home? Say he shut him down again. You building confidence in him. You building confidence in the team. He said, well, maybe he can shut down Devin Booker or the guy with Denver. Give him a shot at that. But that's the only chance you got with this team. We can talk about the off season and what might happen next year. Again, this is why I wouldn't have given Steve Kerr a new contract until the end of the season because he said if they in the lottery, big change is going to have to come. Well, to me, when he said big change is going to come, that means the coach too. Because you don't want the coach coaching more younger players. It's going to be hard to go out and find. People keep saying, well, go out and bring in a 30-point guy. You can't bring in a 30-point guy. How you going to bring in a 30? They cost a lot of money. You're going to have to get younger. That's the only way, unless you're going to bring these guys back, and I don't see how you can bring these guys back. All these guys finishing in 11th place. This is why I would have never gave the coach an extension until the season was over and see where it be. And because he just made too many egregious mistakes that a high school coach would make. The man been around basketball too long to make these kind of mistakes. And then he said, well, I thought this was going to work. Well, you thought. Well, how come nobody else thought these things were going to work?
Well, that right there. So you want to start Moses Moody, and you think that may be a solution to Podziemski going to the bench, which I don't disagree in the fact that Podziemski should be a bench player. I think he would help strengthen the depth of this team. He would give that bench, which has an older Chris Paul, an older Klay Thompson that just isn't the defender he once was. It'll give them a good defender next to them. But is Moses Moody the solution to this team's woes? You're not starting Wiggins. You're just not. Okay, so you're going to start Trace Jackson Davis. Okay, we can certainly have the conversation. But you put Moses Moody in, who I think me and you both like, Dan. But Moses Moody, when he's not starting, when someone else gets hurt or goes away like Wiggins, he's not playing. So we're asking Steve Kerr, and whether it's right or wrong, we're asking Steve Kerr to start a player he doesn't even feel comfortable playing most nights. Why would he do that? Why?
He wouldn't. Although I do think Time Traveler makes a good point that Moses Moody, don't forget, got the start against the New York Knicks because Andrew Wiggins was out because of personal reasons.
Correct.
So I think if there's a vulnerable area, once again, it gets back to Andrew Wiggins as a starter on this basketball team. I don't, maybe as much as some of the others, Time Traveler and yourself apparently, I don't have an issue with Podziemski being a starter. Now, I think Podziemski, he's hit, whether it's the rookie wall,
right.
He's not as impactful as he was a couple of weeks back or early on in the season, so he's going through a little something right now. His shot's not necessarily there, but I still believe in this guy. I still think he makes you a better basketball team, and I also think Clay has proven to everybody that if he's going to have any longevity in the NBA going forward, it's going to be in his new role as coming off the bench. He's been very effective at that, and I don't necessarily see Podziemski being taken advantage of defensively. In fact, I think he can hold his own from a defensive standpoint. And the fact that this guy rebounds the basketball on both ends as effectively as he does, I don't have this statistically to support this, but how many two guards rebound the ball as frequently as he does? He obviously leads the league in charges. I think his defense does not concern me nearly as much as maybe others. I think the big concern with Podziemski is just sort of he's hit a bit of a rut here. But I still believe in the fact that he has a high-level IQ. As long as the Warriors and Steve Kerr are still running things, he's the perfect guy to execute that offense. And this phrase has been used way too much, but he does connect guys, and he knows how to balance the floor, and he knows how to distribute the basketball, and that all means something. I don't have an issue with Podziemski starting because it's proven that it's worked, especially with Klay Thompson going to the bench and being as effective as he's been. Andrew Wiggins starting, however, I mean, what is it that we do with this guy going forward?
Right.
Like, where do we continue to roll him out?
Well, you can't DMP him.
No, I still think he's part of your rotation. But again, the idea of Trace Jackson-Davis jumping him should be something that I think gives some level of serious consideration. Let's get back out to the phone lines, man. I almost missed her. How could I have done that? Robin, it's been a while. 888-957-9570. Let's say hello to Robin in San Francisco. Hi, Robin.
Hi, Sugar. How you doing?
I'm well.
So, can I ask you a quick question? Because I didn't call for this, but was that guy from these parts that was just on?
Time Traveler?
Yeah.
I have no. Where was Time Traveler?
Didn't say.
Didn't say. We don't know.
He's lost in space and time.
Well, I have a hard time believing where he's from here because everyone knows, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong, because I admit when I'm wrong, because to stick to something that is not right is pure ignorance. They got rid of Monte because he refused to play with Curry. He wouldn't even pass him the ball half the time, okay? So I don't know what dude talking about, okay? They chose Curry over him. So, first of all, don't speak on something you don't know about. Now, what he said was the front court was too small, and he's right. But that's not why they got rid of him, okay? And y'all laughing, so y'all must not agree with that. so this one, I mean, really, though. And then I also think that it's lazy thinking to always blame the coach. I really do, because you don't really know what's going on 100% practices and, everything sometimes. And with this team that the Warriors have, which is less talented than when they won the championship 2 years ago, you have to, he's searching for lineups, combination, because you need talent to win, okay? And so I think everyone's like, oh, we're champions, we need to be here. No. We have become a victim. Warriors have become a victim of their own success. They don't have the assets and none of that. And if you look at what's on the court, I think Steve Kerr, he's admitted to his mistakes. How are you going to fault him out of 6 games, out of 82 games, and he needs to go? He's done a great job getting to where he's with the team that he has, okay? And then that's one way to look at it. You can look at it half full, you can look at it half empty. Last thing I want to say to you, Dan, it's not getting down your case, okay? It's just that LeBron decided that he couldn't win without help when he left and went to Miami because that owner wouldn't give him help. And then the reason why he went back to Cleveland is because he had help. Nobody, because why would he leave Cleveland, right? Even though I think some of his moves were foul, why would he leave Cleveland to go to L.A. to end up in the same situation, carrying a bunch of youngsters doing all the weight? Now, I do think they moves was foul, didn't they, D? But that's a whole nother topic, right? Nobody goes back to the same situation that they were in because life is about progressing, not regressing. That's all I want to say, you guys. I hope you have a lovely weekend after you get through hearing us complain all damn day long.
Robin makes a good point when you think about Steve Kerr and sort of, reaching to this point where it's like, wow, I've got nothing left. Because all year long, really, it's been sort of this, when Draymond comes back, Steph's hurt, GP's out, CP3's gone, Jonathan Kaminga's too young. When this all comes together, we're going to be a good basketball team. All these moving pieces. Can we get a starting rotation? Who is going to be the starting five? Well, now he has a starting five. He's gone through all of this probing to try and find the right personnel. Well, he found it because now he's got Podziemski. Whether you love it or hate it, it's been effective with Podziemski at the 2. Steph obviously starting. Jonathan Kaminga now in the starting lineup. Draymond's back. And Andrew Wiggins holds down the other forward spot. That's your front line. So he found his starting lineup. And now the rotation, which was a question a year ago, I've got to find the right guys. He searched for it for a while, and now he's got Clay coming off the bench. He's got CP3. It all makes sense. Moses Moody's even getting run now. Trace Jackson Davis is the first guy to replace Draymond or to be the center off the bench. He's jumped both Dario Saric as well as Kevon Looney. So everything is there. So now you say to yourself, okay, well, you spent a good portion of the season trying to find the right personnel, the right matchups, the right rotation. Now you have it, and now you lose to the Pacers, you lose to the Knicks, and you're still crap in the bed. Why is it happening?
What does that tell you?
It's talent.
Exactly.
It's now all those other things now. Well, you don't have that crutch because everything's in place. Now you just look at your bench and you're like, where do I turn to now? I just don't have guys that can fill it up and or be young and do the sort of things in order to be competitive with the other teams in the NBA.
So take last year's team. They're starting Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome in certain aspects, and those guys are getting big minutes for you where the fan base is begging for Kaminga and Moody to get some run and other players as well. This year's team, to me, roster construction-wise, is better than last year's team by far. And all that to say, you find yourself in a worse position than you did last year. The West has undoubtedly gotten better around you, and you've, in a way, stayed stagnant. You've made minor improvements. Poole, now CP3. You've gotten Pod, you've gotten Trace Jackson Davis, who are young players that you hopefully can sprout into.
One could argue that those guys were not in the fold during the offseason. You got CP3,
you're right.
And that was it. Nobody considered Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis as being rotational pieces.
Right. But now you're sitting where you're at now, right? Where you're 2 games, game and a half above the Rockets and a game and a half, 2 behind the Lakers for the 9 seed. When I watch this Warriors team play, it's not because they don't have guys you think won't be able to contribute or players you can't point to and say, man, give them a little bit more time, they're going to be something. It's that they're in a window that dictates you have to win now. You have Curry under contract, you extended Kerr, you've extended Draymond Green. But what has happened all year? Like you already said, Paul's been hurt, Curry got hurt, Wiggins has been gone, and Kerr has been trying to find that lineup, but 69 games in, I do think a large portion of the fan base that was once positive of this team can make a run is sitting back saying, hey, we just don't have the starting lineup to compete with other teams. You have nice pieces. You have you have beneficial personnel with Kaminga and Moody, and you have guys that can contribute, but what you don't have is the talent to compete in a deep Western Conference where LeBron James, arguably the greatest player of all time, is the 9 seed. And he's having an amazing season still. Teams like OKC, who was not good 3-4 years ago, is now what, the 1 seed? Like, or 2 seed now? Like, young teams are coming up and they're fighting and they're pushing you further and further down while you have made no major improvements. You made small ones, but you've not made enough to keep up with the rest of your competition. And that's why the Warriors are right now the 10 seed. Like, that's exactly why they're the 10 seed.
But couldn't we foresee this coming during the offseason? Didn't everybody say you need to go get another score along with it? It's like, are we surprised that we're here?
No. And, well, I think some fans are because, Curry and Clay and Dre, that's not how they are anymore. They can be good players still, but the offseason, and it's not even been it's not even last offseason, it's 2 seasons ago when they won a championship, or I guess it's 3 seasons now, but like there was so much success, there's so much hope. Oh, wait till Kaminga's giving Moody and Poole, like there was this foresight of, man, I can't wait till that happens. And then it falls apart for a variety of reasons, mainly Draymond and Poole get into it and whatnot, but it does feel like that the Warriors know they have to get better. They just can't make the splash to get better. Like OKC, like Denver, like other teams ahead of them. They have to make the marginal improvements. Pods, Chris Paul for Poole, getting in Trace Jackson Davis, getting in a Dario Saric who has fallen off a cliff, hoping Wiggins can cling to life again. Like they don't have the draft picks or the money to make that splash. So what did we expect coming into the year? I thought, hey, maybe you can be a 6 seed. Some fans thought 4 seed. Watching them play, you're lucky to be the 9 seed.
It looks as though we might be witnessing the beginning of the end as far as the dynasty, if I was to read you correct. Let me ask you one more thing before we get to the break. Is it not by accident that, or is it, when you think about the 9 and the 10 seeds are LeBron James, Steph Curry, is this just, are we witnessing not like, oh my goodness, it's LeBron James and how do they get to the 9 seed and Steph Curry? I mean, it's such a talented and deep Western Conference. Are we not witnessing the official changing of the guard here? It's like out with goodbye LeBron and Steph. It's remarkable memories. It's time to issue in the new. And the new being Chet Holmgren, the new being Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the new being Ant-Man out in Minnesota, the new being everybody, with Sacramento. Like these are the teams that now are looking with everything in front of them as we usher out the old being Steph and LeBron James. Is this just sort of, is it almost ceremonial what it is we're witnessing in the 9 and 10 seed in the rest of the Western Conference?
I think so, because the NBA play-in tournament was supposed to be, let's expose these young stars on maybe bad teams that are up and coming to the rest of the world. And now it's become, let's have these young or these older veteran players that maybe are Hall of Famers cling to a playoff spot to the end of the year so they can play a younger team. But you are seeing Curry and Clay and LeBron and Anthony Davis and whatnot kind of, we've kind of seen the younger teams just usurp the older guys and just jump up, and you've seen the older teams like the Lakers, who were good last year, the Warriors, who were good last year, get pushed down and down and down, where even a team like Sacramento, who's lighting the beam on most nights, and they're having a fine season, although they're not playing great right now.
Got beat by the Wizards the other night.
They're not playing great right now. Like, I think the NBA would want the NBA play-in tournament to be young teams up and coming, whereas this year and even last year it was older teams, vets who don't want to play half a season, can't play a full season, just fighting to stay in. And now it's gone from a showcase for young stars to, well, the vets can get in there, the future Hall of Famers can get in, and let's see if they can do some damage. And I do think it is seeing the younger guys step up, it really is that changing of the guard.
All right, we continue here on 95.7 The Game. We wrap up the show. We see some of you on the phone line, 888-957-9570. That's 888-957-9570. Your final thoughts on the Golden State Warriors before they embark on a really difficult road trip. Is it the beginning of the end, or do you still think that this team has got something left in the tank where they can make a run in the postseason this year? We'll be back to discuss and wrap up the show right after this.
Are you curious about who on?
Now back to Warriors This Week on 95.7 The Game.
Last half hour with Sterling Bennett. It's Dan Devone, the text line. Sterling shouting out, just like it was time to move on from Jimmy G and move to Brock Purdy, is it time to move on from everyone? In reference to the Golden State Warriors.
Is that the Let Jimmy Jacket guy? Is that who it is?
No, but we had to work in Let Jimmy Jacket, wherever you are, 510.
He was
there
like
you go.
Clay Jacket last night. I don't know who that guy is, but he's great.
So, Jimmy G, now with the Los Angeles Rams. Don't want to do too much into that, but could Jimmy G rear his head? Because you know it's a matter of time before Stafford goes out with an injury. And Jimmy G, doing the San Francisco, could he come back to haunt the 49ers this time in a Rams uniform?
I told my fiance when we moved down there, Southern California, that when the Niners don't play, we will go see a Rams game, and I'm hoping Jimmy Garoppolo plays. She loves Jimmy G, mainly for his looks, but she loves Jimmy G.
Oh, that's good. I tell you what, by the way, not to be that guy, some cheese balls dropping names, but I'm going to drop a name. I can hook you up with Ram tickets. I just didn't know anybody could use them.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. So my story is, you probably already heard this. So Kevin Demoff is the president of the team.
Okay.
So I had to do an event there a couple of months back, or more than a couple of months, and I was speaking at this thing, and he was there. It was all like the who's who of LA.
Right.
I was just part of a panel, I should say. There were big time speakers there.
Don't sell yourself short.
No, this is like Westbrook, Embiid was there. It was
man.
all these. And so anyways, during the breaks, I would go outside because it was LA. I wanted some fresh air and
some smog.
People in between, in between the talks, there was food. It was just very much she West Hollywood, right there on Sunset, this beautiful hotel. It was what it embodied. It was such a prototypical LA event, all the pretty people. So I was there and I was outside, and I started to this conversation with this guy who was so unassuming. He was wearing jeans. He had glasses. I thought he literally was like with the catering service, so that he worked there. And so we started talking. We talking sports, and I said, "Yeah, I'm from San Francisco, man." So it's sort of built in my DNA. The Dodgers suck. Hate the Rams. Everything sucks in LA. And I'm like, "So what are you doing?" He's like, "Well, I'm the president of the Los Angeles Rams." Kevin Demoff is the most unassuming guy.
Like,
I've
never
ever
mind.
seen.
I love the Rams.
So anyways, we got into this long discussion. It turns out we had a mutual friend, and it's Hugh Millen, who I used to do a show with. Hugh Millen, who was a former quarterback with the Rams. And I remember Hugh had mentioned his name, and he and I did a show back in Seattle. He's like, "Oh, yeah, how is Hugh doing?" Anyways, we got into this long conversation, stayed friends. And so he offered me tickets to the Rams twice last year, but I wasn't around. I don't live in the area.
What games were they?
It was Arizona, and then was Pittsburgh there last year?
They may have been. So they gave you the bad games.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. But, yeah, you're right.
But still, it's free tickets.
Yeah, so anyways.
To SoFi.
I'll throw you, so I'll just, and plus, I was curious to see where Kevin Demoff, the president, is going to sit.
Right.
So it would have been sweet. So now that for you and your fiance.
He's at the very top. The very top. Just looking down all the peasants watching him. Buying $13 beers and $20 hot dogs.
I guess the big question now, is it time, if I'm to read the text line right, is it time to move off on everybody, meaning move off on, listen, what we talk about, in all seriousness, the core.
Yeah.
To me, there is no longer a core. There is there is Steph Curry. Yeah. I don't associate Klay Thompson and even Draymond Green. Last night, I don't know, you said maybe he was dealing with an injury. He looked as though he checked out of that basketball game. He was nowhere near.
Well, he has the back injury that
he has
lingers,
the back injury, but
which in itself is concerning. Like, is that going to linger the next 4 years of your contract?
Well, but he's been so good since he's come back.
Yeah.
But last night, and again, everybody played poorly last night, including Steph, despite his 25 and 11 to 25 points and 11 rebounds. So just a bad performance, especially by Jonathan Kaminga, but go right on down the list. TJD, I think, had a solid performance, but it was not a good performance by anybody last night, especially Draymond Green. But if they moved off of Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, if I'm the Golden State Warriors, yeah, you can come back. You scoffed at our offer apparently over the offseason. If we were to believe reports and we put $25 million on the table, you're getting 20 mil tops.
So you're getting less now.
Yeah, you're between 20 and 24. Maybe I'll give you we offered you 25 when you thought you were a starter. You have to keep in mind that now you're leveraging. If you're Klay Thompson and his agent, you're coming from the leverage of, or the position of being a bench player.
Right, but other teams could say, come be a starter for us, and we'll give you 30.
Then, my man.
See you later.
Yeah.
Sayonara,
do I have to break out the sayonara, Klay Thompson? We're not going there.
Right.
You have got to be cost effective in order for it to make sense for us to keep now a bench player. Okay. Otherwise, we got to go in another direction. And that's just the reality right now, that it's Steph. It's not a core to me. It's Steph, and then everybody else is up for reassessment.
Okay.
I mean, Wiggins, but the question then becomes, if I was to package all of those guys, CP3, Wiggins, Klay Thompson, I'll even throw, for the sake of conversation and Sports Talk Radio, I'll throw in Draymond Green. What exactly is it that I'm getting back? Are we getting back that bona fide star that Steph so desperately needs?
No. You are getting, so you're essentially trading away marginal starters and bench players, and you want a star? It's not going to happen.
Who are all 34?
Exactly. The best bet for Golden State is you get Klay for a little cheaper, you say goodbye to Chris Paul, and you can trade Andrew Wiggins and hopefully get some picks or a handful of players to help strengthen your depth. And then you either sign somebody, or Kaminga takes the next step, Pods in year 2, and Trayce Jackson-Davis in year 2. Maybe Kevon Looney can re-find it again. There really isn't a way out of this, is the troubling sight for Golden State of, you and me can talk for the last 3 hours about where do they go? Is there a direction out of where they're currently at? And in that same breath, you'll have Dub Nation, the 626. All of Dub Nation isn't giving up on the season until they're officially done. Okay, that's great. But you have to be realistic in that of how far can this current trajectory take you? And I don't know if that means making, CP3 go and Wiggins go. What does that net you? Does it net you a younger Andrew Wiggins type of player that maybe has his head on straight and doesn't have the off the field, the off the court stuff? Maybe. Who isn't going to miss 20 games because of personal issues, which in itself are okay. But you need to have consistency across the board. I would have loved for them to acquire OG Anunoby. That, even last year, that was the guy I was you get him and you plug him in instead of Wiggins, you're getting yourself one of the best wing defenders in basketball. And he's someone who would get back on transition defense. Whereas Wiggins is I don't know if I'm playing today.
Is it a foregone conclusion that Chris Paul is out the door? Because I got to tell you, I really enjoy watching him play this year. And the fact that he doesn't turn the ball over, he is... Look I know Steph and the Warriors, again, live and die by the 3, and it's one of the most beautiful things to watch the guy who's been the best ever to do it, to shoot threes like nobody's business and sidestep and work off the screens and be in perpetual motion. But I got to admit, maybe it's my age that's speaking here. I don't mind the guy that works that pick and roll with Trayce Jackson-Davis to perfection.
Yeah.
That...
Do you see his fake pass double move for a score against it may be the Knicks
last night? Oh,
it was.
Yeah.
As old as Chris Paul is, he still got it sometimes.
But he's just, every time he comes on the floor, I think that he really has things under control, and he reduces the turnovers. And that pick and roll with Trayce Jackson-Davis, albeit it's not a flashy 3, and it ain't going to make the highlight reel, but it is so effective. And they're not going to be as good a team without him. And I agree with you. I think it's a foregone conclusion that he's out the door. But I don't think we should be all that, just dismissive of what it is that he's meant for this basketball team this year and unlocking Trayce Jackson-Davis. And I think who unlocked Trayce Jackson-Davis, because Chris Paul was hurt at the time.
Yeah.
It was Klay Thompson, has really developed this unusual rapport.
Yeah, good chemistry. Yeah.
Because usually Klay Thompson is sort of a lone wolf, right? He lives in his own planet, right? He's
him
a
and
shoot,
Rocco, just doing his own thing.
Yeah, and he's on the floor and he shoots. He's looking for his shot. That's what he does. Came into this world shooting. He's going to go out of the league shooting. And so for him to develop this sort of tandem with Trayce Jackson-Davis of all people, I really think that's where a lot of this, and obviously, Chris Paul has taken it to new heights because that's what he does. But I think Chris Paul has been a tremendous upside for the Golden State Warriors this year. I know a lot of people don't necessarily concur because they think that he slows things down. He's a little bit more deliberate. It's sort of clunky, I guess, when Steph is out there on the floor with him late in ball games. But he has been more of a positive than a negative, in my estimation.
What did you make of Chris Paul's comments towards Tony Brothers last night?
Oh, I missed that. I thought you were going to go. He got kicked out of the game with 6 seconds to go.
Yeah, so
is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
So what did you have to say?
So apparently, I don't know exactly what the reasoning behind the first tech.
It was Siakam. He got into it with Pascal.
Okay, so then him and Tony Brothers are going back and forth, and apparently later in the game with 6 seconds left, Chris Paul calls him a TikToker. And there is context behind, and I didn't know what it was, but Chris Paul apparently either after the game or a previous day went on his social media, on his IG, and he posted a video of Tony Brothers of him talking about being a ref on TikTok, and this is what Brothers had to say.
I don't even really care too much for basketball. I'm the judge, the jury, prosecuting attorney, defense attorney, everybody.
So that's what Chris Paul said in his post-game press conference. Like,
whoa. That was Tony Brothers
on TikTok.
That was Tony Brothers on TikTok, which he posted he posted on TikTok.
Yes. So Tony Brothers was on someone's TikTok. They asked him about reffing in the NBA. I don't even like basketball.
Was that spliced or edited together?
I don't think so.
Okay.
And if it is, it's done well, but it's a clip that Chris Paul obviously saw. And when he had the chance, and him and Tony Brothers are going back and forth, he goes, look, you little TikToker. And they're going back and forth. And Tony Brothers is like, get out of here. And so it's so funny to hear a near 40-year-old man call, I'm sure, a 65-year-old man a TikToker. Like, to have grown men, not like in their 20s, or like 38-year-old Chris Paul being like, you TikToker.
That's
and
funny.
getting offended by that by Tony Brothers. Like, what is going on?
Hey, TikToker, that's funny. That's good stuff. Hey, you may as well, man. There's 6 seconds left.
It shows you how petty the NBA can be sometimes. Of like, just one word, or I guess 2 words, TikToker can upset a ref that much. When he and himself says, I don't even like the NBA that much, but I'm the judge, jury, and executioner of the NBA. It's crazy.
Let me just say this while we're on the subject of referees. Have you noticed? Now, they haven't made this public, but it's got to be clear to anybody that's watched the NBA since the All-Star break how referees now are letting them play.
Take last night, for example. The Warriors had like 5 penalties that weren't, or 5 fouls that weren't called. And they were just letting them slug it out. And I loved it.
Oh, it is the best thing that has happened to the NBA. It's sort of like Major League Baseball with, the pitch clock. Suddenly games are no longer 5.5 hours long. It's not like me playing a round of golf and spraying the thing all over the Presidio. Now you can get in and out 2.5, 3 hours. And it's just like that of watching a basketball game where it's just not stop and start. There's actually flow, and they're letting them play like that. I always used to maintain this, that referees would always sort of hang on to, well, we'll let them play in the fourth quarter. The refs are going to let them play in the fourth quarter. Why wait to the fourth quarter?
Yeah. I agree.
Let them play basketball right from the outset. Why stop it on a foul that's so inconsequential? And, these guys, they could play through contact.
Yeah.
Like, it's just the referees had too much of a presence in the game. And it was unwatchable from a spectator standpoint.
I think this season of any NBA season has been one of the most tuned out regular seasons of all time. And it's sad because there are players or teams like the Nuggets and Jamal Murray and Jokic and Embiid when he's healthy and Anthony Edwards. And there's so much young, vibrant talent in the NBA that you should want to see every single night. But I do think the All-Star game was atrocious. The weekend itself was terrible for fans. And I used to go home and watch that when I was younger. In Little League, 12 to 14 years old, I would go play baseball on Saturday and could not wait to come back to watch the NBA All-Star Weekend. The Taco Bell Skills Challenge, 3-point. And now it's like I could care less what happens. It's not important anymore. But I got to watch Dwight Howard and Blake Griffin dunk and whatnot. Like, now you see Scotty Barnes not even trying. Like, if you're not going to try, why should I watch? And when it comes back to the refs, like Tim Roy always says this, when the opposing team has a shot clock violation and the other team gets the ball and they're running down the court and they blow a whistle. And Tim Roy's like, why? the opposing team has the ball. Let them move back up. Like it's almost as if a shot was taken anyways. And so for them to make a change mid-year for the NBA, I think is really smart. And it also gets fans in tune with how the playoffs are going to get called as well. When, take the NFL, for example, they can get, ticky-tack all season long. Come wild card round, they ain't calling nothing. Whereas now for the NBA, if they carry this over into the playoffs, you're going to get, those twin towers of Karl Anthony Towns and Gobert and LeBron and AD being able to impose their will on opposing teams, which if you are a fan, you want to watch the best players in the world utilize their best skills, their length, their height, and just their bodies. And the NBA did a great job.
Yeah, and I just think from a viewer standpoint, I just want to see the best athletes in professional sports just go up and down the floor.
Yeah.
Without continued stoppage. Like, let me just see these guys do their thing in the open court. Like, I don't pay or I don't sit down to watch a game to hear you, the referee, or to see you, the referee.
Free throws. Who cares?
What's going to happen also, I think, is what's going to be a fallout or a byproduct of this is that you're going to hopefully see a lot of players just stop whining. Because everybody has become so foul sensitive because it's such a part of the game. It's woven into the fabric of NBA that I got to get to the line or I got to get a call because calls happen so frequently that players are like, where's my call? Where's my? Because it's on the forefront of everybody's mind because it's such a big part of the way the game was constructed. Now that you take that away, I'm also seeing less whining, which is always good. I cannot stand whiners. And you're not seeing guys begging for calls. Even Steph Curry, and as much as I love Steph Curry, and the dude's arguably the greatest to ever do it, but he's somebody that, and let's also clarify that he still doesn't get his just due when it comes to the number of fouls that this guy has not been given the benefit of the doubt of over the years. But still, wanting a call or feigning that he got, trampled on a three, or guys trying to sell calls, all of that. Forget Steph Curry. I should have used him as an example. But just the idea of James Harden and all of that crap.
Jordan Poole.
Everybody just feeling as though they got mutilated when they went to the hoop. And all the antics and all of that craziness, I think, is just going to sort of go away because they're going to realize that, you know what? Nobody's getting those calls. It's not just me. The landscape has been completely redone, and I think it's just going to make for a better product in terms of the entertainment dollar. And it's about time. It's about damn time. I'm just curious as to what happened. Because I love documentaries, right? Yeah. I would love to know what happened at the All-Star game. Was it Adam Silver that just got all the referees and got them in a room? Did everybody get on a Zoom?
Get off TikTok, guys, all right?
Yeah, did everybody get, let's all go for a beer? Because obviously there was an edict that came down. This isn't coincidental. So I would like to know exactly what took place, how this conversation started, and was it essentially, the league offices said, this is how we're going to ref. And what is it? What is it that they were told? Just stop calling these specific calls or eat your whistle entirely? What? I'm really curious to pull back the layers as to what exactly took place between the league offices and the referees.
And I wonder, who spearheads that conversation? Is it the TV networks who are no one's watching? The fan isn't tuning in. And I'll admit, I work every Warrior game. There have been a handful of times I'm sitting here saying, stop fouling. There's 4 minutes left. You're down by 15. Stop fouling. Even last night, there's still fouling late in games, and some of that's to come back and hopefully win, but it feels like this year more than every other year that the games, at least in the first half, were taking 3 hours to end. I'm sorry. 7 o'clock on the West Coast, I can go to bed by 10, sure. East Coast people who want to watch Steph play, and Steph is a global superstar. No one is staying up past midnight. They're just not doing it.
Yeah.
And so for the NBA to, and I'm hoping this is why, to see, hey, we're losing traction with young people. We're losing the eyes of viewers because we're calling fouls every 2 seconds. And there are still some games that, you watch LeBron or you watch players like Harden, like they are still going to go into the paint and scream for a foul. Whatnot. That's the era they grew up in and have played in. But for younger players, like the hope is it changes the younger players' mindset to just play basketball, play pickup. Like we're going to call our own fouls and just go at it. Like Dan, you played more than I have, but just going down to the park and playing pickup, no one's getting called for fouls. And if you're calling a foul, you know what you're called? Not a nice name. Like there's a confrontation of like, seriously, man, this is what we're going to do now. So I'm hoping the NBA can almost recalibrate the young players' mindset of just play basketball.
And you bring up a good point. I'm curious as to whether the powers that be, because it's television that really dictates, that's where the money's at. Maybe they just said, hey, listen, man, we need to change now, because doing it in the middle of the season does not seem like something Adam Silver, the league offices, would do. All right, before we wrap up, once again, a reminder, the Golden State Warriors on the road. They pack their bags at Minnesota tomorrow to take on a good T-Wolf team, and then it's off to Florida to take on the Miami Heat, back-to-back games. The next night, they got the Orlando Magic. Not done yet. It's a date with the Charlotte Hornets. If there's one team on that road swing that you said, okay, well, there's your win, it could be against the Hornets.
Maybe.
And or the San Antonio Spurs before they come home. They don't come home until April. They're not back until April 2nd. So it is a 5-game road swing, back home, and then back on the road again. And it could go a long ways in terms of determining whether or not they get into this playing game and or the Houston Rockets catch them for the 10th seed, and or maybe the Golden State Warriors move up and get to 9 and or 8. Well, we'll be here for all of it. For my man Sterling Bennett, this is Dan Avone for Warriors This Week saying, hope you enjoyed it. We'll see you back here next Saturday for another edition of Warriors This Week. So long, everybody.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising. After I figured out the top-rated TV.
95.7 The Game.
All right, what is going on, everyone? Evan Giddings alongside Mark Grandy, live here from Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for the once yearly Red Tag clearance sale all the way through the weekend. We are locked and loaded from 12 to 3. We got people coming through. We got live vignettes. We got tacos with steak. We got nachos. We got French toast, which Mark Grandy has pounded about a half pound of by the time that we have gotten to air. But we are ready to go to talk some Dubs, Mark. First and foremost, dude, how are you feeling about this place? This place is awesome.
This place is incredible. I don't know about you. I've never been to the Friedman's Appliance here in Pleasant Hill. So getting in here about an hour ago, walking around, getting our setup done. I wanted to take my time walking through all the live working vignettes, trying all the food. We got a couple of samples here. They're incredible. I am shocked at how awesome this place is. So all I got to say is if you haven't been here yet, or you haven't been here in a while, I would stop by. You can say what's up to us. We'd love to see you. But more importantly, you got crazy deals. It's their once yearly Red Tag sales event, and you've got a number of great samplers, tons of great food. There's some pizza, really good pesto pizza that I tried. So stop by. It's awesome.
Yeah, good vibes, good people. Again, we'll be here until 3 o'clock. So if you're at home, get on over to Pleasant Hill. Come by, say what's up. We might have a cameo appearance. I was told we'll definitely be talking to a special guest at 2 o'clock, and then someone from Freeman's Appliance by the name of Mr. Poet. I might be sipping Moet by the end of this show, but Mr. Poet is going to be coming by to tell us all about the great deals they got at Freeman's Appliance. We basically are part of the live vignette, Mark. We are a radio show live vignette at this point.
Yeah, you walk straight in the door, you turn to the right, you'll see us. You can't miss us. We're maybe the least impressive live working vignette here, but we are one of them.
Oh, what are you talking about? We're on top. And especially, it looks like it's clearing up, too. I know it was a little rainy earlier, kind of wet as we were coming in. Got here about 10:30. Our guy, Justin Beltray, getting us set up here, doing a fantastic job behind the scenes. A little wet this morning, but it's starting to clear up, starting to get light, starting to get bright. Unlike the Golden State Warriors, Mark, who unfortunately fell last night to Indiana, 123-111, a 1-2 homestand for the Dubs. And you were on pre and post last night. I thought you had a really interesting kind of thought in comparison between where the Warriors are at as well as where the Indiana Pacers are at this point, which is, kind of looking at the direction they're going, the direction the Warriors are going. People are trying to figure out right now as they stand 36-33, the 10th seed in the West, 4 games back of Sacramento for 8th, a game and a half back of Los Angeles, who also won last night, now in 9th place, and just 2 games up on the streak, and apparently Houston Rockets. I'm not saying we have a problem yet, but the Golden State Warriors are in a very delicate situation, and it's all off the loss last night against Indiana.
Last night was kind of a double whammy for the Warriors because you lost a game in which you had a 12-point lead in the first half. Things were looking good. You led 60-48 with 6 minutes to go in the second quarter, and then the Pacers dominate the rest of the game. They win by 12, so they turn around a 12-point deficit. They outscore you by 24 the final 2.5 quarters of the game. Tyrese Halliburton hits a couple of threes to beat the buzzers of the second and third quarter. Those are just gut punches, and they change the momentum. That was a big part of it. The Warriors trade deadline target, reportedly, Pascal Siakam. He was incredible in that game. He had 16 rebounds, and then Miles Turner blocked 5 shots and had a double-double with 14 points and 10 rebounds. He really shut down the Warriors in the paint offense, which during their streak, when they were playing their best basketball, when they had won, 13 of 17 games or whatever it was, they were dominating teams in the paint and hitting timely threes, and Steph was getting going, and Clay was hitting some shots, but it was Kaminga getting to the paint. It was Andrew Wiggins getting to the paint. Miles Turner shut that down yesterday. So you have that loss. You pair it with, as you mentioned, the Lakers come from behind win over the 76ers. Suddenly you are nearly the same distance away from the Lakers as the Rockets are from you. You're a game and a half behind the Lakers and only 2 ahead of the Rockets. Now the good news, if you are the Warriors, is you have the tiebreaker over Houston. You've played them twice. You've won both. You only have 1 more game against them. So you got 2 games advantage over the Houston Rockets. You got the tiebreaker, so essentially you got 3 games there. So you still feel relatively safe, but considering what we were thinking 2 weeks ago, Evan, when we thought the 10 seed was the absolute worst case scenario, now there's a real possibility that you could be slipping out of the play-in game entirely.
No, exactly. And look, we got people coming up talking to us. It'll happen all throughout the day. Feel free to drop by Freeman's Appliance from 12 to 3 for their once yearly Red Tag clearance sale. And you're right. Look, the play-in tournament is a place where the Warriors right now are pretty much cemented in my mind. And I thought that last Saturday, a week from today in Los Angeles, was kind of a play-in preview, so to speak, of the 10 and the 9. The question at this point is, can you at least go on a little bit of a run to position yourself to have a home game? In my mind, catching Sacramento at this point, I think, is out of the question.
Yes.
I think getting caught by Houston, however, is still within question, which would be the worst-case scenario for the ending of this season. But it's interesting. You bring up Indiana, and that's certainly a loss that I think highlighted a couple things to me, which was the fact that Tyrese Halliburton, who's a budding star, and even Pascal Siakam, like you mentioned, was a trade target for them and got brought over. Those two players outplayed the Warriors kind of at those positions, in my mind, being Steph Curry and Draymond Green. That doesn't mean that they're better players overall, but their stock is going up. Meanwhile, the Warriors' stock is coming down. But overall this week, kind of the loss in my mind that was most glaring was against New York on Monday, because in similar fashion to the Pacers, I thought that was a game in which the Warriors just simply got outworked. They got outplayed. And it's evident by two players that played basically the entirety of the game, being Josh Hart and then random Miles McBride. So
career night, Miles McBride.
Exactly. He goes for 26, and the Knicks down 3 starters, come into Chase Center and grab a victory after a momentum-building win, or so you thought, against Los Angeles. The Warriors have been extremely inconsistent over their last 10 games, as evident by 4 and 6. You missed Steph in 2 of those games, but still, the Warriors right now, I think, are still battling internally with what their identity is, not just this season, but it appears to be moving forward too, because the optimism for them going on a title run is basically down to 0 for many people, except for perhaps those that are inside the organization. But I think anyone realistically looking at this Warriors team has been in an introspective place now for a couple of weeks, and that to me is what I feel like we got relegated to with 1 win in 3 games at home. Of course, looking ahead to the teams like Minnesota, Miami, Orlando, all 3 of which are playing very good basketball right now. There's a daunting 5-game road trip coming up, and although they played better on the road, it just stands right now. The question is, why can't they win at home? They're sub 500, and that to me, Mark, is not the mark of a great basketball team.
Absolutely not. And you ask anyone in the organization about their struggling home record, and they all will just, give you palms up. They don't really know. They can't really explain it. And I mean, they're right. I don't know how to explain it. This team was elite at home last year. Yeah. They were terrible on the road. They won 11 games all last season on the road. Now they're 4 games over 500 on the road. They're probably going to win 20-plus games, if not more, on the road this year. They still have 9 road games left. They've already won 18. They're probably going to win maybe somewhere around 22, 23 road games this year.
They could double their road victory total from last season.
But now they are a really, really below-average home team. I mean, you look at home records around the NBA, and let's just focus on the Western Conference. The only 3 teams that have a worse home record than the Golden State Warriors this year, the Grizzlies, the Trailblazers, and the Spurs. Those 3 teams have 24, 19, and 15 wins. They're the 3 worst teams in the Western Conference.
They're all eliminated from the playoffs.
Those are the only 3 teams that have a worse home record than you do. An 18 and 19 home record being sub 500 or right around 500, Evan, generally that means you're not a playoff team. And that's simply probably the unfortunate truth for this Warriors team. They're just not a playoff team this year.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings, Mark Grandy, live from Freeman's Appliance out here in Pleasant Hill. Stop by for the once-yearly Red Tag clearance sale from 12 to 3. And all the way through the weekend, we are going to be out here schmoozing. After the show, maybe a little bit of boozing, who's to say? But, Mark, the fact that I think the question that I want to start with is what people learned this week. And whether it was something that was new, whether it was something that was old and has just been kind of reiterated, I do wonder how much the 19 games prior to this last stretch in which they went 14-5, in which they were one of the best, if not the best basketball teams in the month of February, has been almost subdued and kind of thrown out of our minds because of how the month of March has been, which is largely like the first 3 months of the season have gone, which is sub 500 or 500 basketball. So to me, looking at the 14-5 stretch in February, in which they looked like a team that was restored, renewed, galvanized, however you want to put it, not to say it was a flash in the pan. I do think that they can play and string together a great month of basketball like they did, but it comes at a cost when your best players are in their mid to late 30s, combined with your other best players being in year 3 or below. So the lack of consistency for me is really where the Warriors have struggled, and is evident by New York, Memphis, and then Indiana. They looked amazing against the Grizzlies, a team that they should have beaten. I'm just going to go ahead and call them the Memphis Hustle at this point because that's what they looked like, a G League team. But that's a game in which your young guys were able to get up and down. Your older players were able to summon enough to kick their ass in the second half. But then against the two teams that have hard workers, that do play consistent basketball, you got to give New York credit, even though they were down 3 starters. Indiana is a consistent basketball team as far as what to expect from their talent on a given night. The Warriors struggled, and that to me has been the most glaring part about the month of March, their inconsistency compared to what we saw in February.
Yeah, and something that stood out to me specifically last night was the Warriors' relative sluggishness might be the right word. Maybe, as you're saying, maybe lack of hustle or inconsistent. They'll give you a good stretch for 6 minutes, and then the next 10 minutes are a big issue. I mean, that's what the end of the second quarter was into the entire second half last night. But if we're focusing on like individual characteristics of teams, what stood out to me, this Pacers team is just quicker, faster, more athletic. They get up and down the floor. They run you rampant. And the Warriors, while they have a couple of those guys, like you got Jonathan Kaminga, who will beat players down the floor. Trayce Jackson-Davis, while he isn't necessarily the most athletically gifted, he doesn't have the longest strides, he doesn't sprint like a polished sprinter, like he kind of has an awkward gait, but he gets up and down and he hustles and he beats guys down the floor all the time. But there's too much inconsistency within the roster for the Warriors. Like there was a moment last night in the fourth quarter, again, where the Warriors were down by 17 at one point, and they claw back. They put together like 4 or 5 good minutes of basketball. They're back within 7 with around 3 minutes to go. Klay Thompson, who had hit a couple of shots, overall not his best shooting night, but he had hit a couple in the fourth. He dribbles into a pull-up jumper around the free throw line. The ball either squirts away or it got poked away, bounces off the backboard, and he's there arguing with the ref, trying to get a call. And Steph Curry is kind of halfway jogging back on defense. And Nembhard, their second-year guard out of Gonzaga, who killed the Warriors in Chase Center last year, if you remember, he beats everyone down the floor. An easy layup, leads back to 9, momentum zapped, and it's a case where it's those veterans. It's Klay not getting back. It's Steph not sprinting all the way back. And I know he's 36 years old. Like, this isn't a referendum on Steph. I'm not saying that. But you're right. There is inconsistency on this roster in terms of 24/7 balls to the wall, 110% every single play, and that was on display against a team like Indiana last night, who's got those young guards, those young wings, who will beat you down the floor. Same thing with the Knicks. Jalen Brunson plays so hard. Josh Hart, who doesn't sit on the bench for a second during games, he was beating you up and down the floor despite playing every single second of this game. Maybe this is more a referendum on the roster and the age and the veterans more so than anything else, but a fact of this Warriors team is they just don't consistently have the energy and the necessary effort to beat some of these younger, quicker, more athletic teams anymore.
I don't think it's a lack of effort, because that implies they're not trying. I just don't, look, they don't got it. Like, they don't got it each and every night to beat a team like Indiana consistently, to beat a team that's got some guys in their prime, that's got some guys that are up and coming, and that play you're talking about, no, that is a little bit of a referendum on Steph. It's not like he doesn't want to get back in transition. What I saw was a guy whose body would not let him beat in a sprint Andrew Nembhard down the floor. Now, that's not something that you're going to expect each and every time, but combined with the instances throughout the game, I think it's also an indication of how tired Curry was. He played 35 minutes last night. That, to me, is a workload that might be too much for him on a game-by-game basis. He's played into the 60s as far as game totals this year. I think he's looked tired in fourth quarters, not just last night, but throughout the season. And that's one of the reasons why we saw him go. I think it's indicative, and not to just focus on Steph, but look, 1 of 7 in the fourth quarter, but you look at the three-point totals. He took 18 threes last night, 6 of which in the fourth quarter. That, to me, is a guy that is searching for the jump shot, and the Warriors have done this. It's not just Steph. The Warriors have done this throughout this year. They have, in the fourth quarter of games, I thought, relied too heavily on perimeter looks, whether it's against a team like Indiana and Miles Turner that's blocking shots, or teams sometimes like the Detroit Pistons that they had to put away earlier this year by 3 points, who don't have very good shot blockers but are young and athletic and long. I think that Curry, along with Klay, in a lot of instances in fourth quarters, are looking for the J to bail them out, and they just don't have the legs like they used to, and they shouldn't. But that's an issue when you're going to play against a team that's got a Nembhard who's, I mean, right now, 24 years old. Tyrese Halliburton's in his early 20s. Those guys are going to be fresh in fourth quarters of basketball games, whereas the Warriors' young guys, I don't know, are ready yet. Like a game like last night, Kaminga to me was inconsistent. He was up and down, didn't play particularly well. He did rebound, but 4 of 17 from the floor means that the shot wasn't falling for him, and I thought he also had some issues around the rim, and Turner's a big part of that. But those spots down the stretch of basketball games are where we're starting to see the young guys needing to take the reins a little more from the old guys, just because I'm not sure after playing a heavy workload if the Steph Currys, the Chris Pauls, the Klay Thompsons, the Draymond Greens are going to, over the course of an 82-game season, have enough left in the fourth, night in and night out. I think that's the big reason why they're losing 1 out of every 2 games at this point also.
Well, maybe that's a big reason why they've played so many clutch games. I mean, they're up to 40 clutch games on the year now, something around there, and they're below 500, I think, by a couple of games in those ones. I think you're probably right. Like, if you had an ideal, matchup or kind of offense you'd want to run when you're down by 7, 8, 9 points with 4 minutes to go, it wouldn't be a 30-foot step-back contested 3. It would be, all right, Kaminga, get something to the rim. All right, Andrew, be aggressive, post him up on the post or the short corner, back him down, hit the little, fading 7-footer off the glass. Like, that would be ideal. Now, maybe ideal over everything is Steph hit those fadeaway, tough 3-pointers, but, it's not always going to happen.
He can do it. It's just not as consistent as
Exactly. But for last night in general, or to be a little more specific about last night and maybe try to zoom in from the scope of the season as a whole, I mean, the offense was just abysmal the final 3 quarters of that game. I mean, they started 5 for 5 from the field. They were 12 for 20 to begin in the first quarter. They closed out the third quarter going 3 for 9. In the second quarter, 11 for 27. In the third, 8 for 26. In the fourth, 9 for 24. Everything they were trying wasn't working, and if you're Stephen Curry in that situation, maybe you feel like, all right, I don't have it tonight. I'm forcing things. I'm trying to rush things, and he admitted to that post-game last night as well. And it was part of the reason why Tyrese Halliburton blocked a couple of his 3-pointers.
Oh my God.
Because he was trying a little bit too hard. But if you're Steph Curry, Evan, what else are you going to try to do? I mean, every time Kaminga gets the ball, either Siakam is cutting off his driving lane with his length, 7-foot wingspan, cutting him off, or once he gets to the rim, the Pacers are funneling him to Miles Turner, who blocked 5 shots last night. Like, your easy buckets weren't working. So if you're Steph, you're a 2-time MVP, you're one of the top 10 basketball players of all time, you got to try. Maybe you feel like it's not your best chance. Maybe you don't think it's going to work, but I don't know what the hell else the Warriors were supposed to do last night because nothing was working.
Well, I can tell you shooting 14 of 48 from three-point range is not a key to success. I mean, 48 threes, like, they shot it about as well as Memphis did on Wednesday. and Memphis is one of the worst, if not the worst, three-point shooting teams in the league. So, taking a look at the Indiana game, the things that stood out to me were, again, Halliburton. By the way, those 2 blocks, I forget if the second one was, but the first one was like flat-footed. Like, he didn't jump. He just stuck his hand up, and Curry couldn't get a shot over him. So, I think, and that's look, that game is a bad game. New York's a bad game. But the issue is not that the Warriors, I think, overall don't have, budding talent and then still an aging core that can sometimes muster it. They just can't. Again, I think they're stuck between, the old and the young, where you look at, to me, the most important player, obviously, is Steph Curry. And he is still great, but in the last month, he has not played consistently enough for the Warriors to play winning basketball. In the month of March, I think he's played 8 of those games. They're 4-4. They need to be 6-2 when Curry's on the floor in those matchups in order to put themselves in a position to challenge for a postseason spot. But the other part of it, too, is if Curry's the most important player, the second most important player that has emerged this year, in my mind, bar none, is Jonathan Kaminga.
Yeah.
There's a 15-year age gap between those 2 players. And so as we look towards the rest of this season and perhaps a very telling road trip where you got 3 playoff opponents and even a San Antonio team that took your lunch without Steph, without Wemby. So this is not an easy 5-game roadie that's coming up. I think what's going to be telling about this road trip as well as the rest of the season is which way they decide to lean as an organization. Now, Curry still remains the franchise, and he's the reason why they have 4 championships. He is the greatest player that the Warriors and perhaps the Bay Area sports scene has ever seen. But the Warriors are going to have to make some very difficult choices. And it's funny, like, I think about Mike Dunleavy Jr. before the trade deadline. It was about, he said, all right, we got about 15 games to evaluate where this Warriors team is at, where they're going. To me, the remainder of the season, the last 13 games of this year are an assessment period. They are in the exact same place, large in part, where they were before the trade deadline, where they got to figure out over the next 15-ish games where their franchise and the direction of their franchise is going to go. And I think a big picture kind of push and pull that I'm dealing with is, do you lean towards Curry, which they have in recent memory, or do they lean more towards Jonathan Kaminga? Or do they try and find some place in the middle? That's probably the most logical spot, but I'm just not sure how they do it.
You're talking about in the last 13 games specifically. How do these 13 games look?
That will dictate to me the direction of this summer.
I just don't know if 13 games is enough to really determine much. I mean, something should have happened a couple of months ago if they were legitimately trying to turn this season into anything, because this is who the Warriors have been for the vast majority of the year, other than like that 5-week stretch from end of January to...
It's not insignificant.
Yeah, it's not. You're right. But, I mean, if you're going to base franchise-changing, future-changing, decisions, I feel like I'm not sure Joe Lacob is necessarily confident in the 13 games as the sample size to do it in. Now, there is a lot...
13 games in addition to the 62 that you've already
That's what I'm saying. Maybe the larger sample size isn't necessarily, I feel great with the young core. Maybe it's just, I don't feel good enough with the veteran group anymore, and I'm going to make a change off of that. That's certainly possible. But if you're saying, all right, Moody, you're starting. Kaminga, you're going to stay starting. You know what, Trace, you're going to start as well. We're taking Wiggins out. We're starting Kaminga and Moody and Pajemski and Trace along with Steph. And if you see Trace play well for 10 of the 13 games, you're like, all right, he's our center of the future. I'm just not sure that is enough to make franchise-altering decisions off of, but maybe you're just stuck between a rock and a hard place because either option you don't feel great about, and maybe they just go ultimately with what you're talking about, the larger sample of the struggling veterans, and that makes the decision for them this offseason.
Well, obviously the 13 games decide where they go in the play-in postseason. And that, to me, is, I guess, your measuring stick in addition to the 82-game sample size. But really, I mean, the last 13 games, I don't expect wholesale changes. Like, they're going to run out the same starting lineup.
Yeah, why
They're going
wouldn't
to run out the same 8-man rotation.
Yeah.
And I think what we saw against Los Angeles on Saturday was an indication of where Kerr, and again, from the sample size perspective, there's never going to be enough sample size for you to say, okay, we got to go this way wholly or this way wholly. They're probably going to try and find some middle ground, and I do have some thoughts on that as we move along. But to me, where the Warriors are at is kind of a transitionary point. And we've seen that throughout the season, them transition from all the way in on the old to a little bit of the younger. Now the younger guys have pushed some of the older dudes out. I don't know if that means they're pushing them out of the door, but to me, it's still this year. If we look back on it and the Warriors are successful in the near future, this year should be looked at ideally as a transition point, as a transition season from where they were in 2022 as champions to where they hopefully want to go to get back into contention. How are you viewing this season? How are you viewing the final 13 games? How did you view last night? How did you view last week, in which the Warriors went 1-2 at home with a 5-game road trip coming up? 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings alongside Mark Grandy here live at Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. If you got time, stop by this weekend. They got the once-yearly Red Tag clearance sale going on. Live vignettes everywhere. See where things fit in your kitchen. We don't have a washer or dryer mark in our unit, but I think we might be able to pick one up here for a good price. We also got great food. We also got great drinks. You saw me sipping on this earlier. This is root beer, okay? Not the real thing. Not the real thing. We'll see. We'll see by 1 o'clock. But that is what we got coming up next here as we move forward live from Freeman's Appliance on 95.7 The Game. We're back after this.
Hey, Dan Dibley for Safeway, and I enjoy...
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, everyone. Evan Giddings, Mark Grandy, live from Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. We've had some pleasant conversations with the 38 people that are out here working, people that are coming in looking for dryers, looking for refrigerators, looking for an total kitchen makeover. We got live vignettes,
grills, barbecues, everything you could possibly think of. I saw some air fryers.
Yes,
like air fryers.
And we've seen plenty of food as well. We got French toast here that I might dig into in a little bit.
French
Mark's
toast casserole. It is absolutely incredible. Kind of like bread pudding, but with maple syrup and obviously,
oh my God,
French toast. It is incredible.
A lot of sugar,
and it's set up right next to our setup here at Freeman's. Oh, we got people bringing over more.
Thank you, Ola.
Oh, chocolate chip cookies,
fresh out of the oven.
Oh man,
my Lord! And shout out to our guys at I think they're selling Lynx Professional Grills here at Friedman's Appliance. They got some of these these steak tacos that are breaded but cooked with cheese on the outside. Not quite a birria, but really, really good.
Delicious.
Justin's tried about everything in here under the sun, I believe, at this point.
Yeah, he told me we've been here for a little more than an hour, and he's already full. We still got 3 more hours here, just about.
Yeah,
so.
we got 2.5 left up until 3 o'clock. But the red tag clearance sale, which is once yearly here at Freeman's Appliance, also celebrating 100 years, by the way, is throughout the entire weekend. So get out here, whether it's later on today, whether it's tomorrow. People are coming through, having a good time, enjoying the vibes here. Unlike, unfortunately, the Golden State Warriors coming off a loss last night, 123-111 against the Indiana Pacers. We're talking about it and taking your calls, of course. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's also the number for the Comcast Business Text line. Shout out to everyone on our YouTube and Twitch chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And kind of where we left off, Mark, which is the idea of, grappling between, I think, the past and the future. And I thought a lot of that was kind of on display last night with really the Pacers and the direction that their franchise chose to go by acquiring someone that was in the same draft class as James Wiseman. And even coming up on Sunday, you got a Minnesota team and Anthony Edwards that was the first pick in that draft. It's interesting how everything that has transpired now with Golden State either goes back to the championship in 2022 or, to me, the draft class 2020 with Mr. James Wiseman. And to me, one of the reasons that I feel like we either talk about the past or the future in regards to where the Warriors are at right now, which is 3 games above 500 in the 10 seed, 2 games behind or in front of Houston, and then a game and a half out of 9th place in the Los Angeles Lakers. It's kind of because the present right now seems to be bleak. It seems to be stuck. It seems to be something that we can't really figure out on a day-to-day basis. And I don't know about you, but when I watch the Warriors, I don't really know what to expect. And where you felt like they were beginning to turn the corner a bit in February, they gave us what we asked for, which was 30 days of great basketball. It all kind of felt like it came at a cost, which is either guys that are aging and their bodies wearing down towards the end of the season, or players that are rookies hitting a wall, or maybe some of the third-year players also experiencing some natural inconsistency. Either way, they haven't been able to put the equation together on a weekly basis since the end of February, and now we're at the point where they're just trying to get into the play-in tournament and maybe make a run, or maybe just get into a first-round series, really.
Yeah, they're kind of in this awkward middle ground, and they've been in it now for over a year. I mean, this is also somewhat of what last year was like, although this year is, I think, more specifically about on-court struggles, while last year was a lot more drama off the court, and we don't need to relitigate all of that stuff. We know what we're talking about. It happened preseason, and the player it happened to is no longer on this roster. So that was the overarching issue from last year. This year, it's more just about your core guys maybe can't quite do it the way they used to, and are your young guys ready just yet? And it depends what you're asking them to be ready for. Are they ready to contribute and be a positive influence on most games? Yes. But are they ready to be the driving force behind you winning games, going to the playoffs, and maybe win a postseason series? Not yet. Doesn't mean they can't get there. But if you are a Warrior fan trying to sort through what this season means and where the franchise goes from here, it's frustrating. And that feeling is only amplified when you are playing against a team like the Pacers. Because as you talked about, they did not draft Tyrese Halliburton. They went and acquired him. They gave up a young piece, a young promising piece, Domantas Sabonis, who's currently having a double-double every single game and every so often a triple-double. He should have been an all-star. He's incredible. He's been awesome this year. You could argue both teams won that trade. The Pacers got one of the best promising young point guards in the NBA, consistently scoring 30, dishing out 10 assists, rarely turning the ball over, hit incredible rainbow threes at the buzzer of the second quarter and the third quarter last night. They acquired him for a young piece. That's something that Warrior fans were hoping they could have done at some point. Maybe they do it this offseason. They move off of a young piece, they pair a couple together, and they get another young quality player back in return. Who knows? But that feeling of frustration, not knowing where exactly this Warriors franchise is or what is the best course of action moving forward, it's kind of amplified by the Pacers because you have Tyrese Halliburton, who you could have picked, as you mentioned, the James Wiseman draft. You picked second overall. You could have had Halliburton if you wanted him. You could have picked him at 2. You could have traded back, gotten another draft pick, got another piece, and then drafted Tyrese Halliburton. And I know this is what-if radio, and hindsight is 20/20 and all that. I get it. But it doesn't stop there for the Pacers. As we talked about in the first segment, Evan, Pascal Siakam was a major trade target. Everybody knew he was going to get traded at this most recent trade deadline. Were the Warriors willing to part with Jonathan Kaminga? No, so they didn't get him. But could you imagine if the Warriors had Steph Curry and Tyrese Halliburton and Pascal Siakam and the other guy, maybe the other piece that the Warriors have been missing recently is a 7-footer. Miles Turner has been mentioned in trades often. And I know this is getting deep into the what if, but when I watch the Warriors versus the Pacers, you see a Warriors team who is kind of grappling with their the fact that they aren't going to be around forever. They're trying to figure out where to go next, and you have the Pacers team who has a number of the guys who you potentially could have gotten your hands on, and they seem to have their future set up. And I know it's entirely different situations because the Pacers have been bottom feeders recently. The Warriors have been on the top of the top. Very few teams have ever reached the highs they have reached. But it is almost like a what-if game, Warriors versus Pacers, because you have a number of players who the Warriors have been mentioned as potential suitors for, and it never quite panned out. The Pacers got it done. The Warriors, meanwhile, still kind of living in this limbo area at this stage.
Well, and again, I think they're in limbo because their two most promising players are ages 36 and 21, being Stephen Curry and Jonathan Kaminga. And I don't believe that Kaminga is yet ready to all of a sudden be thrust into a number one role and be the face of a franchise and lead it on. Heck, like you were talking about Sabonis and the mutually beneficial decision that it was to trade him for Halliburton. Sabonis was in his 6th season. He had already been an all-star 2 times. That was an established player that the Pacers felt like was not going to be a part of their long-term future, but they knew what he was. He had already not necessarily hit his ceiling yet. He's playing better in Sacramento, but he was more of a finished product than what the Warriors have right now, where they either have products that look like they might be finished soon or they don't have finished products. So right now they're stuck between that push and pull of the young and old. And I think, to me, what I've learned a lot about this team this season, and ideally the direction of the franchise, is they at least appear to be okay with either relegating or potentially moving on from some of those older pieces. Kevon Looney's completely out of the rotation. He's got a partially guaranteed deal for next season. Chris Paul does not have any guaranteed money on the books next season. He could be gone. Klay Thompson's going to be a free agent. I think there's a place that they can find to bring him back, but what his role is going to be is probably off the bench and as a 6th man. Curry's still very, very good, but is he someone that you believe can be the number one for a title team in a Western Conference that is absolutely loaded with players either in their prime or entering their prime? And then, of course, Draymond Green, who's tied to this franchise for 3 more seasons, and is he going to be able to play at the same defensive level that he did in the month of February for a full 6-month season and then some if you're trying to contend for a title? These are all questions that the Warriors have to ask of their elder statesmen, and to me, I feel like I've learned this season that they're not as willing to just kind of acquiesce or at the whim of them, just bend the knee to those players as they were even last season or at the beginning of this season. And that's why the young core, if you want to throw Moody in there, I guess, to me, the 3 guys that you're looking at right now would be Trace Jackson-Davis, Brandon Podziemski, and Jonathan Kaminga, because at least they've shown that they can consistently get minutes and crack the rotation. I think there's a place for Moody, but he's off to the side now. Do you want to kind of lean in on Curry himself Or do you feel like there's a place where you tie and kind of hitch your wagon to the younger three players on this team? I think there's a lot of fans out there that don't believe that those three are ready yet, and I'm kind of with them. But I also don't really think that where Curry is headed at age 37 next year, 38 beyond that the Warriors have to just, I don't know, like completely, wholly buy into whatever is left at the end of his prime, entering the latter stages of his career, because there's going to be more nights like last night against Indiana to me, where Curry is going to be a little gassed, is going to be asked to do too much, and I just don't know if there are options out there this summer to make sure that what he has to do workload-wise is as much as he's done this season. So they're really in a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, I mean, you're not moving on from Steph, but you're not going to trot out the same group. So what does that mean? Steph's still here, and Steph and Draymond are still here, because I don't think you're going to move on from Draymond either, at least not this offseason. He's been playing really well when he's been available, and we know some of the issues that he's had. I think he's been, honestly, better than I expected he was going to perform on the court this season. So I think Steph's going to be here. I think Draymond's going to be here. I think everything else is on the table for the Warriors this offseason, and this is assuming that nothing crazy happens in terms of them making a plan and getting through the plan and winning a round, maybe winning. If that happens, okay, maybe you change things. But even if you get to a playoff series and say you lose to the Nuggets in 5 games, that's not enough to change my mind. I think everything else is on the table, and then you got to deal with, okay, what are our young guys worth? And you might be right. Jonathan Kaminga and Brandon Pajemski and Trace Jackson-Davis, maybe they're not good enough to be the 2, 3, and 4 or 2, 4, and 5. You slide someone else in, whatever the case is. Maybe they're not good enough to be the supporting pieces directly behind Steph as he enters 36, 37, 38 towards the tail end of his contract. Okay. So you see what they're worth on the open market, and you try to get somebody in return for one of them, for 2 of them, for a combination of them and Andrew Wiggins, or whatever the situation is. But is that going to fetch you something that is better than the sum of those parts in return? I don't know. To me, it feels like the Warriors are stuck in a place where they're going to have to be willing to ride their youth forward with Stephen Curry for the time being. And while that is kind of, you got your hands in 2 different buckets, I don't really know what other option the Warriors have, because you're not moving on from Steph, you're not running it back, and I'm not so sure that Kaminga and Trace, Jackson-Davis, and Wiggins, for example, are enough to get you a legitimate star to pair alongside Steph, maybe someone that takes the mantle for Steph when he does eventually retire, or if he, turns into a number 2 the final year of his career, whatever the situation is. I'm not sure that move is even out there. So I think the Warriors are deciding between a couple of not great options, and the one that is maybe best of the 2, the least bad option might just be, all right, we're going to hope Kaminga evolves into a star that can be a torchbearer for the organization moving forward, and if not, well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, but he's our best chance at trying to get out of the Steph era in a good way.
Well, I can tell you what, the best chance for you to improve your home is to get down to Freedman's Appliance right now this weekend. Once yearly red tag clearance sale. They got amazing deals. Shout out to our guy Randy, who works at KCBS, had a kind of a funny joke. Yes, we are doing this show, if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, right next to a washer, and Randy's joke was, of course, we're doing it inappropriately because the Warriors are washed. Those words were not mine. They did not come out of my mouth. That was from our guy Randy at KCBS. I'll give you a 4 for that, Rand, if you're listening out there, whether it's on the Odyssey app, whether you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. If you want to call into the show, we are taking calls at 888-957-9570. That's also the number for the Comcast Business text line. We are part of the live vignettes here at Freedman's Appliance. We'll be here until 3 o'clock and probably a little bit after, because I got some things I need to check out. Not necessarily for our home, but for my stomach and potentially for my liver. There are some things I need to check out, and I am looking forward to doing so. But
if you do call, I will say we might be distracted because it smells incredible in here.
It does. It smells incredible outside. The light has begun to show, and I can see blue now.
And
so
the rain has stopped.
Get out here. Say what's up to the people. They got 38 different working members here at Freedman's Appliance that can help you with whatever deal you need for your home. You can kind of check it out and see how it would fit, how it would work in your particular house. And, of course, you can pick up some great grub in the meantime. So, again, all of which this weekend at Freedman's Appliance. Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy with you here on 95.7 The Game. You said something interesting, though, about looking ahead and the two players that are for sure going to be here next year. You sure Draymond's in that group?
I think so.
I think you're probably right. But as far as, if we're talking about untouchables, I kind of think the only player that's on that list is the same dude who was on the list when Shams Charania said it before the trade deadline, and that's Steph Curry. And that means Kaminga might also be dangled this summer. One reason being, I'm not sure if the Warriors are going to feel comfortable in the immediate paying him whatever the market value is for his rookie extension, which he is eligible for, or his first big contract, which he's eligible for this offseason. If you could use Draymond Green to get younger, to get better, I think that's something that they would look at. To me, I think you're right that everything's on the table, but the only guy that's off the table in my mind is 30.
What is Draymond getting you to move off? What are you getting in return for Draymond Green if you decide,
you're getting younger?
So you're just getting rid of him to get rid of him, not trying to get really anything back in return. Because, what is he going to return? He's, 33, 34 years old. He's still got 3 years left on his contract. And I think the general consensus has been he's worth more to the Warriors than to any other team. If you're getting rid of him, I don't see you getting any sort of meaningful piece back unless you include Kaminga in that. And maybe that's what you do. Maybe you attach someone who playing decent basketball, but by himself isn't going to get you a ton. He's not going to fetch you much in return. I get what you're saying. I would just fire back Draymond's been a plus when he's been on the court this year, and I'm not so sure what you're going to get back for him. So in my mind, you might as well just stick with him because he's playing well for you, and is he going to get you anything in return? I don't really think so.
Well, but that's the point, though. If there is a team that feels like they're a Draymond Green away from being a title contender, like one of the young and up-and-coming teams, or maybe Minnesota, who's trying to move off of Karl Anthony Towns and don't want to pay him $50 million this summer. Maybe the Clippers want to add Draymond Green. Maybe the Lakers would like to acquire Draymond. I'm saying I think there are teams out there that could look at their situation this summer and say, we're a defensive bulldog away from jumping this team or that team in a postseason series, and that might be a reason why the Warriors take calls on him. I still think he's on the team next year because I also feel like, yes, you're right. When he's on the court, he's good, but for how many games? And that's because of either his own actions and the antics or because I think he's been a little inconsistent. The lower back issue is something that he dealt with in the championship season, only played 55-ish games. He played 70-plus games last year in a contract year. This year, he's going to be at around 55 again. Can you really expect him to play more than that consistently for the remainder of his contract, which is 3 more seasons? And I also think in general, honing in on Draymond, yes, you can get this, maybe not, but the question is, are the Warriors going to be willing to bite the bullet on a couple of these players? Because, for example, I think the Warriors need to start this offseason by looking at Andrew Wiggins and what his future is going to be. He's also got 3 more years, and he might be the easiest person to move just because I'm not sure that it's going to take anything more than salary. I don't know if you're going to get anything back, but you might just have to make that move because otherwise you're going to be in the same position. The one thing that I think we've learned this season about the Warriors is that for a second consecutive year, they are mired large in part in mediocrity. And it's because of age, it's because of inexperience, it's because of suspensions, it's because of all these different reasons. But this year more than last year, to me, Mark, has to do with basketball. And what I wanted to learn this season was how the Warriors measured up against the Western Conference in basketball settings. And what we found for the majority of the season is they're not good enough.
Yeah, and if you're trying to, first of all, Joe Lacob is the most maniacal winner that the Warriors franchise has ever seen, and he's stated time and time again he never wants to be in the lottery. Never, ever, ever. Well, Joe, unfortunately, it looks like you're destined to be in the lottery this year. The downside is you're not going to have your pick because it's going to the Portland Trailblazers. So you get the downside of not being in the playoffs, and you get the downside of not even having the pick. So that, first of all, that's unfortunate for the Warriors. But if you think that Joe Lacob is going to stand still if this team misses the postseason, and by the way, losing in the play-in qualifies as missing the postseason, and that seems to be the most likely outcome, although it is still up in the air. We don't know exactly how it's going to play out. Excuse me, let's assume that is how it happens.
Even if they do, you think he's going to be happy with a first-round exit?
No, but we just probably not. No, I'm with you. But let's just say they missed the postseason, and he has stated publicly time and time again, We never want to be a team in the lottery, and that's where the Warriors are headed. Okay, he's not going to stand by and not change anything. If we are to try to figure out who is most likely to go out the door, for me, it's Steph not happening at all, and Draymond is the next least likely to be moved. But you're right, it is possible. But
less likely than Kaminga?
Draymond is less likely to be moved than Kaminga. Yes, Kaminga is more likely to be moved than Draymond Green, in my opinion.
I would fight you on that.
Because I think Kaminga is your piece that gets you the most in return. If you're trying to legitimately try to win next year, maybe you think, okay, J.K., Trace Jackson Davis, let's go get ourselves a current star. Maybe he's 31 years old, and maybe you are putting a major bargaining chip for the future on the table to try to win one more with Steph. If that's the direction that you go, Kaminga gets you the most in return. I don't think that's the way I would go. I would keep Kaminga and pray to whatever God you believe in that he's going to turn into a star and he's going to lead you to success post Stephen Curry. But if you are legitimately trying to win another championship with Steph Curry, it means Draymond Green is still here and you got to try to get another piece elsewhere. And who gets you the most in return right now is Jonathan Kaminga. So in my mind, Kaminga far more likely to be moved than Draymond Green, although ultimately I think those two alongside Steph are both back. The changes happen elsewhere beyond those three.
See, I wholeheartedly disagree. And the reason is because if you are trying to remain out of the lottery, you can't just think about 3 seasons. You can't just think about what is left of Steph. You have to think about beyond that. And the reason why they're in this situation right now is because they tried to look too far, I would say a little bit. They had to look at, they tried to thread a needle, right? They tried to get cute, I think, with a couple of high upside players, and then they weren't willing to give them enough time. So if you are going to have Kaminga on your roster, or if you are going to try and compete beyond Curry, I don't know who else on this team is going to be projectable to do that outside of Kaminga. Meanwhile, Draymond Green, I think that his importance to this team is secondary right now just because the lack of experience from someone like J.K., but I would, if the Warriors trade Jonathan Kaminga to upgrade, I think it would be, 1, not enough to get them back into championship contention. Number 2, it would be idiotic. If they trade Jonathan Kaminga this summer, that is a terrible decision because you're not going to get a Giannis. You're not going to get an Embiid. You're not going to get a game-changing player that would come in and maybe even move Curry back to a secondary option. You're probably going to get someone like Pascal Siakam, which to me does not put the Warriors back into title contention. So from that perspective, I'm looking at the hierarchy of players that I would move or not move, I should say. Curry's number 1 because you can't do that to him in any shape or form unless he asks for it. Number 2, it's Kaminga because right now my entire future as a franchise is hitched to that one guy and his potential to be a superstar.
I'm with you. I'm not trading Kaminga either. I just think it's more likely he gets moved than Draymond because he fetches you the most on the open market. Not that it's something that I would do or really even consider that much unless you have a home run, no doubt about it. This is a great player who still has 7 good years left in his career. Then maybe you think about it. But that opportunity probably is not there. I think Steph, Draymond, Kaminga are all Warriors moving forward. Literally everybody else, though, that's a question going forward.
Well, I see you, Clarence and Brentwood, on the other side. We'll get to your call. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy live here from Freedman's Appliance on 95.7 The Game. Stop by and say what's up. I saw you, Ernie Chavez, in the YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. When you stop by, when work is done delaying you, get to us with haste. We got to get you in here, get you set up with one of our 38 very handy helpers at Freedman's Appliance, whether it's our guy Poet, whether it's our guy Aura. Everyone is ready to help you get your kitchen, your living room, anything you need here at Freedman's Appliance set for your home. And when we come back, we got 2 hours left. I do want to dig into that more, this idea of where the Warriors want to lean into more, how they thread the needle, and how they figure out the rest of the season as they stand 3 games above 500 as the 10 seed, looking up at the Lakers and looking behind at a creeping Houston Rockets team. Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy back after this on 95.7 The Game.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising! After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know! Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
important. And if it is a 2-1 in the first 3 of this road trip, that would be a major win for the Warriors.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get out to Brentwood, and Clarence has been hanging on patiently. Clarence, my man, what's going on? You're on with Mark, Randy, and Evan getting to live from Freedman's Appliance. How are you?
All right, doing pretty good. Just DoorDash out here in Brentwood.
DoorDash, I see
you. I was listening to you guys. I retired from the post office after 44 and a half years back on September 22nd. So I'm like, I got a lot, a lot of time now on my hands. I can use a little supplement to my retirement check, though. But anyway, I'm just calling just because I heard you guys talking about this season might be, may not even make the playoffs. We might as well start trying to focus on next season, trading this guy, keeping this team, keeping this guy, keeping this player, and trying to get better, for next season. But I want to just encourage the fan base right now that it ain't over. This season ain't over yet. Their chances of getting in the playoffs is way far from over, and they're not giving up. So, we just got to take one game at a time and see how to adjust against the teams they're playing from the way they played the previous game. Now we need to prepare for this, make the adjustments for this road trip here and try to do the best out of the road trip. We just need to just kind of be patient.
I got you.
We got to believe. I believe we got talented enough players.
Thanks.
They played.
Yeah. Sorry, Clarence. You're kind of cutting out there. I think we got the gist of it, though. No, you're right. You're absolutely spot on. The Warriors, in my opinion, have been kind of relegated to the place, Mark, where all they can do is approach it one game at a time because the playoffs is not really projectable, and you don't have a first-round pick, so if falling out of the 10th spot and getting maybe closer to a better pick doesn't really matter either.
It doesn't benefit you.
Yeah,
it does not benefit you. I wish I had Clarence's confidence, though. He started off the call saying it's not over, it's far from over. They still can make some noise. Technically so.
I would love to be served by Clarence. He pulls up to your house, his DoorDash, and dropping a couple of these beautiful homemade warm cookies on your doorstep, and then providing you with some positivity. That's what Clarence is doing.
That's what we all need in the world today. But I don't see it. What have the Warriors done this year that convinces you that they can put it together over a long stretch? Can they beat the Nuggets once in a series? Sure. And they beat the Bucks. They dominated the Bucks. They beat the
Nuggets
Celtics
in 2 years.
I know, but I'm just saying they still have the ability every once in a while to play a hell of a basketball game, and they've done it at times this year. And they did have a pretty good stretch for 6 weeks, end of January and in February. During that stretch, they were the best team in the NBA. The issue is the rest of the season they've been subpar, below 500. Do they have the ability on any given night to beat anybody? Sure. But they do not show it consistently enough. And on the other side, they also have the ability on any given night to lose to anybody. So, Clarence, I love your positivity, but I would just ask Clarence, ask you, ask all of our listeners, ask everyone stopping by Friedman's here. I would just ask, what have they done to make you confident that they can do that consistently moving forward?
They haven't.
Exactly.
They are the definition of an average team. An average team shows up on some nights, can beat you some nights, and can also lose to a team that's down 3 starters, or a team like the Memphis Hustle that in Memphis beats you by basically raining threes and praying and spraying.
G.G.
Jackson, who, by the way, had 35 points in that game on Wednesday. But, yes, those are the kinds of games that, if you had to rank the losses this season, the fact is you'd have a lot of choices. I don't know. It could be the Denver game, which they blew a 16-point lead with 6.5 minutes left. I think for me, the game that stands out is the Miami game at home after the Denver game, in which you looked like you're playing pretty well. Just take your pick.
Raptors post-trade deadline when they had already moved off of Anunoby and Siakam, where they beat you by 40 at Chase Center.
Or the game after against the Pelicans, literally right after, which they got booed in back-to-back home games. That might have been worse. I don't know.
Losing to the Spurs at home when they didn't have Wembanyama. I know Steph was not playing in that game as well. You follow up the Bucks win, maybe the best win of the year, by losing to the Chicago Bulls at home. The Bulls, not a bad team by any stretch, but certainly one that was a letdown. You're right. There's 12 different games we can point to that are arguably the worst loss of the year.
And it makes you look at games like an 18-point blown second-half lead to the Clippers. Thank you very much. And it makes you look at that type of game where That's not even on your radar. And that was a game in which they didn't lead, the Clippers did, until Paul George's three-point shot at the very end of that game. It also makes you not really think about a 22-point second-half blown lead to the Sacramento Kings, in which Draymond Green picked up a tee and swung the momentum of that game. There's all these games that you could look at and say, well, what if this, they should be this, they should be that. At the end of the day, they are who their record says they are, which is a 10 seed in a Western Conference that is trying to figure out not where the Warriors fit, but where the top four are going to go, because the Warriors are going to be beholden to whoever is at the top if they manage to find their way into the playoffs. It could be Denver, it could be OKC, it could be Minnesota. Either way, we're not at the point now. It looked like a couple weeks ago we were deciding, okay, this road trip was going to be a matchup against playoff opponents. How do the Warriors kind of measure up against first Minnesota on the road and then Miami, maybe Orlando? Now we're just at the point where, well, can they grab a couple wins?
Please.
I mean,
you got to win a couple of these games. The Rockets' schedule does toughen out a little bit after these next two at home when they got the Jazz and the Blazers. They got Dallas coming up. They got OKC shortly after these two winnable games at home for Houston as well. But it is wild how quickly things change, because if you just rewind, Evan, to 2 weeks ago when the Warriors, they had just come off of that road trip where it ended with that blowout loss in Boston.
It was like a lifetime ago.
You figured that, all right, it's okay. You had already beaten the Knicks, you'd beaten the Raptors, you had beaten the Wizards. 3-1 road trip where you figured if you just go 2-2, you're all right. You go 3-1, it's a major win. You come home, you dominate the Bucks. Giannis was in, Dame was in. It was a relatively healthy Bucks team. Chris Middleton was out. He's been out for a while, but relatively healthy Bucks team.
That was a great game.
I mean, incredible. Chase Center was as loud as I've heard it, maybe in its existence, other than that postseason run a couple of years ago. It was an incredible night, and then you follow it up with the loss to the Bulls, and then Steph gets hurt and misses a handful of games, and then Draymond Green's back acts up. He misses the game in Dallas. You lose to the Spurs at home. Then you have to fight tooth and nail to win against the Spurs in San Antonio. You put up a great effort led by your young guys in Dallas, but you lose. Steph comes back and you get a nice win in LA in a game where Anthony Davis, though, misses the whole second half. And you feel like, all right, maybe they're putting it together once again. And then you return home, and it's a 1-2 homestand in games where you felt like you could have won all three, potentially. Or if you had any desire to win a postseason series, you should win all three, but you don't. So it's just been such an up-and-down season, and I'm with you. The inconsistencies overall, it has sapped me of all my optimism about this team doing anything this year aside from maybe getting out of the play-in. I could see them doing that, but you match up with the young athletes of Minnesota, you match up with the young athletes of Oklahoma City, you match up with the proven guile of the Denver Nuggets. I don't see the Warriors being able to compete with those three right now. So at best, this is a first-round exit team. At worst, not even a team that's going to be in the play-in.
I mean, yeah, they've been relegated back to we believe. Like they're trying to figure out how they could be an 8 seed that could upset a 1, and that season was so great because of the preceding failures of that ownership, of the franchise in general, what the 10-plus seasons of not making the playoffs. They had like 3 or 4 years in a row which they didn't win more than 20 games, I think it was, at the turn of the century. I mean, that was a different place for Warriors basketball, and yes, it means we're spoiled, and yes, it means that they've experienced the highest of highs and a dynasty and all the rest, but unfortunately, that's the standard now. That's the standard for a lot of people, not just fans, but I would say members of that organization. Curry's not okay with just being a mediocre team and a mediocre franchise for the remainder of his basketball years. I don't think Joe Lacob is looking at the remainder of Curry's time in the NBA as well as the remainder of his ownership, which I'm sure he wants to be for a very long time, as a place where he wants to just be one of those teams or one of the guys or essentially just a jag, because what we've seen the last now 2 seasons is a place you cannot be, which is borderline irrelevant. Like, the reason why last Saturday to me was highlighted by ESPN is because you have 2 players that are entering the white dwarf stages of their careers, which is LeBron James and Steph Curry. They're still very good. I mean, LeBron had 49 and 8. Curry was shooting the hell out of the basketball that game, and the Warriors found a way to win. But that is kind of in a micro sense, you look at those 2 titans, and that's what the league is clinging on to, and it feels like we are clinging on to that former age of Warriors basketball. And that's why, again, off the top of the show, I kind of hope that we can look at this season like a transition. Not from Curry to something else, but from what the championship team was and that look and mold and core of the Warriors was in 2022 to whatever the hopeful next championship version of the Warriors can be. This, to me, needs to be a transitionary season in which we look at, even if they get into the playoffs, if you don't think that this team can win a championship, then what are we hanging on to at this point outside of the biggest pieces, which we have identified as Steph Curry, Draymond Green, as well as Jonathan Kaminga? If there's no way to upgrade, well, then they need to get better internally. Can they add a piece on the outside? And to me, where I've found this particular week in which they lost to the Knicks and the Pacers and then beat a G League Memphis team, what stood out to me more so than anything else, Mark, was that their starters are not good enough. Against the Knicks, they were minus 20 as a starting five. Indiana played them off the floor. Their bench has not been an issue this year, but that's kind of been the problem. The second unit some nights is better than the first unit, and that happens far too often for me.
Yeah, it does. And if you're looking at this year, to use your phrase, like a transitionary period, a transitionary season, I would argue the evidence is there that this is, or at least the Warriors have learned enough about themselves to use this as a transitionary year. If you rewind to the beginning of the season, you go back to October and forget everything you've learned about this team, from that point to now. If you go back, clean slate, begin the season, you think, all right, you don't really know what Jonathan Kaminga could potentially be, and we still don't know what his ceiling is. But before this season, he didn't really. There was a decent run at the end of last regular season when Draymond was out, or when Wiggins was out, for personal reasons, and Kaminga had to, step up and do a little bit more. But then what happened when the postseason came around, right? He got a couple opportunities to play, but then got benched because it was not working out.
Yeah.
So think back to what you knew about Jonathan Kaminga preseason. You weren't really sure. You obviously did not know much about Podziemski and Trayce Jackson-Davis. You knew they were rookies. You knew Podziemski came out of Santa Clara, local guy, although not from around here, just attended Santa Clara for 1 year. You know Trayce Jackson-Davis, a 4-year college player from Indiana, coached by former NBA head coach Mike Woodson. You felt, decent about the draft, but as always, it's kind of a crapshoot, and you don't know what you're going to get. My point is, you began this season, obviously with high expectations. Your expectations to begin the year were not of fighting for the 10 seed. That would be a major disappointment. But if you are looking at it from the perspective of, let's find out who our young guys are, in that regard, Evan, at least in my opinion, this season has been a success for that reason. Because Jonathan Kaminga, at the very worst, can be, a positive starter on a team that can win. I mean, we've seen it for a decent stretch. Now, there has to be better pieces around it, and it all has to fit better, but you learned a lot. Positive things about Kaminga this year. Same thing for Brandon Podziemski and Trayce Jackson-Davis, specifically for Podziemski and more lately for Trayce Jackson-Davis. So in that sense, at the very least, this season, if you are going to use it as a transitionary period and use it as a springboard into the future, at least you now have a whole lot of data and information and legitimate, belief in a group of young guys at who they really are, because you had no clue who they were to begin this season. And Steve Kerr, a couple of weeks ago on this very station, said we didn't expect any sort of contribution from both Trayce Jackson-Davis and Podziemski this year. We expected nothing from them. That's what you get from rookies usually, especially when you have a team that is led by a veteran group of future Hall of Famers. You just don't get many minutes for those guys. So at the very least, Evan, if I'm trying to see it glass half full, I can point towards the information we gained about that young group as a positive, because it at least gives the Warriors an ability to assess what they have in the future much more than they knew before this season began.
There's still not enough information for me about the young guys, but there's enough information for me about most of the veterans. And I think that's what's more important for me, that I know what I'm largely going to get or not get on a given night from everyone not named Steph, and even quietly sometimes from Curry, who, if you look at the comparison between February and March, like, if there's one thing that I feel confident is that this team still does go as Steph goes. And he's been up, and he's been down. In the month of February, played 14 games. Scored in 27.7 points. Shot 46% from the floor, 42 from deep. They went 11-3 in the month that he played. This month in March, he's played 8 games. They're 500. Why? Because Curry's averaging 21 points on 41%, shooting 35 from three-point range. They're still very much hitched to his wagon. And while I don't think that someone like Kaminga or Pajemski or TJD, who I have some thoughts that I want to share on the other side of this commercial break in a few minutes, I don't know if those are players that you can hitch your wagon to and assume that you're even going to be where you are now, which is a few games above 500. They have needed Curry to be great just to get to this point, but I do think that the surrounding cast, and I'm including Draymond in this also, because to me, whether it's his actions and suspensions or some of his inconsistent play, which we saw largely, I think, against someone like New York, in which he got outplayed, in my opinion, by Isaiah Hartenstein, like him, Wiggins, Clay's lesser now that he's off the bench, as well as Chris Paul, those guys, to me, I have enough information to determine what I want to do with them, and I will reveal that on the other side. But we are live here at Freeman's Appliance. I think I see Matt Steinmetz pulling up, and Dana Ali. Oh, hell yeah. We got a party for the last half of the show. Again, we're going until 3 o'clock, 888-957-9570. We got people stopping by with their lovely pale ales. I think our guy's going to bring us an IPA during the break. Don't worry, we won't take it until after the show. Maybe so, maybe not.
You know what I just noticed?
Huh?
We got a chicken on a rotisserie cooking over there.
Is that a chicken or a pig?
That's definitely a chicken.
Yeah, it's a chicken.
Dude, it smells so delicious in here. My goodness.
I mean, everything about this place, it's funny. Like, so in the back, they got, setups for dessert, basically dessert setups in your kitchen, whether you're a baker, whether you're kind of oven-based. I guess if you're going to have a roasting chicken on a spit, you can set that up. And, well, everyone at Freeman's Appliance is seeing how a specific appliance will work in their kitchen or in their laundry room. Even the outdoor grill that they got, serving out steak, tortillas, tacos, quesadillas, birria. They got a lot of great stuff here. They got bacon wrapped in ham on the outside, so I know we do have a pig in the house. Everything about this place smells delicious. It is largely nutritious, but more importantly, it is a great place to be the entire weekend. A once yearly red tag clearance sale right here at Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Please get out here. Everyone that's on our YouTube chat, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, we appreciate you chiming in. If you can get down here, please do. You've already said hello to San Jose Jazz fan and his missus. They were very kind. Mark Grandy, Evan Giddings. Coming up next, though, I do want to dig into a specific question, and if you have thoughts on this, I do want to hear from you. What is optimal for Stephen Curry, and what is optimal for the Golden State Warriors? Are those two questions still in alliance, or are they further away from each other than they've ever been before? 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy with you. We'll be back after this live from Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill on your home for Golden State Warriors basketball, 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, what's going on, everyone? Halfway home here on a gorgeous Saturday at Friedman's Appliance, 95.7 The Game out here. Mark Grandy alongside Evan Giddings, Justin Beltre's in the house. Matt Steinmetz is in the house somewhere. I'm sure he's trying to hunt down a particular appliance for his beautiful Oakland home.
Or
you can
just
do
hunting
so.
down a beer.
Well, I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. That's what we're going to be doing after the show at about 3:02 as soon as we get off the air here. But until then, we are taking your calls at 888-957-9570. Mark Grandy picked up a quiche.
It's like a pizza bite.
Oh, it's a pizza bite.
Yeah, it's like I don't know, a little piece of bread with some cheese and then a little pepperoni on top.
Gotcha. Well, this particular station we have
delicious.
been blessed to be next to has been pumping out French toast casserole. They've been there was like an Italian, the ravioli also. And then now apparently pizza bites. We got homemade cookies. We got some nachos. We got some legumes. And we also got, I think Justin is trying to get us, some brisket that's outside. We had some tacos earlier. They even got me eating portobello mushrooms, Mark, and I hate mushrooms. But today.
I mean, I'm convinced that with a Friedman's Appliance, you can make anything taste good because everything that we have tasted today, it has been incredible.
I might be taking that chicken on a spit over there home by the end of this thing.
There's a number of people eyeing it over there. We got to sneak in and grab it.
Yeah, I wonder how much it costs, not for the actual the oven roaster itself, but
just the chicken.
Just the chicken. No, this is a fantastic place to see where everything fits in your home, and you can check it out along with, I mean, there's 38 different people here helping. Someone might hop on to kind of give you a little more of a synopsis, a more detailed synopsis in a little bit. We also got our mystery guest, who's a spokesperson for Freeman's Appliance, coming up at 2 o'clock, so stick around here. Keep it locked and loaded on 95.7 The Game from 12 to 3. Mark Grandy, Evan Giddings. But the question that we posed right before the break, Mark, and if you want to answer it, 888-957-9570 is the number. The idea of what is optimal for Stephen Curry versus what is optimal for the Golden State Warriors. Because for 15 years, the two have pretty much been intertwined. Like, he's the franchise. He's the greatest player to ever don a Warriors jersey. He's perhaps the greatest point guard ever. However you slice it, he is an all-timer. So everything that's been optimal for him has always been optimal for the Warriors. But I think what we've begun to not get too wholly, but the question that keeps kind of popping into my mind is, are those two things still intertwined? And I'll throw that to you first before I answer.
They're still intertwined, but is what's best for Steph the best thing for the Warriors anymore? I don't think so. Excuse me, because Stephen Curry only has, at the very most, you would think 3 really good years left? Like,
You'd hope.
I mean, 3 really good years left would still be pretty darn impressive. The dude's 36 years old right now, just turned 36, 9 days ago now, last week. So that is impressive by itself. But if you are Steph Curry and you are confident that you are approaching the tail end of your career, as he is, and maybe he plays till he's 42, that's still the tail end of his career. If that is true, which I think 99.9% of us can all agree on, and I'm sure Steph feels that way as well, he wants to put all eggs in his basket, push everything you got, every asset that you have, to try to get me one more chip. Give me number 5. Because 5 is a really important number when it comes to winning NBA championships. His biggest rival currently, LeBron James, how many does he have right now? 4. Steph has 4. Getting the 5th.
3.5.
Yeah, accurate.
Shout out the bubble.
Bubble championship. Getting the 5th is extremely valuable for Stephen Curry, and it has as he tries to be selfish because he's earned that right. So if you're Stephen Curry and what you are asking the Warriors to do as Steiny walks by, probably listening to this conversation about
meandering around
with a beer in his hand. There you go, Steiny.
Surprised he's not double fisting at this point. It is, by the way, afternoon.
It is.
Officially.
But if you are Steph, you want the Warriors to do everything in their power to try to get you a 5th championship. And if you are the Golden State Warriors, you got to ask yourself, all right, what can we do to do that? Well, that means getting rid of all your young talent because you're not convinced yet that Jonathan Kaminga and company are going to be legitimate number 2, number 3, number 4 pieces on a championship team. So that means getting rid of your relatively promising future. We don't know exactly what it means for a lottery ticket, for a chance to try to win one more championship next year, 2 years from now, God forbid 3 years from now, whatever the situation is. And I don't think the Warriors are comfortable doing that because It is, even if you do that, even if you move off of every valuable young piece that you have, you trade away as many picks as you possibly can, there is nowhere near a guarantee you're going to get the fifth. And I think the Warriors look at it as it's not quite worth that risk because we don't want to bottom out in the near future 4 or 5 years down the road when Stephen Curry is no longer playing or when he can no longer carry a franchise. So I think it's a really good question, and for the first time in a very long time, what Stephen Curry might deep down want and what the Warriors think is best for them going forward, I don't think they're in lockstep anymore.
They're certainly not nearly as in lockstep as they've been for, I would say, 14 and maybe even 14-plus seasons, and this is year 15 for Steph. I still think what's optimal for the Warriors is optimal for Curry, but what is optimal for Curry is no longer optimal for the big three or the core four or however you slice it. And again, it's kind of the theme of today, looking ahead. How do you hitch your wagon? I do think you still need to hitch it to Steph as long as he's here, but you got to lose some of the baggage. Like he's got to lose some of the dead weight, figuratively speaking, that he's had to carry, in Steve Kerr's words, unfairly throughout the entirety of this season, and really throughout the entirety of his entire career in Golden State. The difference is he's no longer 25 years old and he can do it consistently on a night in and night out basis. The fact that Curry has played as many games as he has this season is magnificent. I mean, he's played and started 63 games. That is more than anyone on the team. Kaminga and Clay have played more games, but they have not had more starts. Curry's still leading the team in terms of minutes. He is still the top scorer on this team. He is still one of, on a given night like Indiana, could be your best rebounder. He could lead you in assists. He has to do so much at an age in which typically players are winding down, and I know LeBron James is an absolute freak, but you even look at him and you look at their championship, which we kind of jokingly referenced. In my opinion, LeBron James, even 3 or 4 years ago, was not the best player in the finals on that Lakers team. That means that he had a running mate that he could rely on Anthony Davis, to pick him up when he was not playing well. Steph is not afforded that luxury at this point, and that to me is because they have either so much money or so much invested monetarily or production and kind of the I guess alliance and sort of loyalty they have to the previous championship. That means the baggage needs to come off this offseason, not completely, but I think with what you talked about, how the transition has already begun for the Warriors to kind of get younger but also move the older players into their proper positions. Now it's about this offseason, to me, removing the baggage from that equation, and that could be Andrew Wiggins. That could be someone like Klay Thompson if he can't find a right price. That could be Chris Paul. I think they need to strip down parts in order to figure out what the vision of this team is moving forward for next season. And that still does, to me, align with Curry, but it doesn't align to his running mates anymore.
So if you are Stephen Curry, pretend you're Steph for a minute. What are you asking Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy to do this offseason? Is it, all right, move off of Andrew Wiggins, don't re-sign Klay Thompson, you can't pick up Chris Paul's option because that's $30 million that would be better spent elsewhere. Don't pick up Kevon Looney's option. You pay him $3 million instead of the full $8 to get out of here, and you're not hooked with that full contract. Is it as simple as saying goodbye to all those guys? Is that what you think Steph Curry is asking this Warriors team to do this offseason?
I don't think Curry's asking them to do anything, but what I think that is going to happen is the Warriors will not be asking him as much what they should do. Now, he's still involved in every decision in my mind, and in order to, for example, like not bring back Clay or trade Draymond, like one of the big three, you're probably going to need a green light from Curry to do that. But at the same time, the Warriors now, I feel like from a brass standpoint, have enough evidence to look him in the eye and say, Steph, I know you love this guy. I know you won a championship with him. Some of them you've won 4 championships. Some of them you've won 3 championships with. But we're not in the same place anymore. We can't compete at the level that you want to with the guys that you feel loyal to anymore. And if you want to continue down that path to just run it back and try and hope that Andrew Wiggins is going to be a different player next year, that Chris Paul is still going to be at the same level at age 39 next season, that Klay Thompson is going to continue to shoot effectively off the bench, that Draymond Green can somehow muster 75 games of 25 minutes at the 5 consistently, if you believe that all of that can align and the stars can set up for, in my mind, what just looks like like a solar eclipse at this point, because it's taken a solar eclipse for us to get to the point where they could get to the second round last year. I think it's going to take a solar eclipse for them to get beyond the first round this year. If you think all of that can happen for us to get to a conference semifinals and maybe not be able to get out of there, then that's on you. But ownership in the front office, I think, made a tough choice this past offseason by moving off of a guy they just gave big money to in Jordan Poole. I don't think they're going to be afraid to move off of a piece or trade a piece that they just gave money to in the near past, and that, I don't know, they might be also setting themselves up for the future because there are a lot of tradable contracts right now. I think the biggest reason why they brought in Chris Paul, and they told us this, was financial flexibility. Like, they hoped that he could help the second unit and be a good player because he wins, but they weren't asking him to come in and play 35 minutes. They were asking him to come in and be an asset to them and help people in the meantime. So, in a way, I feel like Dunleavy has set up this summer for tough decisions to be made, but also for the fan base to accept the tough decisions if they are made, because there's not a lot of evidence that if you remain doing what you're doing, in the words of Steph Curry, that the insanity is going to just be round and round and round again, doing the same things and expecting different results. It's now happened for a second consecutive season, and something's got to change.
Something's got to change. The question is what exactly? And you mentioned, obviously, a number of the veterans are the guys that are most likely to be moved on from this offseason. Klay Thompson maybe is the biggest decision because he is the one that is a free agent. Everybody else
What do you think about that? What do you think
still
about
under
Klay?
contract. I mean, I know this is something that Steiny's been on recently, and he's mulling around somewhere. Not sure exactly where he is. Don't have an eye on him right now. Probably getting into some trouble in the back somewhere. We'll keep an eye on him during the break.
I'm not babysitting him. I do it 5 days a week from 10 to 2. I'm not babysitting this guy anymore.
There he is.
There
he just walked in the door.
Yeah.
But about Klay Thompson,
I
mean, he's been shooting the ball much better lately. I mean, last night wasn't great. Now, in the first half, he was on fire. 6 of 10 in the first half was Klay. 3 of 6 from downtown. He did finish 6 for 15, 3 of 10 from deep overall. But you look at his previous
get in here,
3
Steiny.
games.
Get in here,
pop a
Steiny.
headset on. Klay Thompson's previous 3 games, though, shooting 50% from the field and 48% from downtown. Like, he has been shooting the ball much better lately. And I know last night wasn't great, but Klay Thompson off the bench seems to be settling into that role, which only makes this offseason's questions a little bit more murky, because I think one of the easier decisions, the easier way to save some money was, all right, like, Klay, bye-bye. But now Klay is playing really good basketball once again for the most part.
Well, we are here at Freedman's Appliance. We'll be doing our show for another hour and 15 minutes up until 3 o'clock, 95.7 The Game. Keep it locked here. Live vignettes, Freedman's Appliance, a great selection of food, great selection for your kitchen, for your home in general. And we are pleased to bring on, actually, the man who kind of put me on, Steiny. We were talking on Friday just about how amazing Freedman's Appliance was and is.
Yes.
And I think you honestly undersold it. And you told me it was pretty great.
It's a great place, and today it's jumping, and there's food and drink, and the appliances are just amazing. No, the first time I came out here was about 5 years ago, and I was like, man, this place is unbelievable.
I've never been out here. This is incredible.
It is.
Dude,
it's pretty cool.
We've been
It's pretty
munching
cool.
since about 10:30.
Yes.
You missed the French toast, but you got here in time for lunch.
Where'd you get the cookies, by the way?
Someone brought them to us.
Our guy Aura. Our guy Aura pulled
Okay, I've met him.
All the sales
And, of course, Dana has met him, my friend Dana. So, hey, Warriors.
Yeah, what'd you think of that game last night, Steiny?
Well, I didn't see it all, but I saw.
He was hot in the chat, I can tell you.
I saw enough.
The vine was jumping.
I mean, they're kind of writing's kind of on the wall, isn't it? They're going to have to do this probably as a 10th seed if they're going to do it.
Yeah, I mean that's the
ninth
reality.
at best if they can start playing better. But man, ever since the Milwaukee game, they've just not been consistent at all. And from where they were at that time when they beat Milwaukee to now, it's pretty remarkable.
Well, I don't want to, throw the hammer at you immediately, but the question we've kind of been on, and again, 888-957-9570 is the number, Comcast Business Text line as well. Matt Steinmetz with us here at Freedman's Appliance, Evan Giddings, Mark Grandy. The question is, what is optimal for Stephen Curry? What is optimal for the Golden State Warriors? And are those two things still intertwined? Because for about 15 years, it's one and the same. Whatever is best for Steph is best for the Warriors. can you still say that what's optimal for Steph is optimal for the future of the franchise?
I mean, that kind of question, I mean,
it's a tough one.
You got to see how the last 14 games go, even though it looks like they're trending in a certain direction that's going to be disappointing. So at that point, you have to figure out kind of how fast it is realistically to get back into the. I mean, if that's what happens, then what the league's saying is you're the 18th or 20th best team in the league. You're in the bottom half, really. So then I think all bets are off the table. I mean, all bets are on the table, and I think that's when you have a long, hard discussion with Steph and see where he's at. I think that's obviously what they have to do, don't you guys?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've kind of been tossing around the idea of, okay, so Steph is a loyal person, we know that, but with what's transpired the last 2 seasons, essentially, either you were a top 12 team last year because you made the conference semis, or now you're looking at probably being a top 20, top 18 team. I think a lot of it this year has had to do more with basketball reasons than non-basketball reasons last year. And that, to me, is enough evidence to go to Steph and say, I know you're a loyal dude. I know you want to ride out in the sunset with your guys. But what's optimal for you is no longer optimal for the rest of the veterans.
But I also think Steph's smart enough to know that, what re-signing Klay Thompson for 2 or 3 years, he may be able to say, I realize he would probably know that's not the fastest way to get him back to championship contender level or be on a team like that. They might have to lose Klay to do something dramatic that gives Steph a better chance.
Well, it's Klay and it's Wiggins and it's Chris Paul and it's maybe Kevon Looney. Like it's more than just one piece. It's got to be a whole bunch, right?
Depending on the player, you could get in here. I mean, I was thinking about LeBron, and you're allowed to think about LeBron because Lake have made the call. So the one thing I would, if you're going to go 100% in and try to mortgage everything for another year, then I would try to do. And it may not be possible. The move might not be out there, but it would be to get LeBron and somehow hold on to Kaminga. And even if at that point you're like, well, the rest of the team's gonna, you know what? We'll figure that out. We'll fill in the next 6 guys, even though that's pretty drastic. But how else can they get back right away?
And also remain relevant.
And that's no guarantee either, what I just threw out there.
I mean, the Lakers are the 9 seed, so it's like, you're trying to combine forces with the 2 teams that are probably going to be kicking each other out of the elimination. It's interesting because we were talking about Draymond and his importance. That, to me, is something where, if the stars align, like LeBron has an opt-out this year. I mean, they wouldn't have to necessarily trade for LeBron. If someone like Draymond could broker or barter a potential deal and say, hey, LB, we can get this thing, we can keep Kaminga, because the one thing, LeBron's not stupid. He needs particular pieces around him. That's why I think he has so much power in organizations and forced his hand, for example, last year at the deadline, like get these dudes out and bring a bunch of guys in who I can win with. So I think whatever the best situation in terms of the roster, like if the Lakers have a better roster, I don't think LeBron's going anywhere. Right. But if somehow the Warriors could prove to him that they could improve the roster, and then with him coming in, you free up cap space that probably includes Chris and Klay both leaving, then you might be able to thread that needle.
I mean, to me, it has to be something like LeBron coming here for whatever exception they would have, or
like, I mean, he's not taking a major pay cut, though.
I can't imagine.
No.
I can't imagine he would do something like that.
No, maybe you take a page from LeBron's book in how he's managed teams before, and you just trade off all your pieces that aren't working for you anymore, and you get a couple of quality pieces.
LeBron's already gotten Wiggins traded once, by the way.
It's true.
Oh, that's true.
Back in Wiggins' draft,
true.
You wanted Kevin Love instead of a rookie.
That is true.
It did help him get a championship, so maybe it did work out. But maybe the Warriors go to the LeBron James school of general managing, and they just say, all right, Clay, see ya. All right, Andrew, see ya. All right, Kevon, see ya. Bring us a J.R. Smith type, a Jared Vanderbilt type, and help. I mean, I know Warriors are going to need more than those kind of guys, but that's been LeBron's MO. Not that it's always worked.
Yeah.
But those are the options that the Warriors have. It's either embrace the future and maybe forget about this year, next year potentially, or it is go all in and deal with the consequences 5 years from now.
Yeah, and they also have a couple players who it's not like they're paid a ton, but they got to make a decision. Gary Payton II, I'm pretty sure, has a player option next year for $9.
Yeah. He's going to be opting in.
You would think he's going to opt in.
Looney has a partially guaranteed
deal.
deal.
You're going to have to pay $3 million to not be on the team.
Yep.
If that's the way you want to go with Looney. And even now, a player like Moody, who's might just be the 10th or 11th man, I think he's making $6 next year, something like that. So, in theory, they could try to move off all those guys just to save a combined amount of money that is more significant to them than, let's say, the fans.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily think that would hurt them because I think they do have too many players, the same kind of level of players. So they may as well make a decision on a few of them where there's probably some overlap.
Well, and Kerr's already shown, too, like, at this point of the season, you probably got to get yourself down to 8 or 9 guys anyways. I think a big reason is throughout the year you didn't know who was 2 through 12. And
I mean,
you got to give some clarity.
It's funny when you said, Kerr's going to have to get down to 8 or 9 guys. My first thought was they can't win with 8 or 9 guys anymore.
Yeah.
I don't think. And that's why I'm starting to think less and less it's even possible for them to go deep into a series because those games start coming every other day, and those are the days that you're going to need Steph to play 35 or 36 and Draymond to play 34 and Clay to bump up to 32, and that's where Wiggins has to be good enough to play 32 or 34, and Kaminga then obviously is but I don't know that they can win that way because there's a lot of the playoffs take a toll.
Well, that's what Evan was talking about earlier. I mean, Steph in the fourth quarter last night, I mean, he was just forced to launch over and over and over and maybe a little bit fatigued. I mean, Tyrese Halliburton blocked his threes a couple of times. He's being asked to carry such a heavy load that you're right. Even in the playoffs where you're guaranteed not to have back-to-backs, rotation shrinks. Is Steph still able to carry that heavy of a load every single game? I mean, he just had 3 games off, and we were talking about how maybe that's going to ultimately be a positive because it keeps him fresh. But, I mean, maybe he's dealing with the reality of a 36-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at numbers this morning, and so he's now he's been in a – I'll just use Bob Meyer's word. He's been in a little malaise for 12 games.
Yeah.
So they've got 14 left. He's going to be to me, he should start to become the story because he's going to need to play better for them to have any chance. And he's had a history of doing it at this time.
Yeah, it's not necessarily fair to him, but it is
not fair. It is not fair to him at all.
No.
But
just what it is.
We're gonna get a look-see at Steph in the next 14 games heading into the playoffs. And if he doesn't get more help, there are going to be more games that look like last night.
He is still shooting it at a high clip, obviously, but he's never shot more threes in relation to how many total field goals he takes. I mean, last night he shot 18 threes, 7 of which in the fourth quarter, and a lot of them it just felt like is because either he was too tired to get around his man. I thought Grandy brought up a great sequence of Clay complaining about a non-call, Nembhard beating Curry up the court, and it wasn't like he wasn't trying. Nembhard's 24. He just couldn't catch him.
Right.
So I think there's more and more of those games that open your eyes a little bit to where the Warriors are at in relation to Curry. He's still great, but can he still shoulder the load for an 82-game season and then for 20 games in the playoffs? I think that's a little unrealistic. But we do have to step aside. Steiny, Appreciate you coming on, man.
Thanks for having me. I just never like to intrude.
Oh, you're always welcome. So you want to do the whole next hour, too?
No, I want to check out more live working vignettes.
There you go.
Yes, sir. You are a live working vignette.
That's a 4.
That's
all right. Thanks, Tony.
Thank you, guys.
Here live at Freeman's Appliance. We'll be here for another hour. I think we got a mystery guest coming up on the other side. If you want to come on by, say what's up, please do. There's food. There's an opportunity to grab at the once yearly Red Tag clearance sale. All the deals here for your kitchen, for your home in general. Get by to Freeman's Appliance here in Pleasant Hill. We'll be back after this. Mark Grandy, Evan Giddings taking your calls at 888-957-9570 and digging deeper into the Warriors as we move along to our final hour right here on 95.7 The Game.
We are Lions International, the world's largest service organization. We are volunteers committed to strengthening our communities and supporting those in need, one act of kindness at a time. For more than a century, Lions have been serving a world in need, right here in our community and around the world. Lions International makes the impossible possible. This is your invitation to join us, because the only thing missing from our mission to make a difference is you. Visit lionsclubs.org to find a local Lions Club near you.
Now, during Staples Print Big Sale, get $20 off your print purchase of $100 or more, $50 off your print purchase of $200 or more, and $100 off your print purchase of $300 or more. So the more you print at Staples, the more you save. To demonstrate, print at Staples, you save. But if you print at Staples, you save. See how that works? Staples Print Big Sale. Print more, save more. Up to $100. Ends 4/6. Visit staples.com/print for details.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising! After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know! Video only beat them all. And now...
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Well, that is a particular intro for a very special individual as we welcome to Friedman's Appliance here in Pleasant Hill. Evan Giddings, Mark Grandy on 95.7 The Game, final hour of the show. We welcome Mr. Friedman's Appliance himself, none other than Jim Kozimor. Koz, my man, what's going on?
Evan, thank you so much for having me on. Mark, thanks so much for having me on. I really appreciate it. And I want to take the time to say thank you for the intro music. It's phenomenal. As everyone knows, I'm a huge Creed fan. But Mark, if I'm not mistaken, you were on, and I hate to bring the memory up, the night the 49ers lost in the Super Bowl. You were on immediately following that Super Bowl. Is that correct?
That is correct, along with Sterling Bennett, who you just talked to on the phone back in the studio.
I just want to tell you guys how fantastic you were post-Super Bowl and the coverage you guys had. I listened the whole night. As soon as the game ended, I went to the app. I'm listening to 95.7 The Game, and I thought you guys really you were both cogent in your analysis, but you were also fans. You were speaking as people who cared about what was happening, and I was riveted to the programming. So Mark and Sterling, you guys are great. And Evan, I'm a big fan, so thanks for letting me on today.
I appreciate that. Thanks so much. I mean, I've kind of blocked that night from my memory because it was so emotional.
There are no tears left, Coach.
I appreciate the kind words. Thanks so much.
I know. Yeah, it was a great show. Really fine programming, and you guys were so emotion-filled. It was riveting, and the fans had a real outlet for that. Just as the shoppers have a real outlet at Friedman's Appliance this weekend, don't they, guys?
I was going to say, well, you're taking our show from fine to great, but before we dig into all the kind of nooks and crannies here, I mean, how did you develop a relationship with Friedman's Appliance, and what kind of drew you to what they do? Because I can tell you from being in here just the first 5 minutes, it is absolutely electric, it is magnetic, there's something for everyone, it is welcoming, and it's really an atmosphere and environment, Coz, that I feel like is befitting of anyone that walks through their doors.
Yeah, it's really awesome. And that's pretty much, the way you described it is pretty much how I came about this. You know, my wife and I were blessed enough to be in the Bay Area for, Northern California for about almost 25 years, but the Bay Area for about 13 years. And when we were doing some work to our home, we needed some things for a brand new kitchen. And we went to Friedman's Appliance, and we had everything right there for us to utilize. We had everything that we could put our hands on. You don't just see the items there. You actually have experts in the showroom cooking on the elements, showing you what you can do with all the different things, whether it's a Miele, whether it's a Bosch, whether it's a Maytag, whatever your price point is, they've got something for you. And then subsequently, guys, just like you're doing here on the red tag sale days, I had a lucky opportunity to work the red tag sales with some guys who used to work at 95.7 The Game, and I loved walking around and tasting different foods from different kitchens and seeing different displays that were going on. And it really sold me. So I was a customer before I got to do what you guys do. And then as the kicker to the story, and I'll just close it this way, that at Friedman's Appliance, I was doing the show like you guys were, and I was talking about how they have everything from kitchen appliances to washer and dryers and dishwashers. Someone's listening with their husband. They're driving down the road right on I-80 over there. That's 680, right? You're right off of 680, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yep.
That's right. 680. You're right off of 680, the Monument Boulevard area, right there in Pleasant Hill. And they're driving up, and they're listening, and they said, we need a washer and dryer. We got to go. They come over. They stop and said hi. They went in and did the shopping. They got a good kind of display area that they could see everything being utilized. Boom, on the spot, they purchase it. They come out and they have some food, and they sit and they hang with us for the show for another hour. So that's kind of what sold me with it. But Freeman's is a great place to be. And if anyone's looking for something, this is your weekend, the Red Tag sale. I promise you, if you need something for your house, for your kitchen, for your outdoor kitchen, go to Freedman's this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you're spot on, Coach. I haven't been to this particular location, but it is amazing. I mean, we were here an hour early. I tried to explore around as much as I could. I could not get to every nook and cranny in this place, and there's great food, great appliances everywhere. I saw an air fryer. I don't know about you. I am on the air fryer craze. Those are that's a thing to check out before you leave as well. I don't know how to transition from the brightness and the awesomeness of Friedman's Appliance.
Let me tell you one more thing before you
go ahead.
I'll tell you one more thing. Because here I am. I live in Franklin, Tennessee. Beautiful community. It's a lot like, say, Danville, California, which is about 10 miles down the road from where you guys are sitting right now. In my kitchen, I've got a mini fridge that I purchased from Friedman. I've got a Bosch automatic coffee maker, built-in coffee maker that makes lattes, it makes cappuccinos, it makes all different kinds of specialty coffee drinks, and you can get them right there. I went to Friedman's, bought it there before I moved here, so I've got a little bit of Friedman's in my own very house here in Tennessee. That's how great it is. But you want to make a transition? My guess is you want to make a transition into the Golden State Warriors and where they are right about now. How about that?
You are a pro, Coach. That's exactly where I was going. The awesomeness of Friedman's into another disappointing Warriors loss last night. I know you're out there in Tennessee now, but you still keep in touch with the Golden State Warriors. Pretty disappointing season. Where do you think they go from here, Coach?
You know, it's interesting. It's really funny, especially during the NCAA tournament, guys. I think I see the best of the Golden State Warriors in the commercial breaks. When I see Steph on a commercial and I see Clay eating one of the big, what do they got, the big pretzels that he's promoting for Subway, and then I see Draymond doing his commercials. It's like the best of the old Golden State Warriors right in my very kitchen as I'm watching the game. But here's what I see for the Warriors going forward. This is just Father Time taking over. You in the Northern California area got to experience the greatest dynasty of this era, and that's what the Golden State Warriors have been. I think this is a greater dynasty than what the Lakers dynasty was. I think it's on par with, but maybe a little less than the Chicago Bulls dynasty that they had in the 90s. But you saw the greatest piece of it. And now you're just seeing the natural maturity of that happening. The Warriors made a statement when they said, we will pay the luxury tax. And that meant keeping the core elements to the greatest team of its era. But as a result, you're seeing the end of it. So I would say just appreciate what you can while you can, because the other option is this. You tell me, guys, Evan and Mark, let's say 4 years ago that Joe Lacob said, you know what, guys, we're going to cut the cord with our big stars, we're going to trade them, and then we're going to restart the whole process, just like the Chicago Bulls did after they won 6, and they said, Michael, happy retirement. Scotty, you're traded. Dennis Rodman, you're not getting signed. Phil Jackson, you're out the door. Would you have liked that? Or do you like the fact that you get to see these guys ride into the sunset together?
Well, I think for me, you always love the idea of a player or, Western. Like I was just watching A Fistful of Dollars the other night, Coz, and you love the idea of Clint Eastwood riding off into the sunset, but that also means that he's riding out on top. And riding out on top in sports is a very difficult thing to do, as you know, with all your wealth of wisdom. And it was interesting. So I was actually in Nashville a couple of weeks ago. I was in your hood, and I kind of got to unplug from the Warriors, and I was enjoying the Southern comfort, and I was enjoying, some of the libations that you guys have to offer right on your side, and it was fantastic. And then I came back into the harsh reality that is the Golden State Warriors and the up and downs, and everything out there in Nashville was smooth, and whether you got your Freedman's appliance or not, you're just in cruise control, and that's where the Warriors have not been allowed to be, I think, because of what you're talking about and the leaning into the aging players. The question that I kind of have and that we've been wrestling with over the first 2 hours is, what is optimal for Curry? What is optimal for the Warriors? And are those two things intertwined like they have been for about 15 seasons? Or is it the Warriors looking at Curry and saying, we can't think solely about you this summer with the decisions that we have to make? That's what we've been trying to wrestle with, because I think those two things, what's optimal for Steph and what's optimal for the Warriors, have never been further apart, even though Curry is obviously the star. He's the son of what the Warriors have been.
Hey, do you guys in any way look at this situation and the Giants situation when they won 3 World Series championships and they had to make decisions on who was going to run the organization, whether Brian Sabian was going to continue to do it, or Bobby Evans was going to continue to do it, or they needed a new voice, or whether Bruce Bochy was going to continue to be the manager, or they needed a new voice, and they had Buster Posey, who was the face and the superstar of that franchise, and he opted to, because of many reasons, decided to retire, maybe a little bit earlier than Giants fans wanted. In some way, to me, it equates in that the Giants had to make tough decisions, and they did, and then they had that 107-win season, and we thought that they were going to catch lightning again, and unfortunately it didn't work out for them. And the Warriors might be in that same circumstance. But if I look at the Warriors and the way they've run their operation, I think they're cutthroat, but they're really intelligent. And they know that Steph Curry is a smart businessman, but really the greatest Warrior to ever wear the uniform. And I think you sit down and you have a grown-up discussion and you say, Steph, do you want to finish as a Golden State Warrior, or do you want to finish with one more chance to win a crown somewhere? Because the Warriors aren't there right now. And if Steph makes up his mind that I want to be a Warrior, then they have that harder discussion of, well, in order for us to compete, we can't be paying $45 million a year to a guy who's no longer able to play 38 to 44 minutes and no longer able to score 30 to 35 a night, especially on big nights. And if Steph Curry can have that adult view and say, I'll stay here, I'll take a haircut because I'm not the player I was. Think of Tom Brady. Tom Brady never was the highest paid quarterback when he was with the New England Patriots, and they kept being successful year in and year out. I think the Warriors can have that discussion with Steph Curry to see if they can have a partnership moving forward, or if Steph says, you know what, I want one more bite at the apple, and I know it's got to come somewhere else.
Yeah, Coach, I mean, I think the comparison with the Giants of maybe the 2016, 2017, 2018 season is a good comparison because you have so many emotions tied to those players, but maybe the Giants gave one too many contracts to Brandon Belt and to Brandon Crawford, and maybe they didn't move off of Madison Bumgarner early enough. I think you're right in the sense that Joe Lacob maybe is a little bit more of a, for lack of a better term, a cutthroat businessman who is willing to maybe put his emotions with certain players to the back burner to avoid bottoming out. So we'll see, because I think this offseason really is that turning point, don't you think, Coach?
Yeah, I do think it is. I mean, every decision or every team has to have a time when their decisions are very difficult. You know, there's another scenario that I look at, and you're going to think it's weird, but the Warriors are the ones who made it happen. And that's when Oklahoma City was so close to getting to the finals when they had Kevin Durant and they had Russell Westbrook. And they were right there, and the Warriors really knocked them off, and that ended that movement, and then KD becomes a Warrior. And Oklahoma City said, okay, you know what? We're going to dismantle. We're going to pick up as many draft picks as we possibly can, and we're going to give ourselves a 4 to 5 year runway. And now look at where the Oklahoma City Thunder are now. They're one of the better young teams in the Western Conference, and you can argue over the next 5 years, we think that they've got an opportunity to compete. Are the Warriors in a position, once they get the conversation with Steph Curry going, are they in the position to say, we're going to stay here and ride it out, or we are going to cut bait, we're going to do it properly, we're going to send guys where they want to go, but we are going to give ourselves that 4 or 5 year runway where we're going to restart. I don't know if Joe Lacob's willing to do that, but I think that's something that's got to be on the table if they want to restock and restart the greatness that they've had for this. It seems, what is it? It's been a decade of greatness for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. No, it's been incredible. And, Coach, we really appreciate you kind of going down memory lane with us because, again, it feels like we're all talking about the past or the future because the present right now for Golden State, at least in this season, appears to be a bit bleak. But I also want to thank you on a personal note because, you know, look, when I came to 95.7 The Game, you were in this spot. You were hosting here at Freedman's Appliance. Now me, myself, along with Mark Grandy, get an opportunity to do it. So to share the airwaves with you at a place as special in Pleasant Hill as Freedman's Appliance is a really cool thing for me. So thank you.
Hey, listen, I am so appreciative of you saying that. You guys are fantastic. It is no secret, I'm a big fan of you guys in 95.7 The Game. I listen on the app all the time. I told you about the Super Bowl stuff. I listen on the weekends because I kind of like hearing everybody with their different opinions. But you guys got a special time there today. And just one more pitch for Freedman's Appliance. Listen, if you need anything for your home, it doesn't matter. Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, Maytag, it doesn't matter. Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill all day today, tomorrow from 10 until 5 p.m. They've got something on the red tag sale. You know what? If you're just hungry and you want to stop and eat, do that, and you'll be happy. You'll thank me when you see me. But,
absolutely.
Thank you so much for having me on. I feel like I've stolen all your time, and I feel bad about that.
We're good, Cuz.
Fans of both of you guys and Sterling. I'm a huge fan of Sterling, too. But I'm big fans of all you guys at 95.7 The Game, and I wish you nothing but the best.
Appreciate it, Coz. Be well out of Nashville, my man.
We
Thanks
miss
for coming
you out
on.
here.
We do.
Hey, we miss you guys, too. Anytime you guys come out, text me, and I'll meet you. I'll take you downtown to Broadway, or I'll take you out to a ball game, whether it's Titans or Predators. We'll have some fun.
Right on, Coz. Thank you, man. Be well.
Buddy. See you guys. Take care.
And that is Jim Kozimore, Mr. Freeman's Appliance himself. I mean, you heard it. Of course, everything going on today, which has been fantastic. We've talked to fantastic and loyal listeners here at 95.7 The Game.
They're bringing us food.
They brought us food, yeah. Rockin' New Era on the YouTube chat brought us what looks like appears to be a
brisket slider?
Brisket prime, I don't know, but it's got some peppers in there, and that is my lane. We got an ice-cold pop that was delivered to us during the interview that we much appreciate as well. Matt Steinmetz is here. Justin Beltray is here. We got Dana Ali in the house. We got a lot of loyal listeners. San Jose Jazz fan, Rockin' New Era, Ernie Chavez, all the rest here as we move along on 95.7 The Game and still have you up until 3 o'clock right here on your home for Golden State Warriors basketball. But I think Coz, is hopping in, Mark, to our conversation, which is the tough conversation you got to have with Steph himself. I mean, there needs to be kind of, I think, an evaluation this summer of where the Warriors see themselves in regards to him, because he's right, and I think the Giants are a really good example of what you don't want to happen after you run off multiple World Series, which is a period of irrelevancy in regards to holding on too long to things of past.
The Giants conversation is an interesting one because the Giants won in 2010, 2012, and 2014, and obviously the core, there's kind of a different group of guys that won in 2012 and 14 and 2010. Like 2010 was
and then they got bounced in the first round of 2016, right?
Correct.
The NLDS. Yeah.
2010 was Edgar Renteria, and it was Aubrey Huff, and it was Freddie Sanchez, and it was Andres Torres. And then 2012 was kind of a different group. That's when Crawford came in, when Belt came in. So a little bit of a different beginning to that dynastic era, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of Giants fans out there who feel like the 2021 season, when they won 107 games, if you fall short of winning it all, that almost was like a bad thing that happened to them, because it convinced them to hang out longer and to give another contract to Brandon Belt and to Brandon Crawford. And it kept around Madison Bumgarner, although, of course, he's a Giants legend, and the 2014 postseason is something we're never going to forget. He was incredible. But that run almost convinced the Giants front office, like, all right, this group still has a couple more years in them. We're going to hand them more dollars, expensive contracts, and it's going to kind of hamstring us the next couple of years. Now, I'm not saying that the 2022 championship for the Giants or for the Warriors is the similar thing, because you win a championship, it's worth the world. Like, it doesn't matter what you gave up. You got a championship, it's worth it. But there is a part of you that feels like, all right, winning in 2022, that's part of the reason why Draymond Green got a giant contract extension, while maybe Klay Thompson is going to get one as well. Let's say we live in a world, Evan, where the Warriors did not win it all in 2022.
I hate that world.
Are they currently in the same unfortunate position that they are in, or had they already moved off of some of these aging veteran pieces, and maybe they're in a little bit of a better position moving forward? I'm not saying you'd rather be there, because you want the championship, obviously.
Yeah.
But if we're trying to draw a comparison to the Giants and what happened in the 2021 season for the Giants, 2022 for the Warriors might be similar, because it convinced them, hey, this group still has more in it, but as of right now, we're uncertain about that.
Well, the one thing that makes it difficult in comparison to the Giants, you're right, you talked about kind of the iterations or the different teams. And in baseball, you got a larger roster, you're going to have guys coming in and out, but like Lincecum was more important to the 2010 championship than he was to the 12 or the 14. Like you mentioned, Crawford was more important to the 12 and the 14 than he wasn't on the 10. Kane was more important to the first, I think it was the first two chips, but not the third one. So the big boys and the mainstays, I mean, Sandoval, for example, all three. I think Belt, but like...
Or like the core three in the bullpen. Those won all three.
Exactly. What, Affelt, Romo, and
Casilla.
Casilla, yeah. So... the difference is...
And Javier Lopez.
Javier Lopez.
Yeah.
So, but it stands that the difference between that and now is that Klay, Draymond, and Curry, and Steve Kerr, for example, have won all four. And they won four from 2015 to 2022. It is so... What makes the Warriors so unique also makes what the choice they have to make now, in my opinion, so damn difficult, because there's never been... Coz was talking about how special this dynasty is in comparison to others. What I think makes it most important, or unique from other dynasties in basketball is just the linear amount of time in which you've had three core pieces. Your best three players, arguably, on different groups. I mean, Kevin Durant comes in and helps you get two of them. He reorganized the hierarchy. But 1 through 4, those three guys are your most important pieces. And that just has not happened in the history of basketball, in baseball specifically with the Giants. So that is what makes the decision this offseason, I think, so interesting, but really hard to make. If we're talking about decisions, I know Steiny brought up, maybe trying to go get LeBron and what you'd have to do monetarily to make it happen. To me, I think that's a little bit of a pipe dream, LeBron specifically, but also just the idea of bringing in a huge roster-shaking superstar, whether it's at age 40 or age 27. I think that's going to be really hard to do because there's not a lot of players out there. And I do have a theory of how they can reorganize themselves, but also keep pieces of the past and utilize them better. So that's what's coming up on the other side. Final half hour on 95.7 The Game, live from Freedman's Appliance. Get out here for their once yearly red tag clearance sale. Tomorrow, Sunday, also an opportunity from 10 to 5. Great deals, great food, great vibes, great people. 38 of them here to help you organize your home, your kitchen, everything you need. Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill has it. That's Mark Graney. My name is Evan Giddings. Thank to Jim Cosmore coming on at the top of this hour. Go back and rewind on the Odyssey app or on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and check that out. Mr. Freedman's Appliance himself, and we continue from Freedman's Appliance on the other side on your home for Golden State Warriors basketball, 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500?
yearly happens this weekend. It is also going on tomorrow from 10 to 5. Big thank you to Jim Kozimore hopping on at 2 o'clock. He's got Friedman's Appliance everywhere in his home. You can get yours right here in Pleasant Hill. Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy with you on 95.7 The Game, talking Dubs in the meantime, intermits with pizza bites. With
You got to eat your pizza bites still.
Well, yeah, I was working on a tri-tip slider that Rocket New Era was kind enough to drop off, so appreciate him for that. Thank you to Ernie Chavez, San Jose Jazz fan. Matt Steinmetz is still here. I'm sure he's somewhere meandering around, just kind of lollygagging like usual. But Justin Beltray is also here hanging out. Dana Ali's in the building. Shout out Wisconsin. You guys took a tough L, though, man. James Madison took it to you. I'm sorry, brother. He's down bad. Hey, don't worry. You're still in a better position than Golden State right now as they stand at the 10 seed, 3 games above 500, 1.5 back of the Lakers for 9, 2 games up on Houston for the 11 seed. Yeah, I think Mark really the last 13 games of this season, everyone's just going to be wondering what happens. I know there's still a lot to be played in the regular season, and perhaps decisions are going to be made based on those 13 games. I think probably the result of the playoffs or play-in, however far the Warriors go. But I have to imagine with everything that we've heard throughout this season, even just reading some of the body language after games, I think on Monday, Curry coming out and saying that it doesn't matter where we are in the seeding. We could be 1, we could be 12. We're playing like this. We're not going anywhere. The frustration that it kind of looked like was on his face and was on a few players' face after the Friday night defeat to Indiana. It just feels like, Mark, the team kind of knows. Like, you can say everything publicly, and Kerr's been optimistic, and that's his job. But the team feels like they know that this group bluntly just doesn't have it.
Yeah, I think that's what they know internally. They're not going to admit it publicly. I mean, Steve Kerr was asked last night after the game, after the 123 to 111 loss to the Pacers, he was just straight up asked, all right, you've strung some losses together now. After a really good stretch, felt like you were turning things around, but now you just got more of the same. Do you feel like in these final 13 games, do you have to recalibrate at all? Like, are you adjusting expectations? Are you thinking, well, all right, the 6th seed is basically out of reach, the 7th seed's out of reach, the 8th seed's out of reach, we might not even be the 10. The Houston Rockets are the hottest team in the NBA, and they're hot on our heels. Do you have to recalibrate what you think of this team? And he simply said, no, we don't got to recalibrate. I still feel like we're a good team. We put a run together, then we can figure this thing out. Okay, well, what else is he going to say publicly? He's not going to publicly question his team, but you feel like we're going to get to a situation, the same situation we were in last year. If you remember, Steve Kerr said all the same things last year.
Yeah.
And maybe you feel like last year was more emotionally tumultuous because of what happened off the court, although there has been a lot of emotions involved this year too, with Klay Thompson being pulled out of the starting lineup and his clear frustration over that and some other things as well. But Steve Kerr talked about how much he believed in this team all of last year. And then the second the Lakers series ended, one of the first things he said on the podium at the end of that series when they lost Game 6 in L.A. was, yeah, we were never a championship team. You feel like we're headed towards something similar whenever this season ends, if it is in the regular season, they don't make the play-in, or if it is, if they lose in L.A. in the play-in, or they beat the Lakers, then they lose to the Suns in Phoenix, or they lose to the Nuggets. Whenever this season ends, we might get a similar statement from Steve Kerr. Yeah, we never really felt like we were a championship team. They're just saying those things publicly because in my mind, Evan, as I try to pull myself away from the emotions of being a Warriors fan, which at times is very difficult to do. But when I do that and I try to get myself a moment of clarity, it seems pretty clear to me that the simple fact is that this is not a very good basketball team. And I can't imagine that there are many people in that locker room who are still legitimately holding on to that belief that they can get it done.
There are good basketball players on this team, but they've shown themselves over the course of the year because of their own actions or because of their own play that they're an average team. They are what their record says they are. Whether they've blown tons of games or they've scraped together a couple wins they shouldn't have gotten, at the end of the day, they're 4-6 in their last 10. They've played one good month of basketball out of 4 to this point, and they are 3 games above 500 on the outside looking in when it comes to the playoffs and the play-in tournament. So, the question is kind of where do you go from here? How do you move beyond? And I feel optimistic about the prospects of one Jonathan Kaminga. I'm still not necessarily there yet with someone like Brandon Pajemski, even though I love what he's added this year. I feel like next season, if the Warriors are to contend, his role might be what Chris Paul's is this season, which is the first guard off the bench and being able to close games and give you different things and connect. But I think he has been forced into a situation because of the drop-off from other veterans to have to step up. And I think that's what we've learned so much about this roster is that finally there are young players, as Matt Steinmetz digs into a piece of ravioli, whole, by the way. You know you can use 2 or 3 bites to get through that piece of pasta. Feel free. I don't know if that's how they do it in Northern Italy.
I wish we had a camera on him.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, man. It's like it's tough because I'm also looking at a team right now that is led by Curry, who's going on 36 and 37. And you know, one thing I do agree with Steiny about, and I think we're going to hear a lot about it on Monday, so locking from 10 to 2, is how important at the highest level is Curry still? How well can he play consistently to keep the Warriors in contention? I think the rest of the roster, no doubt, needs to be addressed because he is not good enough anymore to drag the requisite pieces around him as far as he used to be able to do even a year or two ago. But one thing that caught my eye is this idea we talk about a lot, the on-off splits. How good are the Warriors when Curry's on the floor? How good are they when he's off the floor? Because historically, they've been terrible when he's off the floor. It's one of the reasons why Nikola Jokic, for example, is such a valuable piece. You look at his on-off splits, he's at the top of the league. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is at the top of the league.
Which is where Steph has been his whole career.
Exactly, and that's why he's been an MVP candidate for the majority of his prime. Curry this season, the Warriors, the win probability of him being on and off the floor, the differential is negative 0.01. They are net neutral this season with him on and off the floor. They are 22 points better when he's on over the entirety of the season. That's a little indicative of, I think, how much he's been able to impact games and really steal games for Golden State this year compared to last year. Over the 82-game season, they were 367 points better when he was on the floor. 2 years ago when they won the championship, they were 541 points better when he was on the floor as opposed to off. This year, for whatever reason, inconsistency, maybe the shooting's dropped off a little bit, even though the numbers, he's still leading the league in threes. The overall production from Curry is not as high as it's even been a season ago. And I don't necessarily believe it's all of a sudden just going to get back into MVP area. So how do the Warriors find a way to supplement some of his own fall off? That's another thing that we need to address.
That's an interesting number because, one, I think it tells you a couple of things, and actually one of them is a positive. The negative, though, is that when Steph is on the floor, obviously this isn't the elite team that they once were. And maybe part of that is because, you know, he was saddled with a struggling Clay early in the season, saddled with a struggling Andrew Wiggins early in the season, and the majority of Steph's minutes are with those two on the floor. You could say the same thing for Kevon Looney. That was 3 of your 5 starters to begin the season. So maybe part of it is who he's playing alongside.
He was also playing alongside Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome last year.
Yeah, that's a good point. So maybe it's not quite as drastic as I'm making it out to be. The other side of it, though, is that your bench has been pretty darn good. So maybe you have a little bit less drop-off. Now, if you were to tell me that at the beginning of the season, that the drop-off from Steph to non-Steph minutes, i.e. starters to the bench, isn't going to be that drastic, I don't know about you, but I'd be thinking that this was probably like a 50-win team because that had been the Warriors' issue. Can you survive the non-Steph minutes? You built a 10-point lead with Steph on the floor. He's going to rest for 6 minutes. Is it going to be a tie game when he comes back? Are you going to be outscored by 10 minutes or by 10 points in those 6 minutes when he's off the floor? That hasn't really been the case. Now, maybe it's because when he's on the floor, they haven't been as good, but there is something to say about the fact that the bench has largely been a really big plus for the Warriors this year.
It has, and I think a big reason for that is Chris Paul. I think when he's been healthy. And I also think it's because someone like Klay Thompson has taken to a relegated role. And he, to his credit, has shot the hell out of the basketball. I know he was 3 for 10 last night against Indiana, but I think since he's gone to the bench, he's in the 45, 44-ish three-point range compared to sub-40, which he's been overall this season. He's had, I think, 8 of 12 or 8 of 13 games in which he's made 5+ threes off the bench. His first 53 starts only had 12 of such affairs. So, he's definitely more of a gunner now. And actually, that's why I think there is a spot for Klay on this team next year, because when I look around the rest of the league, OKC's the number one three-point shooting team. That's a big part of their offense. They have 8 guys that are shooting 40% or north from three-point range. Denver has 5 of those players. Minnesota has 5. LA, the Clippers, I should say, have 5. New Orleans has 4. Phoenix, 3. LA, 3. The Warriors right now have 1 player shooting above 40% from three-point range, and his name is Steph. That's a problem. So unless you're going to find me multiple shooters in a league that you need to be able to knock down threes at a high clip to contend with the top of the top, unless you're telling me that you can go out and find multiple of those dudes that can also defend and are willing to step into the starting lineup and give you 30 to 35 minutes a night, I think there's a place for Klay Thompson on this team, and that's why I would suggest that they pay him this offseason and align him as a guy that has shown you when he's not starting, when he doesn't need to play major minutes, that he can still be a viable three-point threat. Because what I learned last night against Indiana was there's going to be some times when Curry can't get his shot against younger, quicker guards, and you need a secondary scorer. Klay Thompson's no longer that as a starter or sometimes a closer, but they don't have another one of those players.
Yeah, I mean, if it seems like Klay has bought into that role, and Klay as a player, the style in which he plays, I don't think it was that much of a shock that kind of player would be a good sixth man, a good off-the-bench guy. But the question was always, how is his ego going to deal with it, his emotions? And this isn't an attack on Klay. I mean, you are the top of your game. You're a Hall of Famer. You've won 4 championships. If it wasn't for your running mate, you might be known as the greatest three-point shooter who ever lived. You are much better, 1,000% better at basketball than I am at anything. You're so good at something I can't even fathom how good you are. So I understand that. But it's not a surprise if he got over that hurdle that he could be an effective shooter and scorer. And something that was very frustrating about the Warriors last night was you're going up against a Pacers team that's bad defensively. They're the best offense in the NBA, but they're, 6th in the East because they have one of the worst defenses in the league. They allow the 3rd most points per game, and the Warriors began the game on fire. It felt like it was going to be a race for 130, first to 130 wins, and then the Warriors, quarters 2 through 4, were really, really bad offensively. And some of it was, all right, maybe you're forcing some threes and you're not trying to get into the paint, but Siakam locking up Jonathan Kaminga, and whenever the Warriors would get into the paint, it was Miles Turner blocking shots and Tyrese Halliburton recovering off of Steph pump fakes and blocking multiple Steph jump shots, and Klay Thompson hoisting a little bit. What other choice did you have? Nothing was working. Put them up, and if they go in, maybe it gets you out of a hole, but they didn't, and you lose as a result. So if you are the Warriors and you see that offensive performance against a relatively poor defense, and you try to think, all right, well, how do we improve and how do we make sure we're fine offensively with an aging Steph? Maybe it is, well, all right, Klay settled into this role. We need him back. But then what comes into question is, well, what contract is he going to accept? Because I think most of us can agree Klay in the right role is still a valuable piece, but it's not just a blank check to Klay. Those days are well past us. Can they fit it in contractually and economically? Because that is certainly not a given.
No, guys are tripping over the deals we got here at Freeman's Appliance. I mean, all these red tag tails. What's going on, my man? The food is all around you, brother. Yeah. Appreciate it. No, thanks for the love, man. Look, we've got a lot of loyal listeners that have stopped by. People that are either they listen every day. Do you listen on YouTube on a Guru? Oh, I'm a Goofu. I'll make sure to tell him that on Monday. You can just call Steiny a fool. How about that? No, we love Steiny. He hopped on with us earlier, and I think a lot of the questions we've tossed around here for the better part of 3 hours are things that are kind of going to drive the conversations, not just this week, for a lot of the summer. And for some reason, Coach just got me kind of thinking, Grandy, about the similarities between the Giants and the Warriors. The Giants had their own dynasty, even though it was, I guess, a little more condensed than the Warriors is. But because of Curry, I just think it makes things so much more difficult to just move on. And I don't think there's anybody that would give back the 2020 2022 championship. Every single bit of that season was absolutely worth it. And maybe that season is why the last two have been so frustrating, because they were able to find and conjure this magic that was so unexpected that everyone just felt like the hope and surprise that was that year is just going to happen again. And it doesn't look like it is, but it feels like, I don't know how you feel about this. It seems kind of obvious as to why, in my mind. It's because...
Yeah, tell me why. What is it?
Well, their most important players are either too young or too old. And I think that's what it boils down to. When you look at the rest of the teams that they're going to have to beat to potentially win a championship.
Yeah, like if you're to ask how many players on the Warriors roster are in their prime.
There's one, and he's
Andrew
the most
Wiggins.
inconsistent player on the roster.
Exactly. So when you're one guy who's in his athletic prime, his athletic peak, who should be at the peak of his powers, as they say, as a basketball player, when that one guy is the guy who has been the lightning rod all season, that's a recipe for a disaster. No matter how great your guys out of their prime are, like Steph, 36 years old, as of 9 days ago. Like, he is a Hall of Famer, first ballot, unanimous. He's going to, like, arguably the best point guard of all time, maybe second best at the worst, top 10 player this league has ever seen. He's 36 years old, and it's becoming, it's unfortunately true, but it's becoming a little bit more obvious that he just simply can't shoulder the load that he once did. And the fact that he kept it up for as long as he did is remarkable, because he's 36 years old. One of the only other guys who's carried this kind of load like he did at 36 is LeBron, who's arguably the greatest player to ever live. So I'm with you. I mean, you don't have the ideal roster when it comes to guys that are in their athletic peak. And if you don't have that, you're going to have to be excellent everywhere else, and the Warriors just simply aren't excellent everywhere else.
Well, and I guess that's why I would lean towards getting younger, and I don't mean like just bringing a bunch of rookies. I've talked about this a lot on postgame. It's like I would try to lower the average age of the team, because I think if you have an aging roster, inevitably you're going to run into this point in the season where some of your older guys aren't able to conjure it up every single night. Or maybe it could be just a simple fact that, you know, some of the older guys are trying to save themselves a little bit for the playoffs, but you got to get there first. Like something that kind of caught my eye over the last 10 games in which they've gone 4-6, and that was following a 19-game stretch in which they went 14-5. Defensively, they have not guarded the three-point line. That was glaring against New York. It was glaring against Memphis. And it was kind of glaring last night against Indiana. So this whole week, and really the last 10, they have not guarded the three-point line. They've given up nearly 15, which is fourth most in the last 10. Opponents are shooting 39.3%, which is fourth most. And I think it was interesting that the other teams that also do not defend the three-point line, or have not during that period, are Milwaukee, Phoenix, the Clippers, and the Lakers. All five of the teams, including the Warriors I just named, are some of the oldest rosters in basketball. It's not that they don't choose to defend the three. It's that they're not able to. And I think that's a problem with older teams, whether it's in the regular season or especially in the playoffs. So getting younger to me somehow, some way, and maybe it is trying to identify players that are not stars, but players that are more in their primes or entering their primes, that has to be the focus. I think that has to be the goal this offseason.
The Warriors brought the three-point revolution to the NBA, and now the three-point revolution is
swallowing them whole.
Exactly. Exactly. They just don't have the guys, the athletes, one, to consistently make them on one end. Like, if Stephen Clay's threes aren't falling, who is going to hit them consistently on your roster? There's nobody. Nobody else. I mean, Pajemski finally broke out of his mini shooting slump last night, made 3 threes, 2 of them in the first quarter. That was good to see. But, I mean, Chris Paul will make them every once in a while. Wiggins is as streaky as they come from downtown. Kaminga, that jumper hasn't quite developed yet. If it does, though, watch out, because he's got so much else in his bag if he gets a consistent jumper. But as of now, you're not going to win in the NBA without making three-pointers. That's why the Warriors were so good. A big reason why they were so good when they were winning championships. I think their defense was always underrated, but they also had the most powerful, efficient, the offense that could put up 15 points in like a 2-minute stretch when they would really catch fire, and they could just blow you out of games. They could play terrible for 2.5 quarters, put together a good 6 minutes, and be right back in a game. Like and some of that is getting stops on the other end of the floor, but they just hit 3 after 3 after 3. Good luck to anybody else. They're not that team anymore, and most other teams, at least the teams that are legitimately hoping to win a championship, they're better than the Warriors in that area of basketball nowadays.
But one thing that flew under the radar about their most recent title run to me was they weren't a great offensive team. Like, if you go look at their numbers, they were middle of the pack. But they were the number one defensive team in basketball. Like, they won because they could defend, because they could lock down opposing offenses, because Wiggins was a two-way bulwark, because Draymond was playing center field at the peak of his powers on some occasions, because Gary Payton II was a great on-ball defender off the bench, because Porter was switchable, because someone like Clay was still better defensively than he, there's just been fall off all the way around the roster to me, and it's been most glaring defensively. And maybe, look, Indiana's a really good offensive team, but I just watching them last night and watching them on occasions throughout the year, when Draymond doesn't have a good game, when Curry doesn't have a good game, it's just like you're trying to puzzle piece this thing together. And I guess I'm trying to figure out how they can become less dependent on players that are becoming older and older. And it feels like they're almost more dependent on Curry to hone in specifically than they ever have been before, which is completely unfair to him, because logic would tell you that as someone gets older, you should become less dependent on them. And instead, it's been in the reverse. It's like a Benjamin Button situation where Curry started out as the old man, and now he's going to do a baby, and we're still just... I don't know. Well, that was a terrible example. But you know what I'm trying to say? Like, it's moving in reverse of how dependent they are on this guy still at this stage in his career.
Yeah. I mean, what does Steve Kerr say? Like, you got an undue burden on Stephen Curry for most of his career.
Yeah.
The burden has never been larger or heavier than it is right now. And you're 36 years old. You've played so many games this year. What did you say? 63 games this year for Steph Curry. He's missed,
about to play 70, he's about to play 70 games plus this season.
Yeah. He's missed, 5? They're 1-4 in those 5 without him. And I know on-off splits, like, it's relatively even, but you still can see the impact that Steph makes on any given night. And in a game like last night, I mean, he shot 9 for 24 from the field. So much of that is because nothing else was working offensively. And when nothing else is working, what do you want the two-time MVP, the greatest shooter who ever lived, to do? Put up shots. But guess what? The Pacers knew that was coming as well.
That's true. Well, you know what's coming our way? You want to grab a fridge?
Yes. Does it come stocked with food and beer?
Yes, just beer. But it comes stocked with a lot of different things. And this entire place, Friedman's Appliance, is stocked. It is chock full of amazing deals all throughout the weekend. 10 to 5 tomorrow if you can't get out here before the end of the 5 o'clock showing later on today. Pleasant Hill, California, Friedman's Appliance. Really appreciate them letting us set up, do our live show for the last 3 hours. Big thank you to Dan DeVone, Sterling Bennett, who's also back in the studios doing double trouble behind the board, helping us rock this thing as we do here.
You got another one next week or what? Can we come back?
Well, I'm going to stick around. I know that for sure. I might come back here tomorrow. It's only like a 30-minute drive from the city. In fact, it's not even that bad whatsoever. They got 38 people here to help you with whatever appliance you need for your home, for your kitchen, for if you need a washing or drying unit, which we're right next to, which we might need. In the meantime, appreciate everyone joining us that called in today. YouTube chat, Twitch chat, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Everyone from the YouTube chat that showed up today. Shout out to Rockin' New Era. Shout out to San Jose Jazz fan, as well as his lovely wife,
Ernie.
Shout out to Ernie Chavez. Shout out to, I think the guy that he said he coined the term Goofoo, but he didn't give us his name. He's a great dude. Shout out to everyone. Justin Beltray here getting us all set up and helping us tear down after. Matt Steinmetz, who joined us on the broadcast. Jim Kozimor, Mr. Freeman's Appliance himself, hopping on with us to break down what's going on with the Golden State Warriors. And a big thank you to everyone that tuned in to this edition, live from Freeman's Appliance, 95.7 The Game. For my partner, Mark Grandy, my name is Evan Giddings, saying so long. We'll talk to you. And also, stay tuned, because I believe Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys is doing a live show tomorrow, same time.
12 to 3.
Not from Freeman's Appliance, but they're doing a live show getting you into and getting you set for Giants baseball.
Yeah,
So
Shasky and Lubman 12-3, and then when they're done, I got you covered with Warriors Live ahead of Warriors T-Wolves.
Exactly, and that is a big one. Seeing another member of the 2020 draft class, Anthony Edwards, who's been pretty good himself. So that'll do it live for us here at Freeman's Appliance. Shout out to you all. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Get out for the once-yearly Red Tag clearance sale tomorrow, 10 to 5, Freeman's Appliance, Pleasant Hill, California. Thank you all for chiming in. For Mark Grandy, Evan Giddings with you. We'll talk to you next time. Thank you very much.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising. After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went